Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents When She Belongs by Ruby Dixon. Narrated by Gillian Macy and Mason Lloyd. 1. Sophie. I never thought of myself as a particularly slow learner until I encountered alien technology. I stare at the sea of buttons and touchpads in front of my chair on the bridge of the Little Sister, trying to recall my lessons. "Can you pull up next to the ship?" Matthias asks in a tense voice. He grabs his blaster and heads for the hatch, down the hall where the sister will connect with the ship the pirate crew is currently trying to board and take over. Emphasis on trying. Caspar jumps out of his seat, all eagerness and ready to help his brother with the invasion, but he pauses, waiting. He is stuck with navigator duties, which means he doesn't get to run in, blasters blazing. He looks over at me, waiting. If I can handle the nav stuff, like their sister Zoe once did, he can join his brother. We both watch as Adiran follows after Matthias, and then it's just me and Caspar on the bridge. "Sure, no problem," I lie. "Piece of cake." I stare at the endless buttons, trying to remember which sequence produces the anti-grav hooks that will sink into the hull of the other ship and pull us against it. It would help if I knew the Misaka language, but it's all foreign to me. I tap one flashing red button experimentally, and nothing happens. Fuck. Okay, that isn't it. I look for another, maybe something with a latching sort of symbol. It only makes me feel worse to think about how many times they've patiently showed me the controls, over and over again. I pull out my data pad, flipping through the notes I've taken, but there's so many of them that I'm not sure where this particular one is buried, and that only adds to my stress. "Sophie," Matthias calls through the comm channel. His voice is tight. "Are we pulling up next to the enemy ship or not?" My mind blanks out. I don't even remember how to get into the comm to reply. I fight back a whimper and stare hard at the boards in front of me, all lit up and looking equally important. Maybe inspiration will strike, and I'll suddenly remember. Caspar mutters something under his breath and dives into my station, pulling the panel toward him. I scrunch as low as I can in my seat, getting out of his way, and he taps at keys that look vaguely familiar. Right, that's the sequence. There's a low whirring sound, and then an angry jolt of the Little Sister as we lock onto the larger ship we're cruising next to. The big blue alien doesn't even look over at me as he flips a switch and speaks into the comm. "We're hooked, heading your way for boarding." "I'm sorry," I whisper, feeling completely out of my depths. "You'll get it," he says, patting my shoulder absently. He moves back to his seat, shoves his blasters into his belt, and then bounds down the hall to join his brothers. Then I'm alone on the bridge. I gaze around me at all the alien controls, wishing I could pick this up faster, wishing that I didn't feel like such a failure, wishing that I felt like I belonged here on the Little Sister. The Va Sithai brothers have been nothing but kind, but I suspect they're frustrated with how slowly I'm learning. Zoe picked things up quickly, I've been told. Zoe took to the controls like she was born to them. Zoe's sharp and clever and has a wicked sense of humor. And I'm not Zoe. I don't have a 10-year or more relationship with these men. I've been here a few months, and they've patiently showed me the ropes, or tried to. Every day that I don't carry my weight around here, I feel it more and more. I'm waiting for the day that they get sick of me, For when they get tired of having a human parasite hanging around and eating their food and not contributing. No matter how nice they are, there's always the worry that they're going to get rid of me. The universe has taught me a lot over the last 6 years, but more than anything, it's taught me that humans don't belong in alien societies. It doesn't matter that we're dragged kicking and screaming from our homes. It doesn't matter that we don't want to be here. Once we're here, there's no going back, and there's no place that feels warm and welcoming. I hoped things would be different if I could learn to be crew here on the Little Sister. If I could pull my weight, earn a salary, contribute to the efforts of the others. But it's becoming more and more obvious to me that I can't. And if I can't, I don't know what I'll do. I think of the offer Kim gave me months ago to stay at her farm, to be her tenant. It was a kind offer, but her husband's Praxian, and my last owner was Praxian. I've never hated cats more than I do right now, and I'm not sure if I could be around her or her mate without losing my mind. At least the Vosithai brothers are Masaka. They're blue and horned, and look a bit more like a cross between a Smurf and a devil. But they're not Praxian, so being around them doesn't trigger me. They're also very uninterested in me sexually. In a way, that's both good and bad. If I was spreading my legs for the crew, at least I'd feel like I was earning my keep. But they've firmly put me into Little Sister territory. Or at least, annoying cousin. They've made it quite clear that they're not interested in that way, which was nice. Sometimes I wish it was different because that'd be easier. But this is what I wanted. I wanted to earn my keep in a way that doesn't involve me being on my back. I just didn't expect to suck at being a normal employee. I fight back feelings of panic, hugging my knees as the ship rocks back and forth, the boarded vessel trying to shake free from the anti-grav clamps that are supposed to be illegal. Since I've been with the crew, they've done this 6 or 7 times, each time no less terrifying, as the Little Sister sways in space and the sounds of distant explosions kick up. It sounds nightmarish, but the crew has this handled. Minutes pass as I wait for things to die down. "We've got a runner," Adiran calls over the comm band. "Be on the lookout, Soph." Okay, maybe they don't have this handled. I head to the armory closet and grab the small blaster that's tooled for my fingerprints and turn it on. It hums in my hand and I hold it tight, then creep toward the docking tunnel that connects us to the other ship like an enormous umbilical cord. Someone's coming through it. I see movement and green skin, and the prominent, frog-like eyes of the Uli. This one's bigger than most, bulky, and wearing heavy-looking clothing that might pass for armor. He's got a blaster in his hands, and paces quickly through the tunnel, heading right for me. I swallow hard, holding up my gun. I can do this. I can. I know in a life of piracy, shit happens. The people we're stealing from are bad guys, drug runners and thieves and slavers. I shouldn't feel bad killing this monster. I hold my blaster up. All I have to do is shoot. My hand trembles and sweats, and my finger moves to the trigger. The alien moves faster. He sees me now, and his pace picks up. I'm a human, and in his eyes, helpless garbage. I'm little more than a trained fuck toy. He's not afraid of me, even though I hold a gun, and I'm desperate to prove him wrong. Just one shot, and he'll take me seriously. One shot, and I can prove my worth to the crew. One shot, and I'll kill another sentient being. The alien, the Uli, locks eyes with me, and my arm shakes with a mixture of terror and dismay. I can't do this. Oh, fuck, I can't do this. I make a squeaking sound in my throat as the Uli marches right toward me and snatches the gun out of my grip. "Looks like the pirates have a pet," he croaks at me, and the look on his face turns to one of pure evil. "They're not going to like what I do to you." I tremble, frozen in place. "Get away from me!" He makes a strange, growling sound in his throat. "I'm going to keff you up." From behind the alien, a muscular blue arm appears around the frogman's throat. I watch, unable to move, as Adiron puts his blaster to the Uli's head and fires. There's a splatter of green liquid on the walls of the ship and the scent of cooked meat, and I want to vomit. "I'm starting to think you're not cut out for this lifestyle, little one," Adiron teases, a wild grin on his broad face. I'm starting to think he's right. 2. Sophie. I scrub at the walls of the Little Sister, cleaning blood and Uli goo off of computer panels. All's quiet on the other side. We're still docked with the other ship, hours later, but the fighting is done. The other crew, slavers and cutthroats returning from a prison rendezvous, have all been disposed of. It should bother me, knowing that people on the other ship just got killed by my friends, but I've grown surprisingly jaded about some things. There are no good guys on this end of the universe. Everyone's out for himself, even the Va Sithai brothers. So I clean the walls of the ship, trying not to think about where the green goo was before, and listen to the brothers chit-chat over the comm. It seems that we've caught this particular band returning from some place called Haven, where they dropped off some drugs. There's no cargo to be found, just a lot of traceless credits, and the brothers joke about that even as they strip expensive parts out of the enemy ship. This feels routine. I know from past experiences they'll cobble what they can from the other vessel for salvage or resale. And then the other ship will be scuttled, abandoned, and her computer disabled, and it'll disappear into deep space. Problem solved. It's normal. All of this is normal, I tell myself as I scrub. I try to forget that I totally choked. I try to forget the awful, awful look on the Uli's face. His terrible words, "I'm gonna keff you up." I know he wouldn't have been kind to me. I know if the tables were turned, I'd probably find myself servicing an entire pirate ship instead of just cleaning one. I'd be enslaved again, forced to suck alien dick for my meals. Again, it's not an existence I want to return to. Being part of the pirate crew is 1,000 times better. I just need to actually be part of the crew. I wring out the sponge in my hands and apply fresh water and cleaner to the walls. The smell is acrid and not unlike cat piss, which amuses Adiron to no end. He doesn't understand why I can't stand the stink of cleaner and loves to joke about it. Actually, he just loves to joke, period. He's a good guy and a good friend. But he's also got a big mouth, and I know he's going to tell his brothers all about how I couldn't pull the trigger, how I froze up instead of taking action to save my own damn life. And Caspar and Matthias are nice enough, but something tells me they won't understand. They're going to start thinking I'm a liability. I don't know what will happen to me if they do. I breathe through my mouth, thinking hard. Is it time for me to seduce one of the brothers? To use my body to try and ensure my place here? Not that this feels like home. I feel isolated and alone here, as much as I have anywhere else. But the meals are decent, and no one's forcing me to sleep with them, which makes it the best place I've lived in 6 long, long years. That's a problem, I hear Matthias say over the comlink, interpreting my morose thoughts. What is it? Adiran asks. I'm still on the bridge. There's a safe here I'm trying to crack open. Come here and take a look, Matthias says. I can't tell from his tone of voice if he's troubled or not. I sit back on my heels, listening and waiting. After a moment, Adiran whistles. That is definitely a problem. Magnificent, Caspar says. I've never seen one this close before. They go for a fortune on 3 Nebula Station. Something growls, sounding like a wildcat, and I freeze. Caspar, get the kef away from that. We can't leave it. It's worth a fortune. What are we going to do with that? Feed it? Very funny. The brothers' voices run together, all sounding similar from the tinny calm and the fact that they're talking over one another. Something howls again, the sound dangerous, and there's a scuffle. Should we get Sophie? One of the brothers asks. Matthias, I think. Might be our only choice. I wipe my hands on my jumper, worried. Only choice for what? I don't know what they're talking about, and it makes me nervous. I can pipe up and ask, interjecting over the comm, but I feel like I haven't earned my place here, and the last thing I want to do is irritate them by jumping in. So I sit and wait, curious to see what's going on. Sure enough, Adiran jogs through the docking tunnel a moment later, waving me over with his gun. We need you. Come on. They need me? Me? This is a first. It also fills me with a flush of happiness. How long have I waited for someone to say that? For me to be important? What's going on? I ask as I get to my feet and follow behind him. I'm nervous crossing over to the enemy ship, but if the Va Sithai brothers are fine with leaving the little sister for a bit, I guess I can be too. We found something worth a lot of money, Adiran tells me, glancing over his shoulder to make sure I'm following. He crosses into the other ship and steps over destroyed machinery, heading down a narrow hall. I try not to look too hard at the wreckage, afraid of seeing dead bodies. I keep my gaze focused on Adiran's broad back, letting him lead the way. These were bad guys, I remind myself. They would have killed me. It doesn't make it any easier to step over a lump that had once been someone, and I swallow hard. I'm really not cut out for this, but what other options do I have? What's left for me if not this? I hear the angry, terrifying growl from somewhere up ahead. It sounds like a wild animal, a very large one, and I worry this is exactly the expensive thing that they've found, which makes me wonder, why do they need me? Adiran? It's caged, don't worry. Well, now I really am worried. What the hell? My body breaks out into a fierce sweat as we head into the large, nearly empty cargo bay of the enemy ship. Sure enough, at the far end of the large bay, Caspar and Matthias stand, hands on weapons, talking quietly. They're in front of what looks like an enormous square box, and as we approach, the entire thing shakes and rattles, and the creature roars its outrage again. The brothers look up as we approach, and relief crosses Matthias's face. Good, you're here. Come closer, Sophie. My mouth goes dry, and I want to suddenly hide behind Adiran. Is this the use they've found for me? Feeding me to a monster? What's going on? You're scaring her, Adiron says, putting a comforting hand on my shoulder and tugging me forward. Just show her already. Matthias nods. I promise you're in no danger, Sophie. He gestures at the shaking, furious box. We found a rainbow carinu. Caspar clears his throat. Not really found, more like acquired. His brother flashes him an irritated look. We're taking it back with us. They sell for a fortune in the right circles. I look at the cage, the sides blacked out and shielded so I can't see inside. The entire thing shakes as if it's about to come apart, and my stomach clenches with dismay. We're taking that thing aboard the Little Sister? While the ship is a decent size, its halls and rooms are cramped, and I'm not sure that's such a good idea. I cross my arms over my chest, trying not to show my alarm. What does this have to do with me? Do you know what a carinu is? When I shake my head, Caspar moves toward the cage, ignoring the way it comes to life, rattling and thrashing. He taps a code into the locking mechanism, and the shields slide back, revealing the caged creature inside. It's utterly beautiful and completely and totally alien in a way that makes my human brain struggle to process. I try to match it up to creatures that I've seen before. There's a lizard-like sinuousness to its body, and the long lashing tail. The head and body are more like an enormous lion, but the muzzle and nostrils are flat, the mouth full of serrated teeth. The thing has 8 legs, all of them moving in time as it paces back and forth, snarling and glaring at Caspar. I see why it's called a rainbow carinu, too. Instead of fur, this cat has a scaly-looking hide that gleams iridescent even in the ship's poor lighting. Myriad colors dance across its skin like a living opal. And I'm fascinated, even as I'm terrified. You can come closer, Caspar says, sticking a finger through the bars and wiggling it. He barely manages to pull away before the fanged maw snaps at it. Why? I blurt. Why would I want to come closer? I'm not crazy. Carinu are a breed of protector kin from the Slattra system, Matthias says, watching the cat-like thing pace back and forth in its cage. They hate men, but they're extremely protective of females. Rich families like to get them to guard their wives and daughters. If we can get this one sold, we're talking millions of credits. You'd get a quarter, of course. My mouth goes dry at the thought of all those credits. Money of my own. Enough to be independent. Theoretically. There's nowhere safe for a human on this end of the universe. But money helps, and I want that money. Adiron scratches at his chin. And if they just came from the Slattra system, there might be a way for us to pick up a few more, if we can find their nav charts. Caspar makes an enthusiastic sound in his throat. And here I thought you were dumb, little brother. Adiron just gives him a dopey grin. More of these things. But more money. Hesitant, I take a step forward. We need you because you're female, Sophie, Matthias says. Can you get this one to calm down enough so we can take him on the Little Sister? Oh, geez. I lick my lips. You're sure it won't hurt me? If it did, it'd be the first carinu in history to do so, Caspar says, his half-feral gaze on the cage, as if he wants to rush in and wrestle the damn monster. That's not exactly comforting. I take another step forward, just as the creature starts to growl angrily at Caspar. I swallow hard and take another step. Here now, I whisper. Let's calm down, shall we? The Caribou's small pointed ears flick, and the wide head swings in my direction. It looks over at me, big dark eyes blinking, huge teeth gleaming. "Nice kitty," I offer. "You're kind of a kitty, right?" The thing tilts its head, then thumps down on its haunches, tail flicking like an excited dog's. It gives a kittenish mew, then rolls onto its belly, wiggling. Matthias lets out a breath. "Well, that answers that." The Caribou suddenly snarls at the sound of his voice, leaping up and throwing itself at the bars. We all jump, and Caspar and Matthias stumble backward a few feet. "He's all yours, Sophie," Adiron says with a chuckle. "Lucky me." I take another brave step forward, and I can't help but notice that each of the 8 paws are tipped with huge, nasty claws that look razor sharp, because, of course. When I step forward again, though, the rage disappears, and it begins to rub its head against the bars, as if begging to be petted. I move to the edge of the cage and quietly offer my hand, just close enough. The Caribou promptly gives my fingers a sloppy lick, mewing again. I look over at the Vossithai brothers, and they're watching me with a pleased expression on their faces. They need me for this, I realize with a sense of wonder. For the first time, I'm necessary. It's a good feeling. 3. Sophie. I name the Caribou Sleipnir. Not that he looks much like the mythological horse, but the 8 legs make the name pop into my mind, and it sticks. The Caribou is surprisingly complacent as I harness him and lead him back to the little sister. If anything, he's actually affectionate and kittenish, rubbing his head against my hand and making this rumbling sound that's not quite a purr. He nuzzles me at every chance he gets and looks at me with adoring, liquid eyes. He's sweet and clever and follows commands really well, and I have no trouble getting him on board the ship and into my quarters. Sleipnir immediately hops onto my bed, taking up the entire thing, and then rolls on his back as if he's wallowing in my smell. I sit on the edge and pet his head, marveling at how a scaly-looking hide can feel so supple and smooth, and how something so incredibly deadly can be so affectionate to me. Sleipnir still doesn't like the guys. He makes low, growling noises in his throat whenever he runs across their scents, and steps in front of me like he wants to protect me. The brothers remain on the other ship, stripping it and searching through their records, looking for the Caribou's home. I stroke Sleipnir's small ears and wonder why that makes me feel so weird and uncomfortable. "Maybe because you were stolen from your home, like me," I murmur as I pet the animal. "Maybe because you're nothing but a product, just like I was. No one's interested in taking you back home, just the credits you can give them." Sleipnir just mews and rubs against my hand, blissed out. The comms have gone quiet, and as a few more hours tick past, I worry. The longer we spend in one place, the more of a chance of getting caught. Has something happened to them? Is that why they've been gone for so long? Eventually, I can't stand the waiting and get to my feet. Sleipnir tries to come with me, but I guide him back to the bed and pat the mattress until he lies back down again. I emerge from my quarters and head for the docking tunnel, intending to go after the brothers. But to my surprise, it's gone. The hatch is sealed shut again, and we're no longer linked to the enemy vessel. I'm hurt by this revelation. No one bothered to tell me, and head for the bridge. Sure enough, the brothers are there, all crowded around the same station. They're filthy, streaked with grease and blood, and they look tired. Well, no. Matthias looks tired. Caspar looks elated. Adiron looks like Adiron. "Looks like you're done with the other ship?" Thanks for letting me know. There's a snap to my voice as I cross my arms over my chest and stride over to them. Guess I'm only important when you need a cat wrangler or a maid. At least they have the decency to look guilty at my arrival. Sorry, Sophie, Adiron says. The Caranu is fine, by the way. He's on my bed, and I have no idea what we're going to do for a litter box, FYI. When they just exchange looks and say nothing else, my skin prickles with worry. What is it? Matthias just rubs his face. We're just trying to figure out how to proceed with what we just learned. Which is... Adiron turns in his chair, his broad face lighting up with enthusiasm. We found a map of the Slatros system, but it doesn't show a planet. It's something else entirely. So much for their vision of finding more like Sleipnir. Like what? Like the buoyant star. The what? It takes me a moment to realize they're referring to a thing. It's a ship? Or a station? Caspar speaks. 3 years ago, it was rumored to be carrying a massive amount of wealth to an infamous Slatra cartel. The Vuris. When no recognition shows on my face, Caspar continues. They were going to use the money to pay back a lot of the debts they'd acquired, but the ship never showed. Some say it was hijacked, and others say it got caught up in a random solar flare. No one's heard of it since. Matthias adds, but if we're the ones that find it, we could be rich beyond our wildest imaginings. I can imagine a lot, Adiron says, grinning. So we're going after this ship, the buoyant star? I ask. The Slatros system is a forbidden system, Matthias continues. It was seeded in the Threshian Wars, and Masaka are forbidden to fly there. So we're not going? All of our star charts and maps have been classified or incomplete, Caspar says, flicking his fingers across the nav screen and pulling up star chart after star chart. Until now. Now we just might have a chance to find that ship. But it's dangerous, Matthias continues, and looks over at me. We're pirates, right? Isn't everything dangerous? This is a different kind of dangerous. Matthias exchanges a glance with his brothers. One we'd never risk Zoe on, and one we shouldn't risk you on either. So, wait. There's a creeping sensation of fear moving over me. What am I supposed to do then? I gesture down the hall. And what about my new best friend? The Caranu can't stay on board. It's too dangerous, for it and for us. The last thing we need is some overgrown, expensive pet chewing through the sister's wiring. Should we put it back? Caspar asks. I gasp. You can't abandon it. You just killed the other crew. You're scuttling their ship. Yes, but this could be the job that makes us, Caspar continues, stabbing a finger at the star charts. We need to get on this. Sophie's got the thing under control, Adiron butts in. And it's still worth a lot of money to the right buyers. Be stupid to pass that up. Matthias holds up a hand. We're not passing up anything. There's a way to keep Sophie safe and offload the Caranu somewhere until we can organize a sale. How? Caspar asks, impatient. The oldest brother just grins. Remember who owes us a favor? Caspar's eyes widen. Adiron chuckles. Unrock? He's going to shit himself if we show up with a human and a Caranu. He owes us a favor, Matthias reminds them, a stubborn expression on his face. I don't care if he shits himself, as long as he keeps them safe while we check out the Slatros system. They're talking around me as if I don't count. I hug my arms to my chest, hating it. And hating that I almost agree with them. I don't count. I couldn't even kill the enemy earlier. But shouldn't I have a say in my own fate? Here I thought things would be different after joining the brothers' crew, but I feel like a thing, an object, just as much as I ever did. Me and poor Sleipnir both. Is this Unrock guy another pirate? Adiron snorts. He wishes. He's a junker and a mechanic, Matthias explains. Lives alone on an abandoned outpost. It's perfect. You'll be safe there until we come back. It's decided then, Caspar says quickly, and Adiron nods. I guess it is. The brothers go off in search of adventure, and I get to cat-sit at some stranger's house. Lucky me. 4. Sophie. In the 3 days it takes for the little sister to approach the Vogely asteroid belt, Sleipnir chews up all my bedding, my favorite chair, 3 control panels in my room, and nearly eats a hole through the door. The Caranu is apparently a bored chewer, and even metal or the strongest plas doesn't stand a chance. It just reinforces the fact that the Va Sithai brothers want Sleipnir off the ship for this next adventure. And where the big Caranu goes, I go too. I'm not happy about it, though. Sleipnir no longer tries to attack the others. He watches me for my reaction to the other males and adjusts accordingly. He's smart, Sleipnir, and utterly affectionate. I tell myself not to get too attached, because he's going to be sold off. He's just another thing to make money. I try not to let that eat at me too much. Adiron, Caspar, and Matthias are wrapped up in plans for this missing ship. They spend all day discussing star lanes to take, fuel, and poring over every inch of the star maps. Since I'm not going to be allowed to help out, I'm pretty much on my own. I make my food, clean up after Sleipnir, and reread the old copy of Outlander on the ship for the 7th time in a row. Even though I'm still on the ship, I feel isolated, and it sucks. When the Vogely belt appears on every screen, Caspar and Adiron both take to the controls, skating us through the floating minefield of massive asteroids. I stare out the ship's windows in wonder, marveling at the sheer number and size of the rocks that float past. I've never seen anything like it. It's also a little terrifying, as crater-covered asteroids the size of stadiums drift close enough to the sister to make me sweat. It's a great place to hide, Matthias admits as we look out the window together. Only the most danger-loving flyboys would head out here. There's no stations anywhere near this system, no big star lanes. All is quiet on this end of the galaxy. He puts a hand on my shoulder. You'll be safe out here. From behind me, there's a low, warning growl. Matthias immediately steps away and removes his hand. Sleipnir wedges himself between us, his tail flicking angrily as he glares in the Corsair's direction. How long will you guys be gone? I ask, putting a calming hand on Sleipnir's big head. I keep a smile on my face because if I seem happy, the Caranu calms down. Sure enough, the big creature sits on his haunches, leans forward, and promptly begins to maul the control panel below the window. Not sure. A week? 3 weeks? A few months? Just depends on how easy it is to find the wreckage. He gestures at Sleipnir as the cat's teeth grind down on the metal. Can you... Come on, boy, I tell the Caranu and pry his jaws off the panel. Let's go find a nice discarded pipe for you to chew on. I'm trying not to be upset over Matthias's words, but months? I'm going to live on an asteroid with a stranger for months? I don't know the man. I don't know what kind of alien he is. It seems impolite to ask. Or if he's nice, or if there's some place for me to sleep. Worst of all, this guy doesn't even know I'm coming. He might not be happy. I turn and look at Matthias. This Unrock guy, he's a friend of yours, right? Matthias's smile is wry. I'm not sure he has friends. Well, isn't that great? A short time later, Sleipnir's gnawing on an arm-sized metal wrench in my quarters when Adiron gets over the comm. Destination in sight. I'm sending Jarok a coded message, letting him know it's us. I put down the bag I'm packing and rush back out to the bridge, curious and dreading to see the place I'm going to be spending the next few weeks. I stare out the windows as it comes into view. My new home is on an asteroid, all right. I'm not surprised at the sea of rusty and worn-down-looking metal buildings, but what I am surprised at is the sheer size of the thing. The asteroid Unrock's base is on is bigger than several city blocks, and the cluster of buildings look as if they cover all of it. There's a collapsed tower, a dirty-looking biodome of some kind, and lots of closely packed buildings, all crowded together on the gray, rocky surface of the asteroid, floating amidst all its brothers and sisters. A dead ship floats past, nothing but a hollowed-out hull, and then I see more dead ships floating in the distance. In fact, as we come closer, I see that the far end of the asteroid is covered in destroyed wrecks of ships of all sizes. Creepy. This is where he lives? I ask, surprised. It looks uninhabitable, Matthias comments. That's the point. It's an old abandoned base from the Threshian Wars. Jarok claimed it for himself and fixed up a corner of the base to live in so no one can bother him. As far as I know, no one comes by here, except the occasional scrapper with a ship to offload. Great. A hermit as well as a junker. Well, this just sounds better and better. I'm sure he's going to be thrilled to have me join him. Are you sure this is a good idea? Not entirely, but it's safer for you than bringing you with us. So he says. The little sister settles down in the landing bay. Here, it looks less scrap-laden than the rest of the asteroid, but there are still far too many loose cables and peeling metal sheets along the walls to make me feel safe. I don't know how a place like this is supposed to keep out the vacuum of space. It barely looks like it can hold itself together. As the airlock seals itself behind the sister, Adiron leaps up from his seat. Caspar extends the ramp with the touch of a button and then puts on his blaster belt, just in case. Matthias rolls his eyes. At my worried look, he shakes his head. He's a friend. A friend that lives alone on the edge of the universe, Caspar says dismissively, checking his gun's cartridge. It can turn anyone's mind to noodles. My throat goes dry as Adiron bounds down the ramp and a lone figure limps forward. Please don't leave me here. I want to turn and beg Matthias. Please take me with you. But they've made it clear that I don't belong, and I learned long ago that begging helps nothing. It just takes away your dignity. So I won't beg. I'll accept this, just like I do with everything else, and keep on surviving. What do you want? The man calls out as Adiron heads toward him. His voice sounds distinctly unfriendly, and his body language screams irritation. As he moves closer, it's hard for me to make out his features. The upper half of his face is covered by an electronic mask of some kind, the circular eye lenses whirling and flashing red as they focus on us. His head is swathed in dark fabric smeared with grease, and a pair of dented, dull metal horns stick out from the material. Judging from that, and the fact that Adiron looks to be about the same size as him, I'd say he's Misaka. The lower half of his face that's exposed, though, is grayish-black, and the clothes he wears are dark, filthy, and cover every inch of his body with layers. It's impossible to tell if he's old or young. There's no hiding the scowl on his face, though. Adiron ignores that scowl and wraps his arms around the man in a brutal bear hug. "Jarok, aren't you glad to see us?" "No. We need a favor," Matthias adds, bounding down the ramp. "No again," says the stranger called Jarok. "Get the Keth out of here, unless you've got some scrap to sell me."
5. Jarok. It's been a few weeks since anyone swung by with salvage. Weeks of utter quiet. Weeks of not hearing a single voice other than my own. Weeks of no ships in the hangar, no one breathing my air, no one on this old abandoned asteroid but me. It's been keffing bliss. Now, of course, all that bliss is ruined. Adiron Vasathai grins at me as if he's shown up with presents, ready to hug me as if that will somehow improve my mood. I shove him away, irritated, and look around for the junk they've surely hauled in my direction. That's why they've come out here, right? Where's your salvage? Dump it and leave. I told you, the oldest Vasathai brother says, the one with the stiff form and likely a stick up his ass. We need a favor. And I said, no. Show me your scrap, let's make a damn deal, and you can stop hogging all my recycled air. I crossed my arms over my chest, irked. Didn't even have the decency to calm ahead of time? Like you would have answered. Adiron scoffs, and then wraps his arms around me in a bear hug. It makes my defective cybernetic arm ache against the bone it's grafted to, and I clench my jaw. He doesn't know that he's shooting red-hot agony up my shoulder, so I just elbow him away. We were friends, a long time ago. Served together in the Threscian Wars. Adiron somehow thinks that makes us best buddies for life. I believe differently. I don't have buddies. I don't have friends. I like my solitude. Prefer it that way. It's safest, easiest. No matter how irritating the Vasathai are, though, the brothers do tend to bring in good scrap, and they don't show up often enough to make nuisances of themselves. So I peel myself free of Adiron's clinging grasp and decide not to kill him. Why are you here? Kinda out of the way for a favor, which means I'm not going to like it. I give them a polite smile. So my answer is no. Whatever it is, no. We haven't even asked, Caspar says, frowning at me as he storms down the ramp. I sigh as all three brothers enter the docking bay, flinging my hands up. Please, make yourselves comfortable. You know just how much I love hosting a party out here on a deserted asteroid. I let sarcasm bleed through my voice. We won't stay long, Matthias says, waddling forward in that stiff-hipped way of his. Definitely a stick up his keffing ass. Good. I was looking forward to more peace and quiet. My next regular client isn't scheduled to bring by a load of scrap until next week. Speak your business so I can repeat my answer, no, and get you out of here. Adiron just grins at me. You look like shit, my friend. What's with these rags? He grabs my sleeve and snorts with amusement when the plasfilm, worn clear through, tears a hole. Excuse me if there's not a lot of shopping on this end of the system, I retort. Did you come here to critique my fashion, or did you need something? Missed you too, my friend. Adiron says, ignoring my sour attitude. How's the arm? Hurts, like always. And the leg? Hurts, like always. Adiron grins at me. It's always like this with us. I rebuff him and let him know how completely irritated I am with him, and he ignores my scowls and acts as if we're soldered at the hip like two transistor chips. I only tolerate it because we serve together. It's not that I enjoy it. Matthias takes a deep breath. We're about to go on a very dangerous salvage run. And, they're speaking my language at least, and we're chasing down the buoyant star. I snort at that. Good luck. We have a map, Caspar says, his eyes glittering with the insane enthusiasm of one with a charmed life. He's never had his blaster shot out of his hand or a limb blown off, and it shows. If he had, he wouldn't look so keffing eager to meet danger head on. These brothers. Idiots. All three of them. So you have a map. Want me to clap for you? We have a map, but it's leading us to a dangerous end of the Slatra system, and we have some cargo we need you to keep watch over for us while we go. I rub my jaw. My goggles whir with the readings of the old base, letting me know temperatures and oxygen levels of all the different established living areas. It's a routine feed, white noise, but I like it. I like routine. After serving in the war, I crave routine and silence and solitude, unlike Adiron. So let me get this straight. You hauled ass through my asteroid belt just to come drop off some cargo while you go treasure hunting? I squint, an old habit, and it activates the magnification module in my cybernetic eye. Irritating, but it quickly flicks back to normal after giving me a too close-up view of Matthias's tunic. How illegal is this cargo? And what's my cut? Adiron laughs, clapping me on the back. Knew he'd say yes. I said no. I'm just curious. Even a solitary bastard like myself gets curious. Guns? Chemicals? Military equipment? When they look uneasy, a new thought occurs to me. An unpleasant one. Does it shit? They're silent. Keff me. It shits, doesn't it? That's why you can't have it with you. It's alive. I shoot an accusing look over at Adiron, who grimaces. You can go keff yourselves. I'm not watching any pet you have. It's not a pet, Matthias says, and if anything, the stick in his ass grows larger. It's a friend, and we want you to take good care of her. Her? I practically spit the word. Me? The voice is small, the language unusual, but my translator picks it up anyhow. I look over at the ramp at the creature standing there, slight and uncertain. It's a female, all right. It's an alien species I've never seen before, but one I've absolutely heard stories of. A human. She takes a few steps forward, and I'm struck at how utterly fragile she is. Her limbs are slender and pale, her eyes large and sad, her hair dark and falling around her face in soft tendrils that sweep her shoulders. She moves gracefully as she goes to stand near the Vasathai brothers, and next to them she looks small and lost and utterly alone. Of course she does. Humans are grabbed because they're good to look at and better to mate. Of course she tugs at the heartstrings. I ignore the shy smile she sends in my direction, hardening my heart to her delicate face. I shake my head. No. No humans.
6. Sophie. The situation is getting worse by the minute. I'm not sure what I expected when we landed. Part of me had hoped that their friend, the hermit, would be some old, wizened Yoda type with a heart of gold. That we could hang out, share stories, and get through the next few weeks, or months, easily enough. So much for that. I don't want to stay here with this guy. He gives me a dismissive look, obvious despite the goggles covering the top half of his face. Humans are trouble. I don't want one here. Adiron claps him on the back again, a movement that seems to irritate the guy even more. "This one's no trouble, trust me." "I'm not interested in hiding your sex toys for you," the junker says flatly. I gasp at the insult, though I should have expected it. In a lot of alien eyes, that's all I'll ever be. The junker glances over at me, then looks away again. "Watch your mouth," Caspar says. "Or what, you'll turn around and leave?" The junker waves his hands at us and walks away. "Go." Adiron shoots a desperate look in my direction. "Come on, Jarok," he says, tone cajoling as he chases after the rag-covered male. "Sophie won't be a problem, and you owe me a favor." "Keff off," Jarok says crankily. I watch them go, my stomach churning with distress. If the cranky, dirty-looking jerk is so against me, what's he going to do when he finds out I have a big attack cat with me? A very expensive one that also likes to take a shit in inconvenient locations. Because the Caranu is fastidious enough, but not even the little sister has a litter box big enough to handle him. "Can't I just come with you?" I ask Matthias. "I promise I won't be in the way." "If we fail, we're going to need the funds that the Caranu brings in," Matthias tells me. "He'll come around. He's always like this when we show up." "And we're not going to fail," Caspar adds, following after Adiron and Jarok. I swallow hard, crossing my arms over my chest and glancing around. Every inch of this place is covered in dust, broken metal parts, or both. The lights here in the bay flicker as if they're about to go out, and it's so shadowy that I suspect most of the lights are already out, and we're one unlucky break from total darkness. In outer space. With an asshole. Yeah, I really don't want to stay here. I think about Sleipnir dozing on my bed, and fight back the worry I feel. I don't want to abandon the Caranu either, and I worry that if I push too hard, they'll consent to let me go with them, but Sleipnir will have to stay behind. And that won't be possible because he hates men. Shit. Maybe I need to try and talk to this junker, this Jarok, myself, and see if I can reassure him I'll stay out of his way. Me and Sleipnir both. I follow the path Adiron took, noting the unwelcoming vibe of this place. The walls are sheer metal, some of it different shades as if it's been re-pieced together. The lights flicker here, too, and it reminds me a bit of a haunted, broken-down space station from a horror movie. This is absolutely not where I want to spend the next few months. The doorways and halls seem like a maze, but I hear voices distantly and follow the sounds. "She's nice," I hear Adiron protesting. "Soph isn't the type to give anyone any trouble. You'll like her." There's a pause. "Even if you don't, it's not for all that long." "I moved out here because I wanted quiet, Vasithai," the junker says in a harsh voice. "Not to be saddled with bored playthings. It may be no big deal to you, but it's a huge pain in the keffing ass cheeks to me." "You know we'll make it worth your while. And think of the salvage you'll get if we actually find the buoyant star." Adiron's tone is sly. "It'll be enough to keep you in luxury for decades." Yes, luxury. Clearly one of my top priorities. Jarok retorts sarcastically, and I picture him gesturing at his surroundings. "All right, then. It'll be enough for you to get new cybernetic limbs, ones that don't malfunction." I peek around the corner, just in time to hear Jarok give a reluctant grunt. They both look over as I arrive. Hi. I take a few steps forward, ignoring the unpleasant glare that Jarok is sending in my direction. I thought I'd introduce myself. Why? Do I look like I'm interested in human cunt? Spreading your legs isn't going to convince me one way or another. I recoil, shocked at his abrasiveness. Jesus Christ, I just came to say hello. Do you have to be such an asshole? How's being nice working out for you, human? He sneers. Guys! Adiron shoots us both looks. It's just for a little while, okay? You can hang out at separate ends of the station and never run into each other. I know it's a pain in the ass and inconvenient. He steps in front of me, as if to shield me from Jarok's scowl. But we need Sophie and our cargo safe. She's not whoring for anyone. She's not a slave. She's like our sister. Jarok grunts, picking up a wrench and turning to the wall. He tightens at rusty-looking bolts, and I suspect it's so he won't have to look at us. Where is that sister of yours, the one that never comes off the ship? She made it a friend, Centaur of the Jabberwock. You know him. They're calling it the Jabberwock now? When Adiron nods, Jarok continues. She was a good kid. You know she was human, right? That's why she never liked to show her face. Jarok turns and stares at Adiron, goggles whirling as if trying to focus on the big space pirate's face. You keffing with me? I'm not. Adiron puts a big hand on my shoulder. And Sophie is like a sister to me, too. That's why I wanted to bring her here. If we leave her with anyone else, they'll toss her back into chains again. You and I know how important freedom is. Jarok glares at him, and then at me, and goes back to tightening bolts on the walls. I get all the salvage, he grumps. All of it. All, Adiron agrees. And she stays on her end of the station. We don't have to run into each other. That won't be a problem, I say stiffly. The less I see of this jerk face, the better. Already I kind of hate his guts. Spreading my legs, indeed. Fine. The single syllable is utterly grudging. Get your work done and be quick about it. Great. You have my thanks, my friend, Adiron exclaims. Jarok just waves him off and returns to repairing the wall. That's it? But what about... Adiron pops a big hand over my mouth and shakes his head. Uh-oh. Something tells me Sleipnir's presence is going to be a big surprise, and I'm going to be the one dealing with the fallout.
7. Jarok. I get back to work in my junk lab while the brothers settle their human pet in the one room I have set up as guest quarters for those unfortunate times when I'm unlucky enough to have someone stay overnight. They're on the far end of the compound that I've reinforced and secured, so we won't run into each other too much. It'll be annoying to avoid half of my damn home, but I've lived through worse. I do have to admit, I'm intrigued by the wreck of the Buoyant Star. If they can find that and bring it to me, it'll be an interesting diversion for a long while. Lately, that's been worth far more to me than credits. I have enough to do just fine. But entertainment? That can be sorely lacking when you live on an asteroid alone in the middle of nowhere. Not that I would ever complain. I chose this life, and I have no regrets. I sink into my work, carefully pulling apart the wires from an old shipboard processor. This particular model is no longer in use, but the pieces themselves are worth quite a few credits to the right buyer. So I carefully dismantle the bits, sorting them by metal and make. There's a few transistor chips that can be placed into my broken-down bots and get them working again. A working bot brings a lot more in the market than a busted one, and I like tinkering with the bots. With a pair of tweezers, I carefully extract a chip, study it, and then place it into a safe compartment for testing later. A shadow falls over my workstation. I ignore it. Someone clears his throat behind me, trying to get my attention. "You're in my light," I say irritably, even though I can flick on the headlamp on my goggles just as easily. It's the principle of the thing. "We're about to go," Adiron says, shuffling to the side. The shadow disappears and I can see my tweezers again. "You got any requests? Take your female with you?" He laughs. "I meant in general. You need anything? Guns? Food? A personality overhaul?" I set down my tweezers and glance over at him. A rueful, reluctant smile tugs at my mouth. I can be a bit short, and Adiron truly has been a friend to me. I don't need a personality if I live by myself. Adiron grins, and I know my sourness is forgiven. We go back a ways, he and I, and we've seen some shit. He knows I am who I am, just as I know he's never going to change his affable, easygoing ways. I wish I could be like him, approaching the universe with a broad, eager smile. Instead, I'd rather the universe just left me the Kef alone. He approaches me and holds out a bag. "Some extra credits, just in case you need anything for Soph." I take the money and toss it down onto my cluttered workstation. "You'd better hope I don't need it." "Oh, I do." He smiles, and then it fades, quickly. With a thoughtful look, rare for Adiron, he holds out another bag. "This is for Sophie, if we don't come back. She's a good kid, but she's seen some shit. Just, if we don't come back in a few months, promise me you'll help her find someplace safe to land, not with someone that'll enslave her again." I grunt, taking the second bag and tossing it next to the first. "How do you know I won't just take her credits for myself?" "Because I know you." "Enslaved, huh?" I can't help but ask. Adiron nods. 6 years. Praxians. I grimace. Not my favorite species. I refuse to feel sympathy for the human, though. She's going to be one big nuisance. "You'd better come back," is all I say. "You know I hate having a guest. Sophie won't be a bother, I promise. Like I said, she's a good kid." He hesitates again, rubbing his jaw. "Also, I feel I have to say this, but don't touch her either. I know she's human, but it's her body." Does he really think that I'm that keffing hard up I'd just grab his human and shove my cock into her? I glare at him, irritated, and knock on my leg. It clanks, metallic sounding and hollow. I do the same to my arm and then my side. "Remember all this shit? Remember how many pieces the Threshians left me in? You think sex is ever on my mind?" He just grins, all dopey, easygoing buddy once more, and seeing him reminds me of our military days, when Adiron used to make the same expression right before we headed into battle. I'm surprised at how much pain his smile causes me. Thought I was over that shit. Guess I never will be. Like I said, I had to say it. I wouldn't leave her here with you if I didn't trust you. Adiron gestures back in the direction of the docking bay. "We're about to head out. Sophie knows. Just wanted to say thanks before we ship out." "You know I hate emotional shit," I manage gruffly, turning back to my workstation. "Just go on. I'll hide my tears for later." He laughs, slaps my back so hard I nearly drop my tweezers, and it sends a riot of pain up my cybernetic synapses. I grit my teeth and ignore the sharp shock of it because he didn't mean it, and get back to work. All gets quiet again. The little sister launches, shaking the hangar bay and a few parts off of my workstation. My junk lab is 2 rooms over, but the entire asteroid is a bit more rattly nowadays. Needs more work than I can do, but I'm just one person. Even if she falls down around my ears to nothing but one single room, I'll manage. I can live in one room. Just one small, tight room with nothing but the sour taste of recycled oxygen in every breath, and I push away from my workstation, hating the turn of my thoughts. I slap my cybernetic arm because it sends a torrent of shocks up through the circuits and a zing of pain along my nerve endings. Good. The pain helps distract me. I pace away, shoving aside a rusted hulk in my path, and head out. I need a carcinogel stick. Maybe 2. I keep trying to give them up, but some days a male just needs a good long puff of death on his breath to take away the taste of recycled oxygen. So I go to my quarters, pull out my 2-light pack of carcinogels, and head across the old station toward the terrarium. Once upon a time, back when I was a soldier, we couldn't smoke our carcinogels in our quarters. If we wanted to puff up, we had to go outside. It was a habit to grab your smokes and head on out, and the moment you passed through the doors, it smelled like old carcinogel sticks. There were always a few friends out there, and you could talk shit and smoke and unwind. I have fond memories of those days, and maybe out of respect of those long-gone friends, I still head outside when I need a smoke. The terrarium's about as close as I can get to outdoors here on the station. Once upon a time, when this was a military base, these quarters belonged to the females. Someone must have liked gardening and convinced the higher-ups that they needed a greenhouse of some kind, because the terrarium is one of the largest rooms on the station, and it's top to bottom covered with greenery. I've let it get overgrown, mostly because I don't care, but sometimes I like looking at it. Air feels fresher out here. Cleaner. I flick the end of my carcinogel, igniting the self-lighting mechanism, and it flares up. I take a deep puff, inhaling the awful fumes, and watch the greenery around me idly. There's no one to talk to, of course. All's silent. But it's a comfortable, familiar act, and it calms my rattling nerves. I hate that my brain's misfiring after one keffing visitor. It's because it's a change, and I hate change. I like routine. My gaze falls on something ahead on the overgrown path. It looks like, well, I'm not entirely sure. Curious, I suck down another drag onto my carcinogel and tuck the other into my pocket, making my way over to the dark lump on the overgrown cobblestones. As I do, a smell hits me, and I realize what it is. Keffing hells! Did a Duran's human take a keffing shit in my terrarium?
8. Sophie. Even though I would love nothing more than to hide out in my room for, the next 8 to 10 weeks or so, there's a few problems with that. There's no food dispenser. There's also no bathroom. What kind of a monster makes private quarters and doesn't give someone a damn bathroom of their own? I'm a little irked at the thoughtlessness of it, along with the betrayed feeling I can't quite shake at being left behind to care for a very expensive cat. Lizard. Whatever. As if he knows I'm thinking shitty thoughts about him, Sleipnir butts his head against my hand, making that crackly noise in the back of his throat that means he wants attention. Absently, I pet his head as he drapes his big body over my crossed legs, and I scratch at his smooth, sleek skin and consider my surroundings. At first, I thought my room was a decent size, and was kind of happy about that. The bed is 2 smaller ones pushed together, and the plast blankets that cover it don't seem to be the freshest, but they're clean. There's no pillow. That doesn't surprise me after years of alien life, but I can make one. The good news is that there's plenty of room for Sleipnir to cuddle up next to me, which he loves to do, and won't knock me off the bed like he did back on the little sister. But as the minutes tick past, I start to wonder, why do I have such a large bed? I can't help but notice that my room isn't really a bedroom either. It's not private. There's a large motion sensor sliding door that leads to the hallway that works, but only just. It groans like a dying thing whenever I try to activate it, and tiny plumes of smoke waft up from the tracks. I get the impression it's not meant to be used, and so I leave it alone. There's another door that leads down a dark hallway filled with clutter. Storage, I imagine. There's no comfortable sitting in this room either. No tables or chairs. No cushions on the hard metal floor. No nothing to make it a place to relax. A home. There's nothing on the patchwork-paneled walls but rust, and any sort of entertainment unit is long dead. In short, There's absolutely nothing to do but sit on the bed and stare at the walls, and not pee or eat. Not much of a guest, am I, Sleipnir? I scratch underneath the Karanu's chin. Still, I've had worse. I think about the last owner I had and my bed before I came to live on the Little Sister. My owner was a Praxian, a warlike cat species that believes in guests and family all piling into the same bed. I had to sleep with my elderly owner and his wife, and since I was a slave, that meant he fucked me in front of his wife and guests on the regular. So I guess I can't complain about a quiet bed parked in the middle of an unprivate room. I just worry that the size of the bed and the lack of privacy means that I'll be on my back and servicing again. I don't want to. God, I don't want to. But if it's only me and that filthy rag-covered alien here on this asteroid, what can I do? I like to think that I'll fight, but honestly, the fight was beaten out of me long ago. More likely, I'll just endure it, suck up my feelings, maybe have a good cry, and then keep on surviving as best I can. With those unpleasant thoughts drifting through my head, I lie down and begin to read my tattered copy of Outlander once again. I read a few chapters as Sleipnir snuggles against me, all warm heat and supple cat body, and then I doze. When I wake up, my book's on the floor, Sleipnir is missing, and I have to pee something fierce. I glance around, feeling lonely and isolated, and go to find a bathroom. Even aliens have to use the toilet, so there has to be one of some kind. I wander down unfamiliar-looking halls, crowded with broken junk and old containers, afraid to touch anything. Even the doors don't exactly look like any sort of bathroom door I know of, and I worry I could open the wrong sort of thing and tumble into a broken airlock. I cross my arms tightly and decide to go looking for Sleipnir, or my host, whichever I find first. There's a low sound of clanging, of metal on metal, and I follow it down the junk-strewn hall, pushing aside low-hanging tubes that dangle from the ceiling. Up ahead, there's a large room filled with more junk, but there's also a good-sized table and a light. In front of the light, the goggle-wearing alien hammers at a metal sheet, making an ungodly amount of noise. I take a few steps inside the room and wave awkwardly. He looks up at me, his lip curls, and then he goes back to work, hammering. Clang, clang. Okay. I move a few steps closer, shouting to be heard over the metallic racket. Can I talk to you about the bathroom situation? He drops his tools as if in disgust, putting his hands on his hips. Oh, so now you want to talk about it? Yes? I'm a little startled at his viciousness. Why is he being such a prick? Some people hate humans for no reason, but surely the brothers wouldn't leave me here if that's the case. The male alien just shakes his head, picking up his hammer and putting aside the sheet of metal. You've got some keffing nerve, that's all I'll say. Don't they teach you humans manners back where you're from? I bristle. Okay, it seems I was wrong, and this guy is just an unrepentant asshole. I could say the same about you. Why are you being so nasty to me? Me nasty? He snorts. That's rich. Jesus Christ, who peed in this guy's cereal? Listen, jerk. Jarok, he snaps. What? My name is Jarok, not Jerk. Clearly, there's a miscommunication here. Jerk fits him a hell of a lot more, though. I didn't come out here to pick a fight, I say stiffly. I just need to know where the facilities are, since I'm going to be living here for the next few weeks. When he doesn't move, I intensify my glare. Would you rather I just pee in a damn corner? He looks up, jaw hardening. Maybe he's realizing this isn't a conversation he's going to win. He knows he has to show me the bathroom, right? He takes a menacing step toward me, and I cringe backward, anticipating a slap or a shove of some kind. But he only moves right past me and down a second hall, which has a door with vaguely familiar markings on it. He slams the damn thing open and gestures at it. I expect you to use the keffing thing. Why else would I ask where the bathroom was? And stay out of my way, he adds, gesturing at the larger room with his equipment in it. Touch nothing in here. In fact, don't touch anything outside of your room. Not even the bathroom? I ask, unable to resist lobbing back a sarcastic bolt. You know what I mean, human. He stomps over to his workbench and turns his back to me. Not for the first time today. I wonder if it's too late for Adiron, Matthias, and Caspar to turn around and come get me.
9. Jarok. I come from a long line of junkers. The Unrock family has always been station trash. I know some people are bothered by narrow, metallic halls and the scent of recycled air, but it's comforting to me. I prefer it. I definitely prefer it to people. I like the bland industrial smell of my station. I like the smells of grease and char, of old exhaust, and even the fake smell of old plas and even older carcinogens. My station smells familiar. Or at least it did until today. Because when I go into the laboratory, it smells like soap. The counters have been scrubbed free of old dust and water stains, and the mirrors freshly washed. In fact, as I look around, the entire room practically keffing sparkles. It smells fresh and clean, and I hate it, because I know who did this. It's like she's keffing with my head, shitting on the floor and then cleaning the bathroom so thoroughly you can eat off the floor. I'm sure it's all a game to force me to confront her, but I'm not going to play along. Her scent is all over the station, though. It's light and feminine, almost floral in its sweetness, and there are traces of it up and down the halls, and it seems everywhere I turn she's in my nose. It bothers me. This is why I hate visitors, because even when they're not in the room with me, they're still present in some way. It's maddening, and it affects my ability to concentrate. I do my best to ignore all of it, turning back to scrapping one of the latest sling drives I've acquired. If I focus enough, I can get most of it done before I collapse into bed. Hopefully the dreams won't come if I exhaust myself. Most nights they don't, but sometimes, when my brain won't quiet, they creep up on me. Tonight feels like one of those nights, so I grab a second sling drive and thump it down on the table next to the first. I'll stay busy until my eyes won't remain open. I'm up to my elbows in delicate wiring when there's a knock on the wall. It's in the direction of the doorway, and when I look over, teeth gritted, the human stands there. "What?" I growl. "Twice today? Doesn't she have things she can do?" She clears her throat delicately and takes a step forward. "I was looking for the food dispensers, and I can't seem to find one anywhere. If you can tell me where they're located, I'll get out of your way." My stomach growls, reminding me that I haven't eaten anything today myself. "There's no dispensers." Her mobile little brows go up. "What do you mean there's no dispensers?" "Too much maintenance," I say. "The parts break down too much. Eat a protein bar." I pull my hands free from the wiring and notice that my arm is twinging, a sure sign that my body's about had it for the day. "I'd eat a protein bar, if I had one," the human female says in a sharp voice. "But no one left me anything to eat or drink. Don't you have supplies?" I do, but I mostly eat them raw, straight from the container. With a heavy sigh, I wipe my greasy hands off on a rag and push away from my table. I shoot a glare at her for interrupting me as I get up and walk slowly over to the boxes of supplies that I never bother to put away. I pull off the lid, pick up a bag of dry noodles, and hold it out to her. She moves to my side, smelling like flowers again, her soft-looking hair drifting around her face in tendrils. I hate that part of me wants to bury my face into her mane and just breathe deep. Hate that. It means I'm just as stupidly susceptible to a human as any other male out there in the universe. The female, I forgot her name, looks at the nondescript bag and wrinkles her nose. She looks up at me. What am I supposed to do with this? Cook it? I eat the noodles hard and plain, mostly because I don't care. Cook it? On what? She gestures around me. Maybe I'm being a perverse, keffing ass, but I'm enjoying this a bit too much. I move over to my welding station, flick it on, and then gesture at the open flame. There you go, princess, since I have to do everything for you. She gives me a scalding glare and marches over to the flame, bag of noodles in hand. Where's a cooking pot? Utensils? I shrug. Her jaw works back and forth, and she looks as if she's about to start spitting venom. Again, I'll repeat myself. What am I supposed to do with this? You don't even have the basics. I gesture at the room. You are completely surrounded by junk. Get creative, improvise. Figure it out or shut the F up. A moment later, the bag of dry noodles smacks into my goggles. It jostles several of the smaller components against my face and scratches at my skin. Stunned, I pull the goggles off and rub my nose, where I'm now bleeding just a bit. What was that for? For being an unmitigated ass. She lifts her chin defiantly and crosses her arms. You're a terrible host. Where's a comlink? I want to call Enduran and tell the crew to come get me. It's obvious I can't stay here. I rub the blood off my nose bridge. There's no working comlink. This is supposed to be an abandoned station. Not gonna seem very abandoned if we're constantly sending out comm signals all over the universe, is it? I don't tell her that I have a private communicator in my quarters for emergencies. This doesn't qualify as an emergency in the slightest. A tantrum, yes. Emergency, no. So I'm trapped here? I spread my hands, my cybernetic one creaking as I do. I'm just as thrilled about it as you are. The human female gives me the most ferocious little scowl, marching right up to my face and glowering at me. She stabs a finger close to my face, angry. You! Her expression changes, and she goes silent. Me, I goad. Come on, spit it out. I what? She lowers her finger and plants a brilliant smile on her face. It's startling. She seemed interesting-looking enough when she arrived here, all big dark eyes and slender, delicate form. But when she smiles, her face transforms and she lights up like the sun, and it steals my breath away. This human is beautiful. Annoying, but beautiful. That's going to make being around her even more difficult. Her smile radiates, and she tilts her head at me. You need to be nice to me. Her voice is oddly sweet, her tone completely different than before. I do, huh? I'm not fascinated by her smile. I'm not. Why is that? Because Sleipnir decides if he needs to attack based on whether or not I like a person. She tilts her head, still giving me that fascinating smile. I'm suddenly hyper-aware of her scent and how soft her skin looks. How she has these intriguing breasts that are far more prominent than anything I've seen on other females. How small and delicate her features are. I'm so busy staring at these things that it takes a moment for her words to sink in. Sleipnir? The Caranu, who's right behind you, she says in a sweet, sweet voice. I hear the menacing growl a split second later.
10. Sophie. Sleipnir has the worst timing. Of course he'd show up in the middle of an argument with Jarok the Jerk and start growling. The cat's protectiveness is on full display as the scales along his spine suddenly flare, turning into spikes, and his ears flatten. His lips curl back, and the jagged teeth look twice as menacing as he prowls forward toward me. I'm not scared of him, but I also can't let him kill Jarok. So I keep smiling, even though it's practically painful, and I try to remember the tactics I used to get Sleipnir used to the Vasithai brothers. I take a few steps forward, keeping my tone friendly and sweet. The Caranu is very protective of me, I coo at the startled junker. So I have to talk like this so he doesn't eat you. Jarok remains completely still. After a long moment, he breaks into a smile too and grits out a pleasant-sounding, "When were you going to keffing tell me that you brought a keffing pet into my keffing home?" Sleipnir keeps on growling as he pads forward, so I close the distance between myself and Jarok and put my hand on his shoulder in a friendly way and then pat his chest. I keep smiling and even manage to force out a reasonably cheery-sounding laugh. "What? You mean you thought I arrived here by myself? You thought I was that much trouble that I'd get dumped on you instead of going with them to the Slatraw system?" "I did think it was a little odd," he agrees in a pleasant voice, still beaming at me in that too fake way. It's distracting being this close to him. He's an asshole, and he smells like layers of grease and sweat. But without the oversized, clunky goggles, I can see his face, and he's normal-looking. Maybe even handsome. He's also a hell of a lot younger than I expected. All that dirt and the rags he wears make him seem an indeterminate age. His hair is covered, and his horns are tarnished, so I thought he was older. And the lower half of his jaw is smudged a dark shade of sooty gray from working on whatever the hell he's doing all day long. But with the goggles gone, I can see bright blue skin, a proud armored nose and brow, and an intelligent, sharp gaze. I would say that he had attractive eyes, because his lashes are long and thick, but one eye is completely cybernetic. The pupil a strange metallic gray instead of black, and it makes his gaze slightly jarring. He smiles again, and it's just a hint more menacing as he leans toward me. "No one told me there'd be a Caranu." I pat his chest. "No one told me I'd have to make my own food. I guess we were both lied to about this situation." He grunts. Sleipnir goes still and hisses. I watch as Jarok tenses. He looks at me, waiting. "Call off your pet." He's probably hungry. I can't resist smirking at him. "Maybe you look edible." To my surprise, the tops of his cheeks flush, the rest of it hidden by dirt. Oh, God, I hope he doesn't think I'm flirting with him. Immediately I back away, and Sleipnir tenses, ready to spring. As damage control, I make kissy noises to the Caranu and drop to my knees. "Come here, good baby. Your new friend, Jarok the Jerk, is going to make us dinner. Isn't that right, Jarok?" I keep my voice sugary sweet, and the Caranu pads over to me, his spiked scales flattening. He rubs his big head against my jaw and then licks my cheek with raspy strokes of his tongue. I guess I can't say no. Jarok moves slowly toward the open flame and turns it up a little. He grabs a metal box and sets it over the fire, watching as the top becomes red hot. As it does, he digs around in a cluster of metal containers, finds something that looks like a pot, and drops it with a hard thump onto the makeshift burner's surface. He turns and looks at me, giving me the tightest, pissiest smile I've ever seen. I fight back a laugh of my own, because it's clear he's not thrilled with the situation. I suddenly feel powerful. A little bit more in control of my situation. With Sleipnir at my side, Jarok can't run roughshod over me and be an unmitigated prick. He has to be somewhat nice. He has to feed us. And he can't force himself on me. That last thought brightens my day. I rub Sleipnir's ears and scratch his jaw happily as Jarok fills the pan with water from a hidden spigot and tosses noodles in to boil. His movements are that of someone who's very resentful of having to do so, but I don't care. He knows this place and I don't. Eventually, I can make my own meals, but it won't kill him to do a little cooking. With a long-handled spoon that looks like it was made out of welded parts, he stirs the pot. The scent of askari noodles, the tart, extra salty dish that's a big favorite among the Masaka, fills the air. Sleipnir eats meat, I point out. Do you have any freeze-dried stock or protein cubes? He'll eat that if he has to, but it won't keep him full. Jarok shoots me an irritated look. I'm not going to feed that beast. Sleipnir growls, lips curling back again. It's okay, I say sweetly, rubbing the Karanu's ears. The alien male purses his lips, glaring at me, and goes to the containers in the back of the room. He makes a lot of noise, digging through crates and pushing aside junk. And then he pulls out a large, metal-edged container stamped with some sort of writing I can't read. He glares at me, then puts on a big fake smile to make up for it, clearly pandering to my protective cat. He can eat my emergency supplies, Jarok says in a fake, charming voice. Though I'm going to run out of food faster than I anticipated if I have to feed both of you. Suck it up, I say sweetly. When were you planning on telling me? He asks just as sweetly. Probably right after you stopped biting my head off for breathing your air. I stroke Sleipnir's heavy brows as he settles down on his haunches. I could swear that Jarok's mouth quirks, as if he's fighting back amusement. Air's a precious commodity on a station. I want to say that there's plenty of air to go around, but what do I know? Maybe there isn't. Is it going to be a problem that we're here? Oh, it's already a problem. He continues in that saccharine voice. I'm going to keffing murder Adiron for springing this on me, though it does answer a few things. Answer things? I echo, curious. Not important. He runs his fingers along the edge of the crate, and I notice he wears a glove on one hand, but not the other. Something metallic creaks and groans, and I could almost swear it's Jarok himself as he pries open the lid, and then a puff of air escapes the container. He picks through the packages, then pulls one out and tosses it to me as Sleipnir tenses at my side. Here, he can eat this. I study the tightly wrapped hunk that feels a lot like a football. What is it? Meat stock, a rump of some kind. Got it from a buddy that lives on a farm planet. He sent me a few crates because he complained that I eat nothing but station trash food. His smile becomes tight, wintry. That rump's supposed to feed a family of 4 for a week, but I'm guessing it'll feed that thing for about an hour. He is not wrong. Sleipnir eats a lot, and he has to be hungry after the long day we've had. I run my fingers over the wrapping. How do I open this? Jarok lets out a heavy sigh. Must I do everything? When Sleipnir growls, he lets out a second sigh and then smiles brightly again. It feels so fake, I can practically cut the tension in the room. No wonder Sleipnir's so touchy. I get to my feet, keeping my movements easy, and walk over to Jarok. You're making him nervous, I say, in my most charming voice. Let's not make the massive fanged animal nervous, all right? Now, show me how to unwrap this. He does without another word of protest and reveals a dark-looking, tight, unpleasant-seeming raisin of a roast. As I watch, he adds a spoonful of water from the spout. Immediately, the rump expands, becoming juicy and increasing in size until it practically covers the table. Sleipnir approaches, his nostrils working, and when he puts his head up on the table, I reach out to push him back. Jarok stops me, grabbing my hand in his. Startled at his touch, I look over at him as he puts another fake smile on his face. "Don't come between a predator and his meal," he murmurs, voiced soft and pleasant. Sleipnir won't do anything to me. I want to speak, to point this out. But the words have died in my throat. I feel so strange. Part of me wants to rip my hand out of his grip, and part of me wants to linger, to wallow in the feeling of a gentle touch. It's been so long. His thumb lightly skates over my knuckles, and then he lets me go, turning back to the noodles. "Come and eat so you can get out of my space." Flustered, I step away, watching as Sleipnir drags the massive roast back out of the room to go eat somewhere in private. He's leaving a bloody trail, but I guess I can clean that up later. "You smell," I say absently, rubbing my hand. "What?" "You stink." I look over at Jarok. "Don't touch me again. You're filthy." With the world's saltiest, polite smile, he slaps a steaming pile of noodles into a bowl and holds it out to me. "Your meal, princess." I really dislike this guy.
11. Jarok. This is a keffing mess. I'd wondered at why the Vasathai brothers had insisted on leaving their small, delicate human with me. I'd wondered why they were quick to leave my station, too, when they've lingered for meals and shared drinks in the past. It all makes sense now. They didn't want to confess about the Caranu. And now I'm stuck with it and the human until they return. I think about it, and the scrappy little human who lifted her chin and snapped at me. She should be grateful that I let her stay here. She should be grateful that I fed her. That I don't just make a vid call to one of my Corsair contacts and have them take her off my hands. Instead, I keep thinking about the way she lashed out at me with her tongue, fearless in her anger. I think about the way that it changed so quickly and how her tone went from biting to sweet. How she moved closer to me and put her hand on my chest. My cock stirs at the memory. My eyes sting and feel dry, and I take my goggles off for the second time this day to rub them. As I do, I notice the grease smears on my skin, and I wonder what she thinks of my appearance. She probably finds me disgusting. If she could see my pathetic cybernetic parts under the layers of clothing I wear, her expression would likely change to pity. I hate pity. Just thinking about her irritates me. She's ruined my calm, and I suspect it won't be back until she leaves with that animal. In a way, I suppose I'm glad that it's here, that it's not the human taking massive, smelly shits in my terrarium. It's the Caranu. That's the only good thing about this situation, because that expensive creature is going to mow through my food supplies. No wonder Adiran was quick to offer more credits to pay for the female's board. He knew what he was getting me into. I fantasize about choking him. Just a little. Just enough to get that dopey grin off his ever-smiling face. Funny how we both served together in the Threshian Wars, and he rolled out of the conflicts completely unscathed, whereas I'm a mess. The universe is unfair that way. Adiran walked out of a year in the trenches with a smile. I walked out with one arm, one leg, and half my innards missing, and a head full of noise. I need a carcinogel. I grab one from my dwindling stash and head for the terrarium, absently thinking about how I'm going to get extra food for that damned Caranu. One of my regulars brings me supplies at a pretty stiff markup, but he's not due to come by for at least another month, and that thing's going to eat everything in about a week. I do have some parts I need to drop off at a nearby station, but I was hoping that I'd be able to find someone to pay enough, and was reasonably trustworthy enough, that I could avoid leaving my home entirely. It's starting to look more and more like that won't be the case. To my surprise, my distracted steps have brought me to the human's quarters instead of the terrarium. Her door is open, and I can't resist moving into the entryway and looking in. The human's quarters are neat and tidy, her things put away as if she has always lived here. On the bed, the female is curled up against the massive body of the Caranu, her eyes closed. The creature opens one and watches me but doesn't move. "Go away," she murmurs in a sleepy voice. I almost do as she says, and then I remember that this is my home. She's the guest. So I remain in the doorway, clutching my carcinogel and pondering her form under the blankets. Her head rests on the Caranu's flanks, and she looks peaceful and content. I envy her that. "I said go away," she repeats, her voice light even as she strokes the Caranu's scales. "I know you're still there. I can smell you." I lift one of the layered rags I wear and sniff it. Maybe it's a little ripe, but surely it's not that bad. Then again, does it matter? "I'm just making the rounds," I tell her defensively. "Don't flatter yourself." "I don't give out freebies," she says in that same sleepy voice. Freebies? Does she mean... I jerk backward, stung that she would come to that conclusion. Does she think I'm going to rut on her the moment the Vasathai brothers turn their backs? Even I am not that crass a fiend. "I wasn't asking," I say defensively. "Good. Fine then," I retort. "You still smell," she jabs back, tugging the blankets higher around her neck. Her tone is prickly now, and the Caranu tenses. She immediately makes a soft clicking noise in her throat and pets him until he calms down. "Now you've made Sleipnir mad. Go away already, I'm trying to sleep." "I'm going," I say one last time, irritated. I walk away, heading toward the terrarium this time. As I do, I sniff my clothes again. I don't care what I look like. I came out here because I knew I wasn't the same male that left Kess Minor Station. I got tired of people seeing the war we'd lost when they looked at me. Living alone, I just pull on random clothing articles I find. An extra sleeve to protect my good arm, or an old length of flimsy plascloth wrapped around my neck to work as a scarf. What I look like doesn't matter. No one that's coming out here is coming because I'm such good company. But for some reason, it bothers me that she thinks I smell. I sniff my tunic again as I quickly puff my carcinogel stick. The moment I stub it out, I head for the lavatory. I pull off my work goggles and look at my face in the mirror. There's a line of grime across my nose and cheeks from the parts of my face that are exposed as I work, and the top half of my face looks as if it belongs to someone else. I hate the way my mismatched eyes look, and the scarring around the socket. The human probably finds me hideous. I look down at the sink and notice I'm leaving dirty smears all over the metal. I guess I could use a wash. Irritated, I peel off layers and kick them aside, not looking in the mirror again. I don't want to see where the metal of my cybernetic arm joins with my flesh. I don't want a reminder of how abnormal it looks, how cheap the replacement is. I already know it's poorly made every time it makes the rest of my body ache. It's just another reminder that I'll always be station trash, and I don't need to see it. I peel my glove off last, because I don't like seeing the raw components, the metal gears and fake tendons where my real hand once was. The shower feels good, though. I keep the water at lukewarm, mostly because I know if I spike it too hot, it sends feedback through my fake limbs, and I don't want to feel that not quite right response. I scrub at my filthy hair and equally filthy face, and as I do, I think about the human. I don't even know her name. I'm sure they told me, but I'm also sure I wasn't listening. It's probably something soft-sounding, something sweet and gentle, like her. I've never been around a human before, but I've heard all kinds of things through the rumor mill, and all of them are filthy. I think of the human's haunting, delicate face and sad eyes, and her fascinating mouth. It's a shade between pink and brown that I've never seen before, and it shouldn't transfix me as much as it does. I think about that mouth and how she sniped at me for not feeding her. I think about her sharp words, so strange coming from one as soft as her, and then how her voice turned achingly sweet as her pet approached. She'd touched my chest, moved close to me, and looked up at me with dark eyes that snapped fire even though her tone was nothing but honey. With a groan, I grabbed my cock. It's been a long keffing time since I've stroked myself, and I use my good hand to grip my cock carefully, avoiding the piercings, and work my shaft. I squeeze and stroke roughly, and it doesn't take long for me to come, my seed splattering on the tile as I gasp out my release. I think of her face the entire time and wonder how it would look with my spend sprinkled over that pink-brown mouth and probably equally pink-brown tongue. The breath hisses from my throat as I squeeze out another spurt of semen, working the head of my cock, and then I'm spent. Now that I'm done, I feel ashamed. I jerked off to a human that clearly thinks I'm revolting and wants nothing to do with me. I can't blame her. No one wants a half-metal curmudgeon whose head is filled with war nonsense. I finish washing with brisk, almost brutal motions and head back to my quarters, naked. My clothing is too filthy to put back on, so I'll dig something new out. And then I'll get back to work because my head's too full of nonsense and I know my dreams won't be pleasant.
12. Sophie. I wake up to the sound of moaning and bolt upright in bed. Clutching the thin blankets to my chest, I look around, my skin prickling. Is this place haunted? I mean, sure, it's creepy and abandoned, and some of the lights flicker, but it's in space. When I think of space, I don't think of ghosts. To me, this asteroid is more like an abandoned, broken-down station or a junkyard. But then the moan rises again, echoing off the metal walls. I look over at Sleipnir. The Caranu watches me with big, glowing eyes. Either he doesn't believe in ghosts either, or it's all in my head. Worried, I look around my room and start to lie down again. The moment I do, I hear another pained groan, and Sleipnir's ears twitch. Okay, that no longer sounds like a ghost. It sounds like my asshole host Jarok the jerk. But why is he moaning in the middle of the night? I look around my room. It's hard to tell time frames in space, but I have the lighting in the room set to establish a 24-hour day. That means that the lights gradually come on at around 7 in the morning and get gradually dark after 10 at night. The fact that it's still pitch black in here tells me that it's night. So, what gives? I get to my feet and pull on a heavier tunic over my sleep shirt, one of Adiron's old ones that I cut down the front to act as a robe. With a touch, I turn the lights on, and they flicker and stutter before brightening, which doesn't help my already creeped-out mood. I pad down the chilly hall, comforted by the fact that Sleipnir's at my heels. He's not panicking, so I don't either. As I turn a corner, the moan rips through the halls again. Jesus, it sounds like the man's being tortured. Worried, I head toward the last room that I saw Jarok in. His work area is empty, the lights still on, and some of the equipment still humming with energy. I look for switches and flick them off as I move through the room, waiting for another moan to lead me in his direction. Sure enough, he moans again, louder this time, and I could swear I hear words. No, no. A nightmare, then. I turn in the direction of the noise and notice a door panel I hadn't seen before. Come on, Sleipnir, I whisper. I tiptoe down the new hall, trying not to notice that it's dark and cluttered. At the far end, there's a room with an open door, probably broken, just like everything else on this station. And in the gloom, I can just barely make out a figure lying on a bed. Jarok. As I step into his room, I notice it's much, much smaller than my own, and that it's clean of the incessant junk that seems to cover every other inch of the station. The bed seems to be the only important thing in here, other than what look like a few weapons neatly arranged on the walls. In the middle of the narrow bed, I see a blue shoulder, and his entire body seems to be shaking. As I take a step forward, he thrashes onto his back, and I get a glimpse of his mechanical arm as he flings it out and nearly knocks me to the ground. Sleipnir begins to growl. I put a hand over his mouth. "Shh, boy." I can't take my eyes off Jarok. He looks completely different than he did earlier. Gone are the layers of rags and filth. He's naked from the waist up, tattooed over varying parts of his chest, as if emphasizing the native plating that all Misaka have. His skin is a smooth blue, and his face is definitely a lot more youthful than I thought, now that it's clean. He's handsome, too. The scarring around his eye, and the mismatched oddness, isn't noticeable right now, and he's pretty enough to do adverts. Well, not entirely. His features are a little thinner than most broad Misaka faces, but he's got beautiful cheekbones and a gorgeous mouth that looks absolutely unfair on a man. His neck is thick and strong and leads down to a heavily tattooed collarbone. There's a lot of scar tissue built up on one shoulder, and it leads to the cybernetic arm that looks not great. They're not supposed to be rusty, are they? Or have exposed wiring? But Jarok's has both. And when he thrashes again, it makes a whirring noise, like I can hear the mechanical parts working. How odd. "No," he groans again. 1, 2, 3. Counting? Weird. 7, 8, he pants, and I can see sweat pouring from his face as it contorts in what looks like pain. Even though I don't like the guy, I also don't like seeing someone in pain. I sink down next to the bed, mindful of his flailing arms, and gently touch his hip. "Jarok, you're having a nightmare." He rolls over and immediately grabs my arm with his cybernetic one, his eyes flaring awake. A hoarse shout rips from his throat. I gasp, startled. Sleipnir roars and leaps into action. The next thing I know, the Caranu has his mouth latched onto Jarok's metal arm, and he shakes his head furiously, as if trying to separate it from his body. Jarok lets me go with a grunt of pain, rolling back onto the bed. Sleipnir falls onto him, all muscle and teeth. "No," I cry, putting my arms around Sleipnir's neck. "Don't, kitty. He's just having a bad dream." Jarok gives me a wild-eyed look as I try to pull the cat off, but he says nothing. He doesn't even fight. He just stares at me as if seeing a ghost, his arm in my pet's mouth, and lets the Caranu maul him. "Sleipnir," I say sharply, and reach into the fanged mouth to pry his teeth off of Jarok's arm. "No, bad boy." The Caranu finally lets go and gives me a wounded look, slinking away a few feet. He immediately moves behind my legs as if he wants to protect me, even if I don't want protecting. "I'm sorry, Jarok. You were having a bad dream, and I thought I'd wake you up." "It's nothing," he says flatly. "Are you okay? Did he hurt you?" I said, "It's nothing." The look he gives me brooks no argument. "Are you done now? Or do I need to expect another attack from your pet while I sleep? It's a hell of a way to wake a male up." I straighten, closing my robe as I do. Why the fuck is he lashing out at me? "You woke me up with your nightmare. Excuse me for being worried." He sits up on the bed, his hand moving over his mechanical arm, touching wiring, and then lifting a panel that sizzles when he does. His mouth, which I thought was beautiful just a short time ago, is a thin line of displeasure. I wince, thinking of how Sleipnir shook him back and forth, trying to rip his arm off. I guess it's a good thing that it was a mechanical arm instead of a real one, but that can't be pleasant. Are you okay? Jarok shoots me a glare. Do I look okay? Your pet tried to chew my arm off, and now I have to fix it. Just stay the Kef away from me in the future, all right? I suppose that's what I get for trying to be a decent human being. He's not wrong about Sleipnir, but does he have to be such an ass about it? Fuck you too, I say, and turn to leave. Come on, Sleipnir. I pat my leg and leave the room, and the Caranu follows me. When I head back to my bedroom, I spend about 15 to 20 minutes trying to shove the door to the hallway closed. It doesn't want to work, which just irritates me, because I'd love nothing more than to just shut myself away from that dick face. I give up and crawl back into bed, and the Caranu is all loving cuddles, pushing his big head against my hand for petting. I rub his scales, listening to the sound of Jarok in his workroom. I can practically hear him grumbling, and it just makes my mood as bad as his. I really hope this trip the little sister is on isn't a long one. 13. Sophie. For the next few days, I hang out in my room. Okay, I hide out in my room. Hide, not hang. It's just that things are so tense between me and Jarok that I don't want to face him. I know he doesn't want me here. He's made that painfully obvious. And thanks to the fact that I freaked out, Sleipnir mauled his arm. Even if it's cybernetic, I can't imagine that felt good. The Caranu is just following his instincts and protecting me from threats. I can't be mad at that. Heck, I wish I had Sleipnir at my side years ago when I was first tossed to the wolves. Having a big attack cat lizard at my side makes me feel safe, even if it does piss off my host. And really, there's nothing to do on this shitty station, no one to talk to, and nothing to see. There's no comm links, no vids, no nothing. In a way, it makes sense. You can't have a bunch of signals going out into space if you're trying to hide out. On the other hand, it makes for a very long, very boring day. So I read Outlander. I snuggle with Sleipnir and pet him for hours as I savor every page, murmuring the words aloud as I read so I can really feel them, so I can make the story last longer. I leave my room only to use the bathroom or grab a bag of dry noodles and some water. Jarok doesn't want to see me either. Each morning, I've found a slab of meat laid out on some scrap metal for Sleipnir to eat, and the message is very clear. Keep your animal away from me. Sleipnir eats the food and then spends hours on end chewing on the metal while I snack on dry noodles. If I squint really, really hard, it's almost like potato chips. Almost. I finish Outlander for the umpteenth time on day 2 and go to start it again. By day 3, with nothing else to do, my eyes are crossing, and I need a change of pace. I'm bored, so bored. I roll over onto my back and stare up at the ceiling for a while, trying to imagine ways to entertain myself. Maybe cards? Dominoes? I don't know how to play dominoes, though. The aliens like a game called Sticks, which is all about the placement of hand-sized tossed sticks, but I've never been able to figure that one out. Shit. I'd kill for a crossword, or even some knitting needles right now. Something, anything. Right about now, I'd read medical brochures just because they'd be different. I've read Outlander far too many times in the last few months. As I consider my small list of options, Sleipnir gets to his feet, stretches cat-like, and then pads out of the room. I watch the Caranu go, and then sit up. He leaves a few times a day, and I have to admit I haven't followed him. Now, though, I'm curious where he's going. I'm sure it's just a bathroom run, but I also wonder where he's doing his business. Part of me hopes it's in Jarok's bed because fuck that guy. I trail a fair distance behind the Caribou as he moves through the silent halls. I don't want him to notice I'm following and stop, so I keep my steps slow and silent. He heads down a few halls I've never ventured into. This entire station is like a maze of shelled-out spaceships and junk, and I guess I'm afraid of touching something I shouldn't. Or I'm just afraid, full stop. I always feel so unsettled out here in space, so unsafe. I just want to feel secure and like I have a home again. Distracted by my melancholy thoughts, I almost miss the sudden turn that Sleipnir takes and then disappears through a doorway. I quickly jog to catch up to him and then gasp at the sight in front of me. The new hall is shorter, clear of clutter, and leads out to an open area that's verdant with leaves and plant life. A greenhouse, or a biodome. Whatever it is, it's an enormous room built to house plant life. That much is obvious. I wander inside, utterly entranced. The ceiling is higher here than it is in the rest of the station, and it reminds me of the old gymnasiums back when I was in high school with the super tall ceilings. The greenery goes all the way to that tippy-top ceiling. Some of the stalks of greenery so big they take my breath away. There are beds filled with rich dirt in neat rows, and it's clear that this was once a garden or had some sort of organization to it. Each bed has mesh netting to help tendrils climb and grow tall, but they got too heavy long ago, and now everything just sags with the weight of the fruit and leaves hanging from the thick clusters of vines. The beds are completely overrun with plants, roots squeezed and packed in tightly, and sometimes crawling over the lip of the bed as if desperate to find any place to land. The scent here is fresh and clean, like a garden back home, and my eyes prick with memories. My mother had a garden, just the easy stuff, she'd claimed, tomatoes and squash and peppers, but she'd loved tending to it, and it had been a joy I shared with her. We'd spend time every afternoon when school was done, making the rounds, exclaiming over a new bud or a tomato that suddenly turned red overnight. I'm hit with a wave of intense homesickness. I've fought thinking about home for long, long years. It does no good to cry over what I'll never see again, people that have long forgotten me. But smelling this overgrown greenhouse makes me remember, and it makes me sad. Oh, for Kef's sake, I hear a short distance away. Sniffing, I wipe at my eyes and follow the sound of the voice. He's not as close as I thought, and I have to push my way through the tangle of vines to find him. Ducking my head, I turn a corner and see another entryway, and Jarok lounging against the door jamb. He's got something that looks a bit like a bluish-gray cigar hanging out of his mouth, a faint smell of cloves in the air. His arms are crossed over his chest, and he looks utterly disgusted as Sleipnir squats by a group of plants and takes a dump. Jarok looks up as I approach and gestures at the Caribou. I can't get away from you two anywhere. I didn't realize this area was off limits, I say in a shaky voice, swiping at my eyes again. Do you want me to leave? He doesn't answer right away. Instead, he just stares at me for a long moment as I move to stand next to him. I hug my arms to my chest and look around at the plants. No flowers. Huh. This must have been someone's functional garden. It makes sense, but it also makes me sad. I'd love to see a big, cheery blossom right about now. I can still feel Jarok staring at me, so I give him an uneasy look. What? His mouth works, and he pulls the cigar thing out of his mouth and stubs it on the wall. Are you? He rubs his mouth. Are you crying? I made you cry? I give a little huff. Don't flatter yourself. Some of the tension eases in his shoulders, and he looks oddly relieved. What's wrong then? There's an oddly gentle tone to his voice that seems new. Don't tell me that sight moved you to tears. He gestures at Sleipnir, who's busy trying to rake leaves over his business. I let out a little snort giggle. No, I just didn't expect to see this. I reach up and touch a plate-sized leaf, feeling the waxy surface. My mother had a garden, and it made me sad. Just as long as it's not me. What a curious thing to say. He cares if he makes me sad? After being so brutally mean to me? I arch a brow at him, but he's deliberately looking anywhere but at me. 14. Sophie. Sleipnir paces warily around my legs, but doesn't attack. He watches Jarok the Jerk closely, his big cat-like body tense, as if he's ready to spring for the alien's throat at any minute. It reminds me that I need to keep my tone sweet, my comments neutral. After all, if Sleipnir kills Jarok, I won't cry over his death. But I also don't want to put myself into a situation where I end up starving because I can't figure out how to work the equipment here on this broken-down station. So, for now, I need him. He's also being polite, which is throwing me for a loop. Well, not entirely polite. Jarok polite, which means he's being caustic, but not terrible. He also seems to be a little distressed at my tears, which tells me he has a heart somewhere under there. My old Praxian owner used to growl at me if I cried, because it made my face puffy, and he found that unattractive. I'm also bored as hell, and if Jarok's not snapping at me, it might be nice to have a conversation. I run my fingers along one of the huge leaves near my head, still utterly fascinated that this place exists in the midst of what feels like an interstellar junkyard. What is this place? Terrarium, he says, studying the unlit cigar thing in his hands before putting it into his pocket. Yes, but why is it so overgrown? I glance over at him. His mouth, arguably the prettiest feature he has, twists into a sarcastic expression. Because when they replaced my thumbs, I forgot to ask for a green one. I resist the urge to snap at him because Sleipnir's tail is thrashing. I turn back to the leaves, and the next one I touch feels fuzzy, soft, like lamb's ear. I lift it to my cheek and rub it against my skin, enjoying the sensation. You don't have to be so unpleasant, jerk. I keep my voice sweet, even if it sounds fake to my ears. Jarok shoots a look over at Sleipnir and rubs his arm. Don't I? This will go a lot better if we're friends, you know. Sleipnir doesn't eat my friends. He grunts and leans back against the door jamb again, still rubbing his arm. It's the one that Sleipnir mauled, and I feel a twinge of guilt. Does it hurt him? He deserves it, of course, but I'm not cruel or hard-hearted enough that I like the thought of any creature in pain. I sniff the leaf, and it smells a bit lemony. I can already tell I'm going to be spending a lot of time here in the terrarium in the future. All these plants. Maybe I can clean this place up a bit, figure out how to make them bloom, something. Even the best of books wears thin on you after repeated readings, and I'm there with Outlander. I move to the next plant, and the small tendrils and stalks remind me of cucumber plants back on Earth. I wonder if there's an equivalent here in space. Your pet shits everywhere, Jarok says in a quiet voice. I thought it was you. I found it here in the terrarium and thought you'd made a mess on the floors. My lips twitch and I turn to look at him. Me? His face is a little flushed, his shoulders hunched as if he's uneasy, or shy. Didn't know it was here, he mumbles. and I've never been around humans before." "Is that an apology, Jarok the Jerk?" I ask lightly. His jaw flexes. "No." "I think it is. Apology accepted." And I laugh when he shoots me a hot look. Oh man, Sleipnir being around gives me control, and I have to admit, I love it. If it makes you feel any better, I'll clean up after him. I imagine he can help with the fertilizer here in the terrarium, and the floors could use a good washing anyhow. There's pretty tile work under my feet, but it's covered with grime and dead leaves. "Do whatever you like." Jarok shrugs. "Just don't cry." That's like asking you not to be unpleasant. I deliberately work on my tone, being airy and carefree as I move toward him. Now that he's clean, I can't stop staring at him. Jarok looks very different now. He's not wearing the goggles that cover half his face, and it's easier to make out his expressions. His nose is narrow and a little long, but still larger than any human nose I've ever seen. His eyes are jarring to look at. One normal, and one so very obviously cybernetic. But I'm getting used to that. Gone are the heavy layers of filthy rags, and today he's wearing an old station jumper of some kind, the type Caspar puts on when he's doing mechanical work. It doesn't fit him quite right. The arms are a little tight, and the cuffs too short. But it emphasizes how powerful his form is. In a way, he reminds me of Adiron in physicality. Big and imposing, but also not too terrifying. He's wearing a glove on one hand, though, and keeps touching his false arm. I can't help but notice that the material over his thigh fits tighter on one leg than the other, and I wonder how much of him has been replaced. I want to ask what happened, but it seems impolite, and we're being decent to each other. I'm not going to mess that up just yet. I study his face and notice that he's got dark circles under his eyes. I wonder if he has nightmares every night. "So, what's with the counting?" Jarok stiffens. "Counting?" Something tells me he knows exactly what I mean. "When I woke you up from your nightmare, you're welcome, by the way." He snorts, but it's not in a cruel sort of way, so I continue. "You were counting in your sleep. It seemed important." He's silent for a long moment, and then pulls his cigar thing out again, scraping a nail across the tip. It flares to life, and he puts the stick between his lips and gazes out at nothing in particular, avoiding eye contact. I'm just about to give up on getting an answer when he says, "They didn't have time to put us through a bunch of rigorous training for the war. No time for mental strengthening classes. So they told us that if we got captured by the enemy and tortured for information, to count. Just count. They said it'd help us keep from breaking." His jaw flexes. Bunch of keffing liars. My mouth goes dry. Torture? The look he gives me is hard. I don't want to talk about it. I get that. If someone sidled up to me and started asking about my time on Praxi Minor, I wouldn't want to talk about it either. Sometimes it's best to let the past die. Not everyone gets that. He grunts, glancing over at me. "You ever go to war?" I shake my head. No war, but I know something about going through hell. Sleipnir pads away, losing interest in our conversation. And I guess that's my cue to go too. I don't want to talk about war, or my past, or anything uncomfortable. Not with a stranger, not with anyone. I guess I'll go read my book again. Thanks for the conversation. It was a nice change of pace. I give him a faint smile and walk away. He clears his throat before I get too far. "Noodles tonight." I turn. Is that an order or an invitation? Jarok's mouth twists in that self-effacing, almost angry way, like he can't decide if he's being wry or if he's pissed at himself. Neither. I'm just letting you know I'm making noodles tonight. Come eat some if you want. Or don't. I don't care. I think that sounds like an invitation. I smile over at him, and his expression changes when I do. His gaze goes to my mouth, and the cigar in his mouth bobs. Just as quick, he looks away again. Don't get too flattered. I don't want to be friends. We have to discuss a game plan. Something tells me that the friends jab is a lot of bluster. God knows we aren't friends. We're barely civil. Does he think I'm going to declare never-ending love over a bowl of grudgingly prepared noodles? Please. Game plan? Yeah, your pet's eating all my food. We're going to have to go on a supply run, unless you want to eat him. I'm not eating Sleipnir. Then that settles it, doesn't it?
15. Jarok. Even though I have an endless list of tasks I have to complete before I leave my asteroid on a supply run, I keep thinking about the female. I think about her sad eyes and the way she rubbed the leaves against her cheek. I think about the time our hands touched. I think about jerking my cock to her again. I think about that a lot. I tell myself she's an irritating distraction. I tell myself that she doesn't matter, but when I work up a sweat and smear grease all over the front of my clothes, I find myself heading to the shower to wash up, just because she looks at me different now. I tell myself I don't like it even as I carefully comb my too shaggy mane out and wonder if I should shave my head. As I leave the lavatory, the scent of cleaner touches my nose and I hear humming. A quick glance down the hall shows that she's wiping down panels and cleaning the floors, both of which have probably not seen a cleansing agent in the 8 years or so I've been living here. A little part of me is irritated that she thinks she should just sweep in and take over, cleaning everything she sees, but another part of me kind of likes the humming. So I don't tell her to stop. What do I care if she cleans a few dirty walls? I don't. It's not like she's staying. I clean off a table in my work area and set up 2 empty crates to work as seats. I tell myself it's because we're going to need to have a serious discussion, not because I want her to sit and eat with me. I like being alone just fine. I'm humoring her. I make a big pot of noodles and find a few capsules of tea from my last supply run. I heat more water for the tea and then wait for her to show up. After about 10 minutes of waiting, my mood sours. Wasn't she paying attention? Can't she smell the keffing food? Irked, I head down the hall toward her room, ignoring the twinges my cybernetic leg is sending. She's asleep in her bed, curled around her pet. I raise a fist to bang on the wall and wake her up, and the Karanu's ears go flat as he stares at me. Waiting. Something tells me if I startle her, I'll be pulling my arm out of his mouth again. I glare at the animal and shuffle back to my workstation. Keff it. She can come eat when she wakes up. It won't be my fault if it's cold. I get back to work, pulling out an old compositor and prying it apart. If I check on the noodles and keep them hot, it's just because I'm not ready to eat yet. Or so I lie to myself. I scrap the compositor and start on a dark matter converter, one of the more expensive pieces I've been holding on to for an emergency. I have a buyer at a nearby station, and I can sell this in a heartbeat, but I always hold a few things back, in case I need a quick influx of credits. Like now. A sleepy groan draws my attention. The female stands there in the doorway, rubbing her eyes. I'm so sorry. I think I fell asleep. You wanted to meet for dinner, right? I grunt and straighten, my limbs creaking. Food's just now ready, I lie. Come sit. I wipe my hands and gesture at the table I've prepared, and she thumps down into one of the seats. I can't help but notice that her small feet are bare, peeking out of the cuffs of her jumper, and they look odd, with all their tiny toes. Interesting, though. I make a mental note to look at her hands again to see if her multiple fingers look strange and disgusting. She yawns again, showing white, square teeth. Where's your pet? I ask. Her smile is slow and easy and makes me feel strange. Probably visiting the terrarium. Don't worry, I'll clean it up. I know. My tone's a little rougher than I intended, and I grab the bowls and dish out noodles, thumping a bowl in front of her. Eat. Thank you, she murmurs, and her voice is still sweet, despite the fact that her cranky pet is nowhere around. For some reason, that bothers me. I don't want her to be nice. It's easier for both of us if we can't stand the sight of one another. Then we'll be relieved to part ways. So I put her cup of tea down with a bit more force than I should, ignoring the way she jumps. I thump down onto my seat and glare at her. I'm mad at myself for this stupid setup. Why did I make a table so we could eat together? Why does it keffing matter? She's not staying. That's how I like it. I'm better off alone in the universe. No one has ever had my back, so why set myself up for pain? Better to be alone. I dig into my food, my mood sour. Eat quickly, I tell myself, so you can get up and leave. I shove noodles into my mouth with haste, barely using my serving sticks. My fingers work better. I slurp and chew and then glance over at her. The female's eyes are wide, her serving sticks poised over her bowl. She's watching me eat with a slightly horrified look on her face. She blinks. Twice. What? I bark, swiping my sleeve over my face. It comes away soaked and covered with bits of noodle. I feel like an idiot. I'm eating like a rabid beast, like some sort of fool that's never seen serving sticks before. Like I've been starved. And I push my bowl away, no longer hungry because I don't like that I'm turning back into that half-feral creature I was when I was freed from the war camp, the grimy, broken half-man who ate scraps on the ground because that was the only way to survive. She toys with her noodles, unaware of the torment in my mind. You wanted to talk about food supplies? Maybe I did earlier. Right now, I just want her to stop looking at me with distaste. Yeah, your pet's a problem. Unless you want to space him out the airlock, we're going to have to get supplies. Her jaw drops. Space him out the airlock? What else do you do with unwanted pests? He's not unwanted. Her eyes shimmer with unshed tears again, to my dismay. Someone stole him from his home. It's not his fault. He's just trying to survive. Her mouth trembles. It's certainly not his fault if he's not accustomed to station living. Blame those that stole him, not him. Now I feel worse. I've wounded her, and I hate that she makes me feel like this. Whatever. He's still a problem. Why are you such a jerk? Jarok, I snap. For the millionth time, human, it's Jarok. Sophie. What? She flings her serving sticks at me, the utensils thumping against my chest. If you're going to chastise me for saying your name wrong, which I didn't, I was insulting you, at least have the decency to learn my damn name. I rub at my new uniform, now covered with wet splashes of noodle broth. Let's just make a plan so we can end this conversation, all right? Fine. She crosses her arms under her teats, and I can't help but notice they're rather large and prominent. That's why humans get stolen, isn't it? Because they have large teats even without reproducing, and because their cunts are supposed to be tight and soft. And I squeeze my eyes shut, my cock responding at the thought. Keff me. Here's how it's going to go. 16. Jarok. The little human, Sophie, sits ramrod straight across the table from me, bristling with irritation. We've managed to get on each other's nerves again, but I'm not apologizing. She's the interloper. She's the one that's the problem, not me. We can do this one of two ways, I say, flicking a stray bit of noodle off my sleeve. We can send out a call for a Corsair cruiser to meet us somewhere and pay an obscene amount for their food supplies, or we can venture out to a station. I vote station. To my surprise, she pales. Her pink tongue darts out and she licks her lips. I would prefer pirates, I think. Her voice is trembling. Are they nice pirates? Like the Vasatai? I snort. What do you think the odds are of that? Her hand, Small and delicate, for all its many fingers, moves to the collar of her jumper and she clutches it tight at the throat, her shoulders shrinking. I can't go to a station. Sophie swallows hard. What about the little sister? Any word from them? I shake my head. Nothing. The Slotcher system is a pretty large system. It doesn't matter if they have a map. It still might take them a lot longer than anticipated before they find the wreckage. Longer still if they run into other pirates. We can't wait for them if we like eating. Her eyes are huge as she looks at me. Can I stay here? No. She thinks for a moment longer. I still vote pirates. You have guns? Her hand tightens on her clothing, and she looks extremely nervous and fragile. I'm not the best shot, but I can try. You do realize if we invite pirates here, they're just as likely to loot the entire place and leave us with no food anyhow? I offered it as a suggestion, but in my mind it's not an option. I don't want to invite anyone to my home that doesn't already know it's here. Half the time I don't want the few visitors I have anyhow. Yes, but I can't go to a station. She reaches across the table for my hand, her fingers skimming mine. Please don't make me go. My brain feels as if it's overloading. The hand she's reached out to touch is the gloved one, the artificial one, but I still feel as if I'm burning from that small contact. I don't pull away. Something about me wants to keep touching her. Why did she reach out to touch me? Touch my bad hand? The one I'm so ashamed of that I keep it covered at all times? I keep my voice reasonable, even though I feel like my mind is drowning in a sea of emotions I didn't realize I still had. I grew up on them. Stations. They're not bad. Sophie still looks terrified. But if we go, what happens if someone sees me with you? I'm a runaway slave. I can't go back to my old master. Please, Jarek. I'll cut my portions in half. I'll only eat once a day. I'll see if Sleipner can eat less. Sophie, I murmur, turning my hand over so I can awkwardly grasp her hand in mine. Fear of captors, of being caged again? That's something I understand very, very well. You will be in no danger. I won't let you come to harm. A tear trickles down her cheek, and she swipes at it with her other hand. How do you know that? I notice she doesn't pull her hand out of my grip, and that odd, warm sensation fills my gut again. I should let go of her hand. I don't need to touch her. I don't need to touch anyone. I should let go. I should. Instead, my fingers creak as I try to rub the back of her hand in a comforting manner. It'll be a short trip. We grab the supplies, load the ship, and come back here. It'll be less than a day. And you can't go without me? Her expression is pleading. I can. All the usual excuses pile into my mind. I don't trust her around my things. I don't trust her not to rob me blind. Someone might approach the station for a drop-off, and I don't want them to see her. There's a list of reasons a league long, but the main reason is that I just don't want to. I release her hand. No, we're going together. It's decided. She jerks to her feet, her expression miserable. Her warm hand leaves my grasp, and I feel a sense of loss. And then I'm angry at myself for even thinking that. If anything happens to me, the Vasithai brothers will kill you, she declares in a trembling voice. No, they won't, I bluff. I hate you. I don't care. I get to my feet, hating the whine of gears that accompanies the movement and the surge of pain. Your pet will stay here. We'll leave in the morning after I lock up the remaining food supplies and gather up my scrap for trading. Her jaw clenches. You're such a jerk. She turns on her foot and storms away. Jarok, I call after her, and then pull out a slab of meat to feed her caribou. Probably a good thing that animal wasn't around for this conversation, or he'd be eating my face instead of roast. I think about Sophie's fear and the way she trembled. I hate that I'm feeling guilty. This is why it's better to be alone. If she wasn't here, I wouldn't have any of these problems. If she wasn't here, my food would last for months until I could buy more off of visitors that passed through. Scowling to myself, I get up and limp over to my comm station, rubbing my leg. It needs a few worn-down components changed out, but there's no credits for that right now, so they'll just have to wait and ache for a while longer. I pull up a comm channel and send out a ping, looking for any signals on this end of the galaxy anyhow. just in case we can find a friendly ship and coax food from them instead. There's nothing, though. Even if we wanted to meet with a pirate, there's simply no one around. It has to be a station. Has to. She'll just have to get over it. I spend the next few hours cleaning up. Her pet slinks in at some point and grabs the roast and tray I've left out for it. Sophie is utterly silent, and there's not a single sound coming from her end of the hall. I tear apart a few more matter conductors, and when I can't stand it anymore, I go and check on her. The human is curled up in bed, asleep. The old-fashioned book she brought with her is still in hand, and the Caribou is on the floor, gnawing on what's left of the metal tray. He watches me as his teeth work over the metal, but doesn't move. I notice that even though Sophie's asleep, her shoulders shiver and her face is wet, her eyes puffy and red. I don't care, I tell myself. I don't.
17. Sophie. Disguises. Of course. The answer is simple, yet obvious. Of course we're going to wear disguises. I can't believe I didn't think of it when Jarok insisted that we go to the station. I'm all prepared to fight him the next morning, to stomp my feet and declare that I won't go, when he shoves a heavy, cowled robe into my arms, and a mask. When you turn this on, it'll disguise your features. It's illegal tech and extremely expensive, so try not to break it, all right? Illegal tech? I ask, curious. I put the mask to my face, and the plasfilm molds itself to my features. There's a small switch by my ear, and when I touch it, a pinkish film falls over my vision, a sign that whatever masking this is doing is actually working. Yeah, not everything I get here is on the up and up. Shocking, I know. His tone isn't as caustic as it normally is this morning. I'm going to do a last-minute check on the shuttle we'll be taking. Make sure your pet is fed, and then meet me at the docking bay. I put the cloak on, and notice the sleeves are long enough to hide my hands. I check my face in the mirror, and the face that looks back at me is Uli. It's shocking to see a frog-like face blink at me when I blink. The disguise looks real, as long as I keep my hood up and my hands hidden. I grab the huge tray of meat that's been prepared for Sleipnir and haul it to my quarters. The Caribou barely glances at my face, far more interested in his breakfast. I kiss his head a dozen times anyhow, because I've grown fond of him. He's the only thing really looking out for me on this end of the universe. You're the best boy, aren't you? I coo. I wish you could come with me. Sleipnir tears at the roast, the meat making a wet, ripping sound, and I remember what Jarok said about getting between a predator and his food. Right. I scratch behind Sleipnir's ears one last time, then head out toward the docking bay. Normally it's empty. Well, if you ignore all the trash and hold-out vehicles stacked along the walls. But there's a far too small shuttle parked near the hangar doors. It's no bigger than a compact car back on Earth, and that's a little alarming to see. Please tell me that's not our ride. It's not our ride, Jarok calls in a flat voice on the other side of the shuttle, his arms moving as he tightens something. His tone tells me otherwise. Are you lying? Yup. God damn it, I hate you. He snorts and moves from around the wing, picking up what looks like an extremely heavy crate. He lifts it with a grunt, and I can hear his replacement arm creak as he carries it toward the belly of the shuttle. I stare at his face, because he's wearing a robe almost identical to the one he gave me, but his features are still Misaka. They're just that of a stranger. Instead of his mismatched eyes, he looks at me with a level, black-eyed stare, and his nose is wider than it usually is, his mouth small and flat. He looks normal enough, I suppose, but I prefer his regular face. Just so you know, the moment we leave this place, I am Lankam Osrit, a junker who lives near Kadesh Station. You're my new Uli bride, who I just bought because she doesn't talk. He levels me a look. I want to bristle at how sexist that sounds. But given as I only speak English and a smattering of Praxian, it's a good call. I nod. Good. The less you speak, the less chance we have of anyone figuring out you're human. He grunts as he hefts the crate into the cargo area of the shuttle. Go ahead and get in. I lick my lips, studying the craft. Is it just me, or is this small? I'm a junker, not a house lord from Homeworld. Small's gonna have to do, princess. I bite back a scowl of irritation and touch the hatch plate, trying to figure out how to work the thing. Even though I've been gone from Earth for several years by now, no one ever let me operate equipment or tend to myself. My Praxian owner treated me like a dog that he just liked to fuck, and I shudder at the reminder. The Voss Sithai brothers were good to me in that respect. Ironic that I can force dock a pirate ship to another in space and can't open the door on this stupid thing. I don't know how to work this. I brace myself for Jarok's inevitable cranky response, but he simply comes to my side and grabs my hand, placing it on the panel and then tugging at the handle next to it. You have to do 2 different functions at the same time, he murmurs, so no one can activate the door open by accident. I'm a little unsettled at how quickly and easily he reached for me and how I allowed it. I should snap at him for daring to touch me, but now's not the time. Okay. Silent, remember? I stick my tongue out at him. He huffs, but he sounds a little amused, at least. Jarok releases my hand and moves back to the cargo belly of the shuttle. Give me a few, and I'll join you. I just need to secure our trading goods. I grab onto the doors and haul myself into the cockpit of the shuttle. God, this thing is teeny tiny. The interior reminds me of a tiny helicopter in that it's small and pod-like. There's no real seating like there would be back home, just a lengthwise bench we're apparently supposed to share. I'm a little appalled at how cramped the cockpit area is, but I guess the majority has to be for the cargo. Adjusting my robes around me, I straddle the back half of the narrow bench and look at the controls. There's a fair amount of them, but some of the symbols I recognize from my time on the Little Sister. That's the one for increasing speed, and that's the one to activate the sling drive that propels you at hyperspeed. Not that we'll need that in the midst of an asteroid field. Jarok joins me a moment later in a creak of cybernetic parts as he slides onto the bench in front of me. Trying to figure out how to escape? No, I don't know how to fly this thing. Maybe there's a hint of longing in my voice. He grunts, tapping a panel to turn it on. If I get bored enough, I can show you. Huh. I'd like that, I say softly. I want to learn how to take care of myself. I hate being beholden to everyone else. He secures the hatch, locking and cross-locking the door until we're sealed inside. The environmental controls come on in a rush of recycled air, and my ears pop. Hold on, Jarok says. This one has a bit of a rough acceleration. I put my hands around his waist, since there's not much else to hold on to, and brace myself. There's a loud warning beep as one set of airlock doors roll back, and we jerk forward, the small shuttle creeping along into the next bay. I tense as the doors shut behind us, and then a second round of beeping begins as the doors that will lead us out into space roll open. I hold my breath, terrified that this junky old shuttle isn't going to be sealed properly, and we're going to be sucked out into space. But then we surge forward, my head snapping backward. I dig my hands into Jarok's waist as we fling forward, and bite back a scream of alarm as he narrowly dodges an asteroid floating far too close. Relax, he murmurs. You're squeezing the kef out of my side. It's one of the few parts of me that's not metal, you know. Oh, sorry. I let go of him. I'll keep my hands to myself now. He grunts. You do that. I set my fingers on my knees, flexing them just a little with the memory of how firm he'd felt. 18. Sophie. It's a little disturbing how easily Jarok blends in at the station. Before we land, he's joking with the docking agents over the comm. When they come out to greet our little shuttle, he talks easily to them as he pulls out the crate of scrap and lets the authorities pick through it. They glance through the shuttle's windows at me, but Jarok waves them off. That's my new mate. Bought her a few months ago. Hooli, huh? The Misaka officer makes a face, shrugging his shoulders. Guess it's hard for someone like you to find a decent mate. Sounds like it being hard isn't a problem, his companion hoots. Jarok says nothing, but his disguised face breaks into a smile, as if he's in on the joke. Ugh. So, can I get a sled for my wares or not? You can't expect me to carry all this through the station. Not with those limbs, the officers joke. You picked them out of the garbage? If I did, would you be surprised? Jarok, sorry, Lancome Osreet, jokes back. I'm appalled, but because I'm supposed to be silent, I say nothing. I just kind of hate them all. They haggle over the price to rent a sled to carry Jarok's scrap, and the port charge is added on for a day's docking. When the prices are settled and the sled loaded, Jarok slips the men a few credits that they quickly pocket. The sled lifts up from the ground and settles in at a comfortable waist height in front of Jarok, almost like a shopping cart with no wheels. He glances over at me, expression impatient. Come on, female, we've got things to do. I fight back the urge to kick him because the station's port officers are watching us with amused expressions. I duck my head, hiding my hands in my sleeves as I scurry over to Jarok's side. As I do, I hear one of the officers make a noise of disgust in his throat. Keffing junkers, they'll stick their cocks into anything. Well, this is a good disguise at least. If everyone finds me repulsive, I'm safe. Strangely enough, I'm growing more offended for Jarok by the moment. First the cracks about his limbs, now his job. They're such assholes. And he says nothing, which makes me a little crazy. We head deeper into the station, down a crowded corridor. Jarok shoves people out of the way with his sled, and I practically plaster myself against his back to keep up. It's wall-to-wall people in the narrow tunnels, and the air feels humid and gross against my skin. There's a low murmur of constant voices, but I can occasionally hear the raw creak of Jarok's limbs over the noise. I can't help but notice that he's limping more than usual. Eventually, we get to a larger area, filled with booths and even more people. The scent of food is in the air, and it reminds me a bit of a rundown bazaar from back home. He heads unerringly through the crowd of booths and carts, heading for an oversized booth at the back of the shopping district. Jarok parks the cart in front of the shop. He glances around at the crates of neatly stacked parts and metal bits hanging from the top of the booth. Rothort here. Got a delivery. A small, hairless gray creature with big eyes makes a bird whistle sound at us and hops down from his seat where he was piecing together bits of metal. He races back into the back of the shop, and a moment later, the curtain parts, and an enormous, hulking figure that looks far too familiar ducks out of the back. My fingers dig into Jarok's belt, and it's the only thing that keeps me from falling over or running away screaming. Rothort is a Praxian. He's not any Praxian I know, of course. The ones I knew dressed in all kinds of glittery jewelry and loved sweeping robes. They covered themselves with decorative ornaments and probably would be caught dead before going to a trading bazaar. This guy has his mane completely shorn, except for a mohawk between his cat-like ears. He's wearing a grungy work jumper and an even grungier apron over his chest. But he's still a Praxian, and every nerve inside my body is screaming for me to run, 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 run. I try to step behind Jarok to hide my panic, but he puts a big arm around my shoulders and tucks me against his side as if I'm his little wifey. And, well, that helps, oddly enough. I feel a little more protected, and that feeling continues when the Praxian barely spares me a glance. He's far more interested in what Jarok's brought. "This better be a decent load," the Praxian grumbles. "Unlike that keffing ship slag you brought me last time." "If you don't like what I brought, I'll just take it somewhere else," Jarok retorts. "You're not the only game in town, Rothhort." The Praxian snorts. "Yes, I am." But he picks up a piece of something that looks just like more garbage to me and studies it. "I might be interested in buying this lot." He shoots a look over at Jarok. "Haven't seen you in a good year or so. What brings you crawling out this way, Lonkum?" "Got mated," Jarok says and pats my shoulder. "She eats more than I expected." "Charming." The Praxian puts the part back on the sled. "Name your price." I'm relieved when the conversation moves quickly off of me again. The two males haggle for a while. Jarok names a price, and then Rothhort replies with a price. Neither likes what the other is offering, and this goes on for quite a while. Sweat trickles down my face from the stagnant, too humid station air. I smell something cooking in the distance, but even though it's long past lunchtime, I'm not hungry. There's a sour knot in the pit of my stomach, and I just want to get away from this Praxian. Actually, I just want to get away from everyone. The small, gray alien assistant comes out with 2 cups of tea on a tray and offers them to me and Jarok. I'm just about to reach for one out of politeness when Jarok puts a hand up and his big body stiffens, joints creaking. "Did I say you could feed my mate?" The creature freezes and looks over at his master, who shrugs. "Just a cup of tea, Lonkum. Don't get your tail in a twist." "My mate will drink when I say she can drink," Jarok continues in a tight voice, and his tail starts lashing back and forth, whipping against my heavy cloak. "She's mine." Universe, save me from overprotective males and their mates. Rothhort throws up his hands. "Fine. Let's just agree on a price and get you out of my face." They haggle for a bit longer, but the mood has changed. It's no longer easy and like a game. Both Rothhort and Lonkum are tense, and I feel my skin prickling with alarm. I almost reached for the tea, and what if they had noticed my very non-ooly hands? Was that a trap to expose us, or just kindness? I don't know, and I feel like an idiot. When we leave Rothhort's booth with an empty sled and full pockets, I breathe a sigh of relief. Hopefully we can get out of here soon. But when Jarok immediately wheels the cart over to another booth, I stifle a groan. Right, we have to buy food. I bite back a whimper of frustration as someone brushes against me, and when Jarok growls at them and pulls me closer, I don't protest. I bury my face against his shoulder and let him shield me with his body as he haggles with the food merchant for pallets of cheap noodles and freeze-dried meat. The stink of this place, the nearness of everyone, it's getting to me. I can feel my body tingling with the onset of panic, my breathing raspy. I push my nose against his armpit, breathing in his slightly sweaty smell. For some reason, I like it. I like the strong scent of him, that normal scent of the body, the slightly spicy scent of Masaka. Even though this is Jarok, right now he's the only familiar thing I have to hold on to. He leans his head down toward me, his hand on the back of my hood. You all right? I have to be, don't I? But I nod, still clutching at his belt, unable to let go. If I do, I might burst into a full-on panic attack. Count, he murmurs into my ear. Count? Right, it's what he does to calm down. I swallow hard and begin to count under my breath, low enough that no one can hear me but him. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just then, the entire station gives a violent shiver, the floor lurching. The lights go out and everyone screams.
19. Jarok. The little human's doing her best to be brave, and I feel bad for her. She's been jumpy the entire time, but the moment Rothart came out, I thought she was going to break and run. Kef me, this was a bad call. I forgot that her owner, the one she ran away from, was a Praxian. And Rothart looks rough, but he's a decent sort for a Praxian. Gives me fair prices and doesn't ask questions. Doesn't rib me about the fact that my new mate is Uli. He just does business. Even so, I find myself being more and more protective of her as she slides closer and closer, as if she wants to crawl under my skin. In a strange way, I like it. I hate that she's scared, of course. I'd much rather her spit fire at me like she does when she has her pet at her side. But the hands that cling to me are nice. How long has it been since anyone reached for me? I'm sure I'm a bastard for enjoying it, but I like that I can pull her against my side and she reaches for me, that I can comfort her. The food vendor here, who deals exclusively in rations he steals from other ships, has a good deal of noodles, so I start haggling with him. I ignore his smirks as my Uli mate clings to me. Let him think I'm grabbing dregs for companionship. They all think Lankamos Rit is turfless space trash anyhow. They don't know me. I use a fake guise every time I get off station. Let them think what they want. That person is discarded the moment I'm home. Sophie makes a soft whimpering noise and buries her face against my shoulder, and I've just about got her comforted when the entire station lurches and the lights flicker. A cry goes up from the crowd, and a warning tone rings throughout the station. I'm familiar with what it means, but Sophie looks up at me, her eyes terrified even through the masking device. It's a solar storm, I tell her. No one's in danger. She swallows hard and nods. I don't tell her that this puts a bit of a kink in our plans, that we can't exactly go back to my asteroid outpost with the storm going. Our small shuttle won't be able to handle it, but she doesn't need to know that yet. I turn back to haggling the price with the vendor, gesturing at the station. My price has to go down now if you want to offload these crates of food on me. I've got to get a room for overnight. Bah, the Sist throws his hands up. Sleep in the halls like the other drifters. I would have before, but I won't do that to Sophie. I shake my head and hold out most of my newly acquired credits. Not with my mate with me. That ugly beast? You poor fool. You should save your credits and get yourself something you can stand to look at. As my gloved hand reaches out, he hears the creak and smirks. Looks like you cheap out everywhere, my friend. Looks like, I say flatly. Those are all the credits you'll be getting from my cheap ass. Do you want to trade or not? It takes a few more rounds of haggling, but once he sees my rundown cybernetic parts, the battle's as good as won. He knows I don't have the credits to toss around, and I end up getting enough meat and noodles for about 6 weeks at a decent price. I load up the sled while Sophie clings to me, and the entire station shivers with the onset of the storm. All around us, you can tell who's used to station living and who's not. Those that have been through this before, like myself, ignore the howling wind and the way that everything around us shakes. Those that haven't look utterly terrified, and the occasional shrill cry goes up from the market, only to be quickly silenced by an embarrassed friend. We return to the ship and load it with the food supplies, and I have to grease the palms of the dock officers, explaining that now I have to stay until the storm passes. They take another chunk of credits for watching my ship, and then I lead Sophie back into the halls of the station. Her fingers dig into my side, and she leans close. Why aren't we leaving? The station gives a low, metallic groan again, and I pull her close, steering her down a different hall. We can't go anywhere with that storm outside. It'll finish rushing through eventually, but for now, we're getting a room. I expect her to protest, but she just nods and moves closer to me. Without the sled to tug around, it's easy to tuck her against my side and walk with her clinging to me, and I feel like a keffing king, which is stupid. They don't know that the female clinging to me is a gorgeous human with big dark eyes and the most fascinating pink-brown mouth, or teats that jiggle just a little when she laughs. Not that she ever laughs for me, but sometimes she laughs for the Caranu. I fight back a surge of vicious joy that the creature's not going to be with us tonight. He'd have chewed my arm off already simply for touching her. We head into the belly of the station, where the cantinas are located, and tinny music pipes through the walls, nearly muffled by the sounds of the storm buffeting at the station's hull. It's getting crowded in this area, and I can't help but notice that the cheapest of hotels has a line out the door of people waiting to buy a bed for the night, thanks to the storm. Sophie in her disguise can't share a room with a half-dozen strangers, though, so I head toward the more expensive of establishments. It'll hit me harder in the credits, but I promised I'd keep Sophie safe, and I will. There's no haggling for the room. With the storm blaring in our ears, I have to pay the highest price, and the bony Sithri behind the counter slides me the key chip with a smirk. I ignore that and take the elevator to our floor. I can't help but notice that even now, with no one else around, Sophie still holds tightly to me, as if she's afraid to let go. I should tell her to take a step back. I should. I just don't. Instead, I pretend that I really am Lancome Osrit, with his delicate, beautiful mate at his side. Lancome never saw war. Lancome lost his limbs in a station maintenance accident. Lancome sleeps well at night, better with his mate curled against his chest. Lancome might not have many credits, but he's happy. When the elevator gets to our floor, my gut is burning with jealousy over Lancome's life, even though it's all make-believe. A fresh round of solar winds muffles the normal station noise as I lead Sophie to the end of the hall and then open the door to our room. It quiets down as we step inside. I shut the door behind her. It's safe to take your cloak off if you like. We'll be staying here until the storm passes, and then we'll head back to my asteroid. Sophie lowers the hood and pulls the mask off, rubbing her face. When her human features come into view, it's like I've forgotten how attractive she is. Her delicate face is flushed, and her skin shiny with sweat, her hair sticking to her head as she looks around. She drapes the cape on a hook on the wall and then lifts her hair off her neck to cool it, and I'm fascinated at the slender column of throat revealed. "Jarok," she says in a low voice, "there's only one bed." I glance over at the square bed in the center of the room. Of course there's only one bed. We're supposed to be mated. She turns to me, dark brows furrowed. Did you plan this? So you could get into bed with me? 20. Jarok. Did I plan this? Is she serious? Did I deliberately plan to get us stranded at the station so I could end up in the same bed as her? Doesn't she know that she's been my guest for the last while? If I wanted to push her into my bed by force, I could have done so any number of times. I could have threatened not to feed her or to cut off the oxygen to her end of the station. I could have threatened to shoot her pet. I could have locked the damn thing in the terrarium and forced myself on her. There's so many different ways I could have taken advantage of the situation and never did because that's not who I am. The Vasithai brothers wouldn't have left her with me if they thought I was that kind of male. Her accusation stings. I scowl at her. Did I plan this? Why, yes, actually. I gesture at the shaking walls, sarcasm dripping from my voice. I brought in a solar storm so I could waste a ton of credits sleeping on the floor in a strange room because I really like to give my cybernetic limbs a good keffing over every now and then. She flinches at my words, crossing her arms over her chest and hunching as if I've struck her. Instead of feeling better that I've made her feel stupid, I feel worse, and that pisses me off even more. Sorry, Sophie mumbles. I just saw the bed and panicked. She stares at the floor. Bad memories from my last owner. I grunt acceptance of her apology. At least she acknowledged her accusation was silly. I cross the room, trying not to think about how much my limbs ache or how much staticky feedback they're sending through my raw nerve endings. It's been a long day, and it's just going to get even longer. Still, I hate that all the life has gone out of her. I didn't want to destroy her with my words. I prefer it when she attacks back. I don't know what to do or say when she gets all wounded. I sigh and grab one of the blankets folded at the foot of the bed. Praxian, right? When she nods silently, I think about all the things I've heard about Praxians. How their family honor is tied to everything. How their entire culture is based on war and noble houses. How dismissive they are of other races. And other things. So, they really sleep together? All of them? Even guests? All of them, she says. I really don't want to talk about it. I guess not. I can't imagine sleeping with an entire family of Praxians. And guests, I silently add on. Add in the fact that she was a slave, and I can only imagine what a nightmare nights were for her. Well, like I said, I'm going to sleep on the floor. You can have the bed. And this wasn't planned because if it was, I'd have picked a station with better bedding. I toss the blanket down and inwardly grimace at how thin it is on the hard tile flooring. I'm going to feel like real shit in the morning. I'll worry about that then. One day at a time, like always. Sophie swallows so loudly I can hear it in the room. Won't that be hard on your limbs? It's all hard on my limbs, I admit. I pull a stool out from the rickety table near the wall because my knee is screaming pain at me. I thump down onto it a little heavier than I wanted and let out a hiss when it sends a shockwave of feedback up my spine. I need to do some maintenance, and that's going to be tricky with a skittish human sharing quarters with me. Might as well get it out in the open, though. Give her time to get used to the idea. Okay with you if I take my shirt off? Why? Her tone is wary. Because my prosthetics are acting up, and unless I want to be twisted into a knot in the morning, I'm going to have to loosen things up and get some maintenance in. She might not want to watch. It's not a pretty sight. I put bluster in my voice so she'll get the idea. What's left of me is strong, sure, but it's also mangled and scarred and unpleasant, just like me. I've seen you without a shirt on, remember? When I woke you up. My gut feels tight. Sick. I hadn't realized she was looking. Well, a warning's a warning all the same. I turn my back to her and contemplate leaving my jumper on, just to deal with whatever challenges my body gives me in the morning. I touch my cybernetic arm and the synthetic skin over it shivers painfully. One of the circuits feels hot, too. I can't leave this, or I won't be in any sort of position to get us out of here when this storm clears. Gritting my teeth, I undo the auto fasten at my neck and let the clothing pool at my waist. I feel exposed, stupidly so. She's already seen it, I remind myself. She knows what your shoulder looks like, with the ugly grafts and the mass of scar tissue. She knows there's a big hollowed-out scar instead of plating over your chest. She knows your one shoulder is higher than the other and that your spine isn't quite a straight line to your tail. She knows you've been pieced back together like a badly abused doll. I hate it. I hate that I can feel her staring. I clench my jaw and do my best to ignore her, prying open one of the panels on the underside of my arm so I can do a systems test on that hot circuit before it melts down. If I have to replace it, that'll be keffing expensive, more than I have on hand, which means I've got to make this work. You have robot limbs? Sophie asks in a quiet voice. You lost yours? No, I want to bite back. I thought it might be fun to be pulled apart like a bug and pieced back together. I keep those vitriol-filled words in my chest, though, and work on massaging the skin over my arm. Lost all of one leg, foot off another, one arm, part of my chest, eye, ear. That's terrible. What happened? Nothing good. I let it lie at that, rubbing my arm. It spasms in response, and even though it's a fake arm, the feedback sends waves of pain through me and a headache to boot. I hiss, rubbing my arm harder. There's wiring loose under the wrist, and that needs to be fixed. The last thing I need is to lose my entire hand right now. I pull out a small toolkit, one that I carry with me at all times for occasions like this. If I were a big, fancy soldier with a good house and a fat pension, I'd have top-of-the-line replacement limbs. No constant massaging of parts needed. I open up a panel across my wrist, but the moment I do, my entire arm spasms again. Kef me, this is going to be a long night. Here, Sophie says from behind me. Then she's crossing the room and moving to my side. Before I can tell her to get the kef away from me, I can feel her presence, the air changing as she moves close. I can rub your arm while you work on that, if that's all right? You don't have to. It's not sexual, she points out hastily, resting her fingertips on my shoulder like I'm some sort of jumpy animal. I'm not interested in anyone or anything sexually. It looks painful and I want to help. I should tell her no. If she touches it, she's going to feel it like I do. The rough circuits just barely contained under the skin, the wires that shift more than they should. A good cybernetic limb should feel like a regular limb, but mine are just cheap garbage, and I'm reminded of that every day. It shames me. But she's got her fingers on my shoulder, and it's been so long since a female willingly touched me that I'm desperate for more. I think of her soft eyes, and I think of how I jerked my cock to her already. I should tell her no. Letting her get close is a mistake. Go ahead, I say gruffly. 21. Jarok. Sophie's hand glides down my arm, and it takes everything in me not to react. Just a massage? She asks. Or do you need a deep tissue rub? Whatever. I just need to give it sensory input to process. That slows down the feedback. I'm trying to concentrate on my wrist, but it's difficult with her so near. She makes a noise of assent and then begins to rub small circles on my arm. Let me know if I do something you don't like or if it's not helping. The only thing I won't like is if she stops, but I don't say that. I say nothing at all, doing my best to ignore her while being acutely aware of her presence and her hands on my arm. I try to focus instead on my wrist, tightening the wires and then using a needle-headed hose to blow bits of dust off of the circuit board. I'm done far too quickly, and the dark, needy part of me wants to pretend to keep working, so Sophie continues to touch me. As if the rest of my body is in league with my twitching arm, my leg prosthetic starts to act up. I groan in frustration. Here, Sophie says, and her voice is kind. She drops to her knees next to me and rubs my leg below the knee. I've got this. I say nothing. I don't trust my voice. Her touch is helping, though. The sizzles of feedback are calming, and as she rubs my leg, I check the circuit on my arm again. No longer running hot. Good. I don't know anything about alien prosthetics, Sophie says, in a quiet voice as her hands knead my calf. But it seems to me that they shouldn't be acting like this. Is it what the others said? That they're cheap? The cheapest. Can't you save up for better ones? I've got to think these must really bother you after a while. I grit my teeth. Hard to save up when you're being eaten out of your station by a giant caribou. She flinches, her hands going still. I feel like an ass. Sorry, I mutter. I know it's not your fault, and even if I saved up for a year, I wouldn't make enough. I try to smile. For some reason, junking isn't the most lucrative of professions. Sophie manages a small smile, her hands moving again. Is it one of those sorts of jobs where you need a small fortune to make a large one? Pretty much. I rub my arm again, working the muscle a little harder. Plus, after the war, everything was at such a premium that it was out of reach for anyone except those the military gave preferential treatment to, and they ran out too. By the time they got to me, all that was left were the crap, cheap parts. Didn't matter anyhow because I was supposed to be dead. I shrug. And since I was station trash, no one cared. Her mouth purses. That's terrible. I'm sorry. I grunt. What else can I say? It's life. Shit happens. You just try and roll with the punches. She goes to my foot, pulling my boot off, and when my skin twitches, she begins to rub it too. I feel strange having a pretty female work on servicing my limbs with her touch, but it feels good. I usually only give my prosthetics a cursory rub to take care of the worst of it, but Sophie's hands are like magic, quieting the feedback. It's like my limbs need more stimulus than I'm giving them, and her gentle hands are providing it. If I wasn't in so much pain, my cock would probably be as hard as steel, but luckily, the throbbing ache in my limbs is taking care of that. Everyone here at this station is kind of mean, Sophie comments as she rubs my ankle. They said some really unpleasant things to you. They did? Her gaze meets mine, and there's a look of surprise on her face. You don't remember? The men at the dock joked that you got your limbs out of the garbage, and they said mean things about you having an oolie for a wife. Oh. I shrug, rubbing my arm still. It feels better now, but as long as she continues to touch my leg, I'm going to act like I'm struggling. It's wrong of me, but I don't care. She was concerned about me. She thought the port authorities hurt my feelings? This little human is far too kind. No wonder she trembles like a broken thing at the slightest provocation. She's probably had a nightmare of a time since she got taken from her planet. Maybe they did. Doesn't matter. You should have made them stop. I shake my head. They can say what they want because they don't matter. I get a lot more done here as Lancamos Reet, worthless junker. No one looks at me twice. That suits my needs. Worthless? She looks offended on my behalf, even as her fingers knead my foot. Just because your limbs suck? They're a mark of how important I am, just like everything else. The conversation is getting into dangerous territory, and her hands are making my cock twitch despite the pain I'm in, so I pull my leg out of her grasp. I'm station trash. I come from a poor family, and that meant I was sent to the front lines in the Thracian War. I should have died, but I was captured instead. When they finally bothered to retrieve me from the war camp, the military was in such disgrace that no one cared what happened to any soldier afterward. We were a problem that they needed to make go away. Some of the guys with better families and rankings got what was left of the prosthetics. The rest of us got what was left over. I slap my bad leg. They look at me, see cheap parts, and know I don't matter. It's not worth starting a fight over. Her eyes are big and dark as she folds her hands in her lap and gazes up at me. It sounds like your people abandoned you when they lost the war. She doesn't know the half of it. I bitterly want to point out that I was imprisoned for a year after the war was even over, just because no one could bother to save those of us that were left behind, but I don't. She doesn't need to know. It'd probably break her too fragile human heart. Yeah, well, now you know why I prefer to be alone. There's a look of pity on her face as she watches me, and I don't like it. I get to my feet, limping away. I'm going to shower and use up some of their hot water instead of mine. Okay, Sophie says in a soft voice. Thanks for talking to me, by the way. I appreciate you sharing. It helps me understand things a little better. I glance back at her, but she's still seated on the ground, her legs folded under her, a gentle look on her face. Thanks for the massage. I rotate my bad shoulder, wincing at the pain, but the movements are fluid at least. Helped out? Sure. An oolie wife has to be good for something, right? I have no idea what to say to that. Is she hinting that she'd like to be my wife? Flustered, I avert my gaze and rush to the lavatory, slamming the door behind me in my haste to get away.
22. Sophie. An oolie wife has to be good for something, right? God, why the hell did I say such a dippy thing? It sounds like flirting, even in my dumb ears, and I groan, burying my face in my hands. Today must have me rattled. That has to be why I'm acting so stupid. It's just been more than a little terrifying to venture out on the station, wearing a mask and praying no one would see through it. An oolie female seems to be a good choice for a disguise, though I feel bad that everyone's so cruel to them. It keeps me safe, at least. But I don't like hearing the awful things that everyone says to Jarok, right to his face. He's been good to me today, protective and understanding, and my dislike for him is ebbing by the moment. He's looked out for me, supported me, understood my panic. Little surprised that he hates leaving his station. Everyone's been so cruel to him over his cybernetic prosthetics, as if he had a choice over them. It sounds like everyone that was supposed to have his back abandoned him. that he's been mistreated by both the military and probably everyone in his life. No wonder he's so bitter. No wonder he's caustic and biting and impatient. I want to be angry over my past, too, but I'm too vulnerable. Right now, I'm just doing my best to survive until the Voss Sithai brothers return and I can go back to them. Not that I feel like I belong there, but I'm low on options. The water in the bathroom kicks on, and the scent of soap drifts into the hotel room. I think about how his muscles twitched and jumped, and how frustrated he was with them. He dragged his leg a little today, too, and I suspect his prosthetics are hurting more than he's letting on. I look at the hard, awful floor with a thin blanket on it. I can't make Jarok sleep there. It seems the height of cruelty when there's a perfectly big bed in this room, and I'll only take up a corner of it. I strip the thick, fluffy blankets off the bed and fold them lengthwise, placing them right down the middle of the bed as a barrier. I toss the yellowed, rough pillows atop it, making a small fortress to separate us. Not that it'll matter if he decides he's going to hurt me, but I know he won't. He could have a dozen times over and hasn't even tried. If anything, he just wants me to go away and leave him alone. I smile at that. Irritation is way, way safer for a person like me than anything else. The shower keeps going, and I grow bored. I wander over to the vid unit, but it's a model I'm unfamiliar with, and I can't read the language printed on the buttons, so I don't toy with it. I poke around with the lights in the room instead, dimming them, and tap the switch to open the fold-out closet that emerges from the wall. There's an old gross tunic in there. Ew. But at the bottom of the closet, there's a book. Surprised, I grab it, touching the cover in wonder. It's a very old hardback, the jacket made of a thick paperboard covered with red cloth. The golden embossed letters faded away to hardly anything at all. Alice's Adventures in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll. Something new to read. Utterly delighted, I clutched the book to my chest and bound over to the bed, sitting down on the edge. Someone abandoned this, so it's mine now, right? Even if it belongs to the hotel, I'm going to sneak it out with me. No one here needs a human book. I'm stealing it. Giddy with excitement, I crack open the cover. Or try to. All the pages are stuck together by some old, dried-up fluid. And given that it's in a hotel room, I squeal in disgust and fling the book away from me. There's a crash in the bathroom, and the door flies open. Jarok flings himself out of there, clutching a paper-thin towel to his waist as he drips water on the floor. What? What is it? His mismatched gaze scans me, then the door. What happened? I shake my hands as if that can somehow dislodge invisible cooties. I found a book, but the pages are all stuck together. His mouth twitches as I shudder, and he glances down at the book on the floor. Yeah, you probably don't want to touch that. Gross, just gross. I cross my arms over my chest, hugging myself. Someone left it behind for a reason. He pushes his wet hair back off his brow and sighs. Don't make noises like that again. I thought you were in danger. Sorry. I glance over at him and immediately wish I didn't. The towel is soaked through with water, outlining all of his body. There's a thick ripple of something at his hip, probably more scar tissue. But my gaze is drawn instead to the prominent, unable to miss outline of his dick against the flimsy cloth. His cock is clearly thick and long, and I see the spur-like growth above his shaft that every Misaka male has. I also see the outline of what looked like multiple piercings. I avert my gaze, even as I wonder what he looks like without the towel. I haven't seen many Misaka naked. Maybe in the occasional vid or in a gladiator game. But now, I'm curious. And I shouldn't be. I absolutely do not want to be curious about Jarok's dick. I absolutely do not want to see those piercings. Nope. He grunts some sort of response and turns back to go into the lavatory once more. I'll get dressed and you can have the shower. There's still plenty of warm water. Station circulators here are better than the ones back on the asteroid. Okay. Before he can shut the door, I blurt out, "You can sleep in the bed, you know." Jarok turns to look at me, his mechanical eye whirring just a little as he looks at me and then at the bed. My cheeks flush because when he stands to the side, I can really see the outline of his cock through the wet towel. It hangs down like the world's largest banana between his thighs. Studded banana, my brain whispers, and he's not even hard yet. I'm not interested in sex, though. I'm not. I don't want to be touched by any alien, no matter how curious his genitalia might be. No matter how nice he was to me today. My brain is acting against me, I know. It's making me think Jarok means safety, and I'm probably trying to attach myself to him through sexual means as a way of securing my safety. That's all. He frowns over at me, his hand still gripping that useless towel to his waist. "You're giving up the bed? You want to sleep on the floor?" "No, the bed is big enough for both of us." I gesture at the pillow fort down the middle. "It's not an invitation for sex, of course, just to sleep." "Of course," he says, voice flat, "because I've been so unable to keep my hands off you." And now he's irritated again. I can deal with irritated, I decide. I'm just throwing it out there because I've met enough aliens that think a human is free game for any dick that gets hard, all right? Just sleep on the floor if you're so bothered by me. But that half of the bed is going to remain empty, all right? He grunts again and disappears back into the lavatory, and I wonder why I even bothered.
23. Jarok. Even though the bed is soft and comfortable, I can't sleep. Across the pillow fort, Sophie tosses and turns, still smelling like soap from the shower. I smell like soap too, and my body now somehow thinks that because we smell alike, Sophie is mine. Or maybe it's just wishful thinking on my part. Because even though today was a pain in the ass, I still liked it. I still liked Sophie's company. Having someone to talk to on the long flight out to the station. Having her hold on to me as I walked through the station. It made me feel normal, and not quite so alone. It's not a feeling I can afford to get used to, though. Sophie shifts in the bed again, restless, and my thoughts turn to her lying there. I try to see the situation through her eyes. All of this has been hard on her. It's clear she's as fond of hiding out as I am. That's probably why she's with the Vosathai brothers. She wants to hide away from the universe. Of course, the best place to hide away is on a supposedly deserted station on an asteroid. Nah, she'd never want that. No one wants to be around me for long. I'm too unpleasant, too set in my ways, too many broken pieces, and no one ever wants to bother cleaning up the mess in my head. That's fine. I rub my prosthetic arm, thinking about how she touched it so gently. She wasn't disgusted by it. Didn't look at me as if I was the worst station trash ever just because my parts are junk. She's got a kind heart, Sophie. If the universe doesn't eat her alive, it'd be nice to be around her for longer. I eventually drift off to sleep, thinking about what it'd be like to have Sophie at my station for a while, to share meals with her, to dig out those books I tossed into a forgotten corner a long time ago, and watch her pretty face light up with enthusiasm. Dark memories swirl. Endless hours waiting in a cold, damp room with my hand tied above my head. My other one is gone, so I can't free myself even if I want to. Every muscle is screaming in pain, and my back feels like fire from the shock whips that have hit me over and over again until I passed out. My torturer comes in. He's nameless and faceless, wearing a shroud over his head so he can't be identified, but I know he's Threshian. I can hear his mandibles click as he approaches, as if he's smacking his keffing lips at the thought of torturing me. "Where is the rest of your fleet?" he asks in a hissing voice and pulls out a pair of crude pliers. I swallow hard because I know where this is going. 1, 2, 3. But the counting doesn't stop him from approaching. He reaches for my good hand, tied high above my head, and the pliers move closer. "Tell me, or this could go badly." 4, 5. "Jarok!" A soft hand touches my face in a gentle caress. It feels so keffing good that I lean into it, groaning. The Threshian torturer pauses before he can do his worst, and the room grows dark. "Jarok, wake up! You're having a nightmare!" Sophie's voice is sweet and soft, her fingers warm as she strokes my cheek. "You're here with me. Don't panic. I'm here." The torture chamber fades, along with the pain in my hand. I blink awake only to realize where I am. I'm in the hotel room on the station in the soft bed. Sophie's hands are cupping my face, and her soft body is pressed to mine, her face inches away. "I'm here," she strokes my face with her thumbs. "You're not in that bad place. You're with me." I let out a deep breath, swallowing hard as it sinks in. I'm not on Thresh 3. I'm not being tortured. I'm so relieved that I grab her and clutch her against my chest, gulping air. She lets out a squeak of distress as I grab her, but then she lets out a small, breathless laugh. "I'm glad you're back with me. That sounded bad." "It was," I manage, voice thick. "It's okay." Her hands stroke my arm and she leans her head on my chest, still petting me. Her voice is rich and silky, so pleasant I want to wallow in it. I know she's being deliberately sweet to calm me, but I like it far too much to point it out. I don't want her to stop. "I'm just glad you're back and I managed to wake you up without getting a punch to the face." That's why she's touching me. She's calming me. I feel bad for using her, knowing she probably hates this, but I can't seem to let go of her. Part of me feels like if I do, the torturer's going to return with his pliers and I'll have to live through that moment all over again. "I wouldn't hurt you. I wasn't saying you'd do it on purpose." Sophie keeps petting my chest. "You're not yourself when you dream." She's right. I'm not. It's why I don't like to sleep much. The dreams always come. I'd rather just work myself until I pass out from exhaustion. Her hands move over my arm in tiny circles, and I realize she's massaging the fake ligaments and musculature of my arm, like the thoughtful creature she is. "I'm sorry you can't sleep," she continues. "I've always looked forward to sleeping. It was my way to get away from where I was, you know? My last master used to complain that I slept too much, that I was always dropping off during parties or when he wanted to show me off. He didn't realize it was the only place I could go to get away from him." Her fingers glide down my arm. "I'm sorry you don't have that comfort." I grip her sleeping tunic tightly, half afraid she's going to pull away from me again. I don't want to let her go. Ever. The thought is a stupid one, and I immediately push it out of my head. I'm not that needy. I can get along just fine without a female to cling to as I whimper about my keffing dreams. Don't think about the past. It's done. You never have to go back. Sophie says nothing. She doesn't get up, though. She just keeps stroking my arm, her head resting on my chest, and as the silent moments tick past, I wonder if anyone has ever comforted her. Has she been completely abandoned by the universe after it's chewed up and spit her out? Something tells me yes, she has. She's as broken as I am, just in different ways. Hesitantly, I lift my hand to stroke her hair. I want to tell her that I won't let slavers touch her again. I want to tell her that she'll always have her freedom with me on my asteroid. It's not the best of places, nor is it glamorous, and I'm not the best company. But she'll always be free there, and no one will hurt her. She can stay with me as long as she likes, even if the Vasathai never come back. Even if she keeps that keffing beast that shits everywhere and eats too much. I'd just sell more scrap to make it work. I touch her hair and it's as soft as anything I've ever felt before. Like silk. Of course it's soft. Sophie is the softest, most beautiful of creatures. That's why she lives in such fear. She knows that anyone that sees her for what she is, an attractive human, will try and steal her. She's worth a fortune in credits, and I've been entrusted to keep her safe. She's vulnerable out here in ways I've never been. Even as Lancome, I'm left alone. She's been so brave today, though. I open my mouth to tell her so. The door to the hotel room jiggles. Sophie jerks up, her eyes wide with fear, just as I hear the beep of the lock being overridden. 24. Jarok. I leap from the bed as my parts groan with protest. My arm creaks as I touch the weapons panel I had installed and a blade shoots out just over my wrist. I touch Sophie's arm, and I can feel her trembling as the second lock on the door beeps and then goes quiet. "Get behind me," I tell her. "I'll protect you." Sophie does so immediately, her hands on my back as she shrinks down. I mentally go through the modifications on my prosthetics. I have a shock blade in my leg, but it'll take longer to get out. I can use my cybernetic arm as a shield, since the pain there would be phantom instead of real. I can protect Sophie. I'm good with knives. This is likely just some station alley thief that has a deal with the hotel and robs guests, sharing the take with whoever hands out keys at the front desk. A dark, hooded figure slips into our room. I stiffen, wielding my blade, ready to attack. Sophie is utterly silent behind me, but I can feel her trembling. "Did I interrupt something?" comes a familiar female voice. "Please, please tell me I interrupted." I relax even as the female taps the light panel and the hotel room floods with artificially bright light. "What the kef are you doing here?" Bethia lowers her hood and beams a too-sunny smile at me. "I heard Lancome was here with the ugliest wife in 3 galaxies, so I had to come see for myself. Please, tell me you're not keffing an Uli. You have bad taste, cousin, but surely not that bad." I sigh. "Bethia?" Sophie peers around from behind me, her hands on my arm. "What are you doing here?" My cousin's eyes widened. "Oh, look, it's one of my favorite little humans. Now, I really want to be interrupting." Bethia gestures at the bed. "Go on. Get back to work. Pretend I'm not here. Unless you want me to join in. You know how I love an adventure." "No," I say firmly. I grab one of the blankets off the bed and wrap it around Sophie, who looks extremely confused. When she glances up to me, I shake my head. My cousin has a poor sense of humor. "Amazing," Bethia corrects, reclining on the bed as if it's her hotel room. "Amazing sense of humor. And no one told me you were here with a human female." She gives me a lascivious look. "You've gotten bolder, Jarok. I like it." "Shut up. We can share, just like we have in the past." Sophie steps away from me in horror. "Ew!" I put my hands on my hips, facing my irritating bounty hunter cousin. "We have not shared in the past, and you know it." Bethia traces a finger on the bed. "Okay, maybe it was just a fantasy, but I'm willing to experiment if you are." At Sophie's disgusted look, I make a sound of irritation. She's saying this just to shock you. That's what she does. I shoot an angry look at my cousin. She gets you off guard because she can manipulate people easier when they're rattled. Plus, it's fun, Bethia agrees, tracing little patterns on the bed. She beams a sunny smile in my direction. "You look like shit, cousin." I take the other blanket and wrap it around my body, aware of my scars and prosthetics on display. "Is there a point to this visit?" Bethia sits up, mock pouting. "I mean, yes. The solar storm stranded me, so I went drinking. The port officers have loose lips and couldn't stop talking about Lancome and his hideously ugly new mate, so I thought I'd come and see for myself if you were really sticking your cock into an Uli mouth, or if it's more of a rubbing situation, or—" I put a hand in the air. "Stop talking, please." Bethia sighs dramatically. and flops back on the bed. Ah, I hear that far too often. I turn to Sophie, who's looking at my cousin with a mixture of confusion and distress. The human's hair is disheveled around her face, a cloud of tangles, and my hand itches to touch her. And it, again. Somehow I don't think that will happen. "She's your cousin?" Sophie asks, brows furrowed. "Unfortunately." I glance over at Bethia. We look nothing alike, despite the fact that our mothers were sisters. My cousin is tall and slender, her hair roped into dozens of artfully decorated braids between a shiny pair of perfectly kept-up horns. Her clothing is fresh and neat, and knowing Bethia, her weapons are state-of-the-art. Me? I'm just a mess. Rusted horns, rusted parts, worn clothing. No wonder Sophie's so full of disbelief. I hold the blankets tighter around my chest. "I'd like to get some sleep before I have to fly us back to my station, so can we save the visiting for the morning?" I snap. "Temper, temper," Bethia says, sitting up. She pretends to whisper to Sophie. "He's a bit of a cranky one." "I know," Sophie says. I scowl at both of them. "Oh, hey, since you're here, want to help me with my bounty?" Bethia asks, fluttering her lashes as she gets to her feet. "It's an easy one. Pays nothing but pocket change, but I figured I'd check it out and all." I scrub a hand over my jaw, tired. My cousin is, as always, talking fast as if she's made of pure energy. I'm exhausted and I want a carcinogel. Badly. More than that, I just want to be home, away from everything. "You woke us up to ask for help with a bounty?" "Well, I was hoping that you weren't sleeping. New maid and all." Bethia gives me a pointed stare. "I mean, I had no idea you knew little softy here." "Sophie," the human breaks in. "But good choice." Bethia grins at me, oblivious to Sophie. "She's got nice flanks." Sophie makes a sound of outrage. "We're pretending to be mated so we can buy food. I've been wearing a disguise." "Oh, well, that's far less exciting than what my mind was coming up with." Bethia taps at her wrist communicator. "Let me pull up the file. This one's a human, too. You all know each other, right? Maybe you know this one." I glance over at Sophie, my mood sour. I heard the disgust in her voice when she told Bethia that we were pretending. Of course she'd never want to be with anyone like me. I just let myself get too swept up in the moment, too distracted from her touch. I won't let that happen again. I scowl at my cousin and Sophie both, waiting for Bethia to finish talking about her bounty so she can leave. "Not all humans know each other," Sophie murmurs, glancing over at me. I ignore her. "Just make this fast. I can't pilot on an hour of sleep, and I don't want to stay here any longer than I have to." "Some Praxian looking for his pet that ran off," Bethia says, tapping information into her comm. "No vid scans of it, alas. I'm told she's young and pretty and her name is Grothtok." My translator chimes in with a response. Grothtok is Praxian for sleepy one. I glance over at Sophie, remembering what she said earlier. She's gone utterly pale, her mouth tight, but she manages to shake her head. "I don't know her."
25. Sophie. The bounty hunter won't stop talking. She just keeps prattling on, talking about the solar storm and the prices at the bar, and I just want to put my head in my hands and scream, and scream, and scream. There's a bounty on my head. Of course there is. My owner wouldn't let his precious fuck toy disappear and not try to retrieve me. I figured it would happen, but I was also hoping it would end up like most missing pet posters, largely ignored by the public. I just didn't think anyone would try to retrieve me, truly. The urge to hide is overwhelming, but there's nowhere to go. "Ah, well, that's life," Bethia says, sprawled out on the bed as if she belongs there. "So, when are you two heading back to that pit you call home, Jarok?" "As soon as the storm is over." He crosses his arms over his chest and looks every inch as surly and gruff as the first time I met him. "Wasn't like I wanted to be here overnight as it is. We just got caught in the weather." That ended up being lucky, though. A brief family reunion. So lucky, Jarok says sarcastically. Bethia seems immune to his lousy mood, ignoring it as she glances over at me. So, how are those big, strapping Vasithi brothers? Did you take them all for a test drive like I told you to? No, I choke out. The thought of touching one of them repulses me. They were nice to me. I don't want to repay niceness with my body. I want to be normal again. I want to want someone again before I feel like climbing into bed with them. I'm not interested. Praxians made you hungry for a furry type of guy, No, I don't want anyone at all. The urge to run away hits me again, and I look over at Jarok. He doesn't look thrilled either, his shoulders tense and his mouth flat with irritation. I'm not sure if he's irked with me or with our visitor, or if he's just being his normal cranky self. He just scowls, body rigid. I remember how nice he was when I woke him up, how soft his face was as he stroked my hair. That man is gone, and old grumpy Jarok has returned. Maybe he's thinking about letting his cousin retrieve her bounty on me. It has to be obvious that it's me, right? Bethia hasn't figured it out, but that doesn't mean she won't. How many runaway humans, on the run from Praxians no less, can there be? The urge to flee becomes overwhelming, and as Bethia starts to chatter again, I turn and head toward the lavatory, locking the door behind me. There's no seat-like toilet here like there is on Earth, so I sit on the floor instead, burying my head in my hands and waiting for the panic to subside. I hear Bethia talking, surprise in her voice, and then Jarok snapping back at her. I can't make out what they're saying, nor do I want to. I just want this all to go away. I miss Sleipnir. I don't feel safe without him at my side. He'd eat Bethia, and then I wouldn't have to worry about being dragged back to my old master. I'm filled with intense longing for my Caranu. He's only been mine for a few days now, but I didn't realize how much he affected my mood. Right now, I just feel alone. It eventually grows quiet in the room, the sounds of arguing ending. I wait for Bethia to storm in and drag me out, my entire body tense, my heart pounding. There's a knock at the door. Can I come in? It's Jarok. For some reason, I find that surprising. Is he handing me over to his cousin then? Go away. He ignores that, testing the handle on the door before I hear the beep of an override. I clench my jaw, glaring as he steps into the lavatory with the key card in his hand. He sets it down on the nearest counter, and the blanket is gone from his shoulders. He's wearing his trousers, nothing else, like he was when he slept. Bethia's gone. I'm sure she'll show up at my station in a few days just to be a pest, but for now, she's off to go drinking again. Great. I hug my legs closer to my chest, wishing he would leave. To my surprise, he moves into the small lavatory and lowers himself onto the floor, sitting next to me with a creak of parts and a crackle of joints that sound painful. He doesn't complain, though, just rests his back against the wall next to me and watches me with that weird, intense way of his. She knows it's you, Jarok says, and his voice is more gentle than I've ever heard it. I stiffen, terror flaring through me. So she's coming back to get me? No, you're safe, he says. I wouldn't let her, even if she wanted to. She didn't show up just to visit. This was her way of warning you. My cousin always has a plan, even if she goes about it in the most irritating way possible. He draws up one leg, resting his elbow on it. She's going to sit on your bounty. Sit on it? What's that mean? He glances over at me. When someone posts a bounty through the guild, it can be claimed by a hunter. It's assigned to them at that point, so no one else will work on a bounty and steal it out from under someone else. Bounty hunters have a method of stalling out particular bounties that they don't think are right or that target their friends. They claim it in the guild system, then sit on it until it times out and the original request has to be resubmitted or just closed entirely. But Thai is sitting on several bounties, just so no one else can touch them. He nudges me with his shoulder. She's got one on me, too. I look over at him, some of my anxiety fading at this confession. She does? Jarok nods. I was supposed to pay the military back for these parts they so generously loaned me. His mouth twists into a wry smile. I didn't think they deserved the credits, so I never paid back a single chit. They put a bounty on my head, and my cousin's been sitting on it for 6 years now. But it's different. You're cousins. She has no reason to protect me. To my surprise, his cheeks darken in a flush. I told her you're with me. If she thinks we're romantic, she won't bother. She wants me to find a mate, I guess. Says I'm too solitary. He averts his gaze. If she shows up again, I don't want you to worry about it. My cousin's annoying and talkative and thinks she's smarter than everyone in the room, but she's got an honorable streak. She won't sell you out. He told her we're romantic? Me and Jarok? That must have been painful for you to lie about, being romantic with me. He flushes again, looking like a young boy instead of a battle-scarred survivor. Jarok clears his throat and looks everywhere but at me. It's just a lie. Doesn't mean a keffing thing. I'd tell her I was keffing a Sathri if it'd make her shut up. I'm not sure how to take that. His words are insulting, but he's blushing and awkward. So strange. When do we leave this place? I ask softly. I want to get back to Sleipnir. To go home, I almost say, but I don't have a home. Storm should clear out in a few hours, Jarok says. I checked with the docks, and we should be clear to go by morning. Try and get some sleep. Right, like I'm going to be able to sleep at all, knowing that there's a bounty on my head. I don't think I'm tired anymore. I'm just going to sit here for a while. I'll stay with you. He shifts his weight, and everything creaks. I wonder how hard it is for him to stay down here with me. It can't be comfortable. If I get up, will you get up? No, I love sitting on a filthy floor in a lavatory in the middle of the night for no reason. It's my favorite thing to do. The sarcasm drips from every word. Maybe if I'm lucky, I'm sitting in an old piss stain. I roll my eyes. Jarok the Jerk is back in full force. I get to my feet and hold a hand out for him. Fine. Let's at least go sit on the bed, okay? I expect him to ignore my hand, but to my surprise, he takes it.
26. Jarok. Sophie's relief at being back at the station is palpable. She's practically singing with excitement when I land the shuttle in the docking bay, and when she races inside to greet Sleipnir, I can hear her little cries of happiness through the doors. When I carry the first crate of noodles into the main work area, I find Sophie in the hall, lying on the floor with the large Caranu cuddled against her. She scratches his head and snuggles him, murmuring love words as the thing rubs his face all over every bit of her. I've never been so jealous of a damned animal. I see he didn't starve, I grumble as I move past them. She just laughs and fusses with the Caranu some more. He's such a good boy. I missed you so much. She gets up, dusting off her clothes, and turns to me. Sorry, I'll help with putting the supplies away. I've got it. Don't let me interrupt your moment. Sophie helps me anyhow, taking the smaller crates of food and transporting them into the corner of my work area in the space I've designated for it. She puts the last box down and glances around as I pull out one of the dehydrated chunks of meat to feed her beast. You know what I'm noticing? This station's a lot bigger than the area you use. There's tons of rooms, but you only use these 2 halls and the terrarium. How come? I shrug. Because I don't need more? I guess that makes sense. But every room is a mess. She gestures at the boxes. You could clean out another one of the rooms and put your food supplies in there, for example, instead of tripping over them in here. I didn't ask for your opinion, I say sourly. No, but you get it anyway. A little of her fierceness has returned now that she's reunited with her protective pet. She takes the tray with the big slab of meat and walks away with it, the Caribou winding his long body around her legs as if he's missed her fiercely. Oddly enough, I'm feeling less resentful to the creature. She feels safe with it around, and the Caribou adores her. She deserves to feel safe. My work area looks the same as it always does, as if I've never left. I can return to work as if I've never paused. I grab the nearest engine piece to strip and scrap and get to work. Normally, I don't care. It's something to do to keep my hands busy and my mind occupied. I can work for hours on intricate extractions of chips and drive crystals just because it needs patience, and that's one thing I have plenty of. Today, though, instead of focusing on the task at hand, I keep wondering what Sophie is doing. After we put away the supplies, she disappeared into her quarters. Hours pass, and for some reason, the day seems to be grinding to a halt. I hate that. I hate that I care. I hate that I keep thinking about the way she massaged my limbs, and I wonder if she thinks about it too. When my stomach growls, I make an enormous batch of noodles for a meal. Sophie hasn't emerged to ask about food, so I make extra just in case she wants to come out and spend time with me. Not that she would, but just in case. I let the noodles sit for a while, waiting, and when there's still no sign of the human, I chastise myself for being foolish and eat. Why would she spend time with me now? There's no point. She doesn't like my company. And why should she? I'm cruel to her. I hate myself for even thinking about it. I'm fine alone. Better off alone, even. Even so, the noodles are going to go bad if no one eats them. I glance over at the food pot a few times as I go back to work, but Sophie still doesn't come by, not even to say hello. My mood grows more sour by the minute. If she wants to hide away from me, that's fine. I'll tell her this food is ready and it's the last time I leave scraps for her. She can feed herself in the future. Irritated, I rub my twitching arm as I storm down the halls toward her quarters. Her room is empty, though. The bed is neatly made, the floor's gleaming, and the book is on the corner of the bed, face down and open, as if she's been reading it again. I think about her disappointment with the book in the hotel room back on the station. She must like reading a lot. There's no sign of the Caribou either, so I go room by room, opening doors and looking for the troublemaking duo. Am I going to find Sophie digging through stored parts in the crowded rooms? Or is she in hiding again, like she did when Matthias showed up? That did not occur to me, and my steps quicken. I don't like the thought of her being scared. What if I've been grumbling about her being missing all day long and she's been quivering in fear, hiding? My gut clenches. My steps pick up, and even though my prosthetics are heavy, I race through the other hall, looking for signs of Sophie in distress. She'd been so happy earlier, so thrilled to be back with her pet, that I'd been resentful of it. And her. No one's ever been that happy to see me. I race toward the terrarium and skid on wet floors. Sophie's there on hands and knees, washing the tile flooring of the terrarium. All of the leaves have been scraped off of the paths and into a neat pile, and some of the overgrown vines have been trimmed back or teased onto the trellises. The tiles gleam, freshly washed and still wet, and everything smells clean. Off to one side, the Caribou digs in one of the plant beds, making a brand new mess. Sophie sits up as I slide into the room, her eyes widening in alarm. "Jarok!" I grab onto one of the trellises before I can fall on my ass and make a fool of myself. My tail lashes as I right myself. "What the kef are you doing?" She She blinks at me in surprise, tossing the wet rag into a beaten-up metal bucket full of water. "Cleaning up after Sleipnir. I told you I would." She gestures at the tile floors. "And these are so pretty it seemed a shame to let them stay dirty. This whole station could use a good cleaning, actually." "It's my station," I say, the words grouchier than I mean for them to be. "If I want it to be filthy, then it will be." She just arches an eyebrow at me. "Really? Really? So even if I'm totally bored, I can't clean up?" She gestures at the terrarium. "Even if Sleipnir made a mess while we were gone? Because you were mad over that the other day. So which is it? Do you want me to clean up after him or not?" I clench my jaw, trying to think of an answer. Here I was, worried she was scared, and instead she's acting like this place is her responsibility. "Noodles are ready," I snap at her, and turn on my heel and storm out of the terrarium. 27. Jarok. If animals could give people dirty looks, the Caranu would be giving me one right now. Sophie eats her noodles quietly at the small table I've set up in my work area, and the creature hovers at her side, eyeing me. I'm reminded that I need to keep my tone pleasant around it and not to reach for her or else it'll chew on my arm again. To keep busy, I pull out a disruptor shield component and a pair of tiny pliers, trying to pry out the expensive, delicate, jewel-shaped heat conductors that can be resold. I glance over at her as I work, watching as she eats with a calm expression on her face. "I'm sorry if I upset you," Sophie says after a few minutes of silence. "If you don't want me to clean up on the station, I won't clean up. It's just, I like having a nice place to live. I like seeing things restored to their original beauty. The terrarium is pleasant, but I thought cleaning up a little might make it more so." She offers me a timid half-smile. "I'm sorry if I overstepped." Now she's apologizing to me, and I'm the one that feels as if I messed up. I scowl down at the pliers in my hand, because I can't grip them as well as I want to. My fingers are too big and clumsy to work on the stupid component. I toss it down on the table, along with the pliers. "If you want to be helpful, pry out those shiny bits for me." She pushes aside her half-eaten food and takes the component eagerly, giving me a shy smile as she does. "Sure." I watch her work for a few moments, and her small fingers are quick and nimble, and she's able to pry up the small bits faster than I ever could, without needing extra guidance. She's smart, this human. I cross my arms and watch her tackle the project, trying to stay irritated at her, but it's growing more difficult by the second. She's just so eager to please. "I don't know why you're bothering with cleaning the station," I tell her. "You don't even like it here." Her pink tongue pokes out between her teeth as she pries up a tricky bit and then disappears back into her mouth. She sets the conductor chip on the table and glances up at me. "I do like it here, actually." I frown. "You do?" She nods, concentrating on her work. "It's a little run down, sure, but it's cozy and tucked away from everything. You're hidden. No one bothers you. I really like that." Her tone takes on a wistful quality. "It feels safe here." Her answer surprises me. Most of my scrap clients gripe about how remote I am, how unconnected, how inhospitable. They don't realize that's part of the charm of this location. I like it for the same reasons, I admit. I like being left alone. "So what's in the rest of the station?" she asks. "Is it all wrecked, or are there usable rooms?" I shrug. I've never thought much about it. I have enough space for my needs and haven't considered expanding beyond that. Some of the halls and rooms need more fixing than it's worth bothering with, but there's more livable space, I guess. A lot of the rooms are just filled with trash, stuff left behind or old scrap that has no value and no place to put it. Sophie glances up at me, and our eyes meet again. It makes me feel uncomfortably aware of how close she is, but I also like it. "Why do you keep that stuff, then?" "What do you mean?" She gestures at our surroundings with the pliers. "Just toss it all into space." I can feel my mouth curve in a wry smile. "And hit it all when I pilot the shuttle?" Her pink-brown mouth falls open. "Oh." Her cheeks flush, and then she giggles, the sound embarrassed. "I'm such a dumbass." "You are not. You have just not grown up in space like I have. All the junk, trash or otherwise, must go somewhere. There are trash haulers, but they can't come here because it's a hidden location. Plus, asteroids. I shrug. I could haul a load out to the nearest garbage ship for a pickup. I just haven't. Hasn't been a need to. She toys with the pliers, not looking at me, and I continue. It was not a stupid question, Sophie. Her smile is shy. Trash haulers, huh? I nod. They have routes on the major shipping lanes, yes. Why are we talking about trash, of all things? But for some reason, it's an enjoyable conversation. Maybe because it's with her. Everything with Sophie feels better. Kef me. Why am I even thinking like that? Well, if the trash is there for a reason, I guess I won't try cleaning anything else up. It's just a tidy place makes me happy, you know? She shrugs, such a fluid, delicate gesture that I memorize it so I can jerk off to it later like the sick male I am. You can clean up. I don't mind. Sleipner's head jerks up, and I try to gentle my voice. I guess that came out gruffer than I imagined. I'll show you around tomorrow morning, what's safe to muck around in and what's not. You really don't mind? I really don't, I want to say. How have I gone so quickly from hating that she was dumped on my doorstep to craving her presence? It's fine. Her expression brightens. Well, it'll give me something to do other than read my book for the billionth time in a row. That many, huh? Sophie chuckles. Maybe just 18. But I've memorized entire passages at this point, and it's getting a little tiring. I like staying busy. She bites her lip, her white teeth stark against that fascinating mouth. Do you think they're coming back for me? I can't seem to stop staring at her mouth. It's ever so slightly wet from where she bit the plumpest part of her lip. I think of all the filthy things I've heard about humans, how they like to put their mouths on each other without plasfilm barriers for hygiene, how they're addicted to sex, how they'll just lick anything you put in front of them. All of that's clearly not true, but Sophie's mouth makes me wonder if she'd put her mouth on me someday. Jarok? I jerk backward, nearly knocking over my stool in my haste. What? Sleipner growls, and Sophie puts a hand on his head. The Vossithai brothers? You think they'll come back for me? Her expression grows a little melancholy. I know I'm not very important in the scheme of things, but I like to hope that they're somewhat reliable, for all that they're pirates. She bites her lip again. Do they keep their promises? I guess that's what I'm asking. I grunt to hide my embarrassment at being caught in a trance while staring at her keffing mouth. I think they'll come back for that beast, I gesture at her pet. Oh, I guess you're right. For some reason, my answer doesn't make her happy. If anything, she seems sadder than ever before. He's valuable to anyone, I suppose. Her sadness tears at me. I feel responsible, as if I'm the reason her smile has dimmed. I don't like it, just like I don't like it when Sophie's scared. She should be smiling and happy all the time, full of bright laughter. Sophie's laughter is such a joyous thing. The need to fix this tears at me. I need a distraction, any kind of distraction. Did you want to learn to fly the shuttle? Sophie gasps with delight, her expression pure pleasure, and I feel that gasp straight in my groin. Oh, Jarek, she breathes. You'd teach me? Really? As long as you promise to warn me when you're cleaning the floors. It comes out awkward and stilted instead of confident and teasing as I'd hoped. She chuckles. I just get so bored. My mom was a housekeeper back on Earth. When she got restless, she'd clean things. I guess I picked up the habit. If you're that bored, you can help me scrap some of the bigger wrecks, I find myself saying. You can pull out all the parts I can't quite get to. It's an excuse to spend time with her, but I might as well go all in at this point. Get myself enough fodder for my fantasies so that even after Sophie leaves with Adurin and his brothers, I'll have enough memories to keep my mind occupied for years to come. I know that tonight, when I lie down in bed, I'm going to be thinking about last night and how she curled up against me as I stroked her soft hair. Until my aggravating cousin Bethia ruined it all by showing up. Sophie gives me the widest, happiest smile I've seen yet. I'd love to help you. My entire body twitches at the sight of that smile. It's like her happiness makes everything in my body react, even the circuits. How can I refuse? How can I refuse her anything?
28. Sophie. A week passes, then 2, and things are nice. There's no word from the Vasithai brothers, and I'm starting to realize that they dumped me on the station because they were planning on being gone for a while. After all, if it was just a few days, they'd have put up with Sleipnir's chewing, right? So it makes sense to think that they're going to be gone for at least a few months, maybe even more. With that realization in my head, I'm not worried at the radio silence coming from the little sister. They'll swing around to get me eventually. For now, I can just enjoy Jarrock's station. Now that I have things to do, it actually is really enjoyable. I wake up in the morning and put on my oldest, rattiest jumper, and then I have breakfast with Jarrock. We pull wreckage out of one of the storage rooms and get to work on dismantling it, tearing apart all the bits and looking for scraps. A lot of ships and sensitive equipment are made with rare elements. Diamonds for heat conductors, iridium, and dark matter for the drives, expensive wiring. All of it can be stripped out of a broken machine and resold, and that's how Jarrock makes a living. His hands don't fit in the smaller spots, so I get to wriggle my way in and pull out the choicest bits, and when he gives me a grunt of satisfaction at what I've retrieved, I feel like a scrapping dynamo. It's fun to tear things apart. Sometimes Jarrock keeps a particular bit of circuitry to repurpose, but for the most part, it's all about destruction. And conversation. I thought we'd be working in silence, but Jarrock talks to me all day long, and I like hearing it. He tells me stories of him growing up on a station, running wild with the other junk rats, and selling whatever bits they collected through the day for their dinners. He tells me about the station he grew up on, Hall Uwe Station, and how expansive it was, how his mother had been born there and never left, how he and his cousin Bethia were left to fend for themselves most days because no one had time to coddle their children, how there were entire wings full of slums for the workers, how asteroid miners used to show up, filthy and loud, for drinks at the cantina, and he and his friends would rob them when they got drunk enough. It sounds miserable, and like Jarrock grew up poorer than poor. No wonder he never had a chance to get better limbs. No wonder his people didn't give a shit if they left him behind in the war. He never talks about the war. I never ask. There are some parts of the past that it's better to acknowledge and skim past. I know exactly how that is. I want to forget, too. So when it's my turn to talk, I talk about Earth. I talk about my mom, who worked 3 jobs to put food on the table, and my dad, who drove a long-haul truck and only occasionally came home, usually just long enough to fight with my mom and leave again. I talk about going to college and dropping out, then trying a variety of jobs, all to varying degrees of success, before I left. And when things get too touchy, I talk about stories. I talk about TV shows, and I tell Jarrock every story beat of Outlander, which I have memorized by now. It feels like we've become friends, and I like it. I find myself laughing and smiling every day. Sleipnir likes the station, too. He's a curious sort, and there's always something new for him to stick his nose into and chew on. Jarrock started to make a habit of stripping down a particular item of all the valuables, only to hand it over to Sleipnir, who carries it off to a corner to chew on. When my stomach starts to growl, we pause and eat noodles for dinner. There's no vids to watch, no music to listen to, no nothing. So we work a little more after dinner. Or I go out to the terrarium and garden for a bit. Jarrock usually follows me, smoking one of those terrible carcinogels, or just talking in a low voice about nothing at all. It's nice. There's always more to do, more to see, more to uncover. The plants need constant tending, and Sleipnir is a fantastic cuddler. I'm trying my hardest not to get too attached to the Caranu, but it's difficult. He's so loving and attentive, and the look of delight on his face when he's given something new to chew on just warms my heart. I know he can't be mine, but sometimes it's nice to pretend. One morning, though, I wake up and bound out of bed, kissing Sleipnir's broad head and slipping on my boots before heading for Jarok's quarters. We've been digging out a room adjacent to his work area, and the more that's cleared away, the more I realize the room is full of pretty paneling and a lovely mosaic floor. Once it's clear, I'm going to clean the hell out of it and talk to Jarok about making it a rec room of some kind. We can drag some seating out of one of the broken-down shuttles floating around the asteroid and make ourselves a comfy little nest. Maybe I can transplant some of the leafier plants into pots and add some greenery. It'll give us somewhere to hang out together. Maybe we can even set up a table and play some games. Jarok's mentioned offhand a few times that he's pretty good at sticks, and I don't know how to play many card games, but maybe we can figure something out. The moment I go into Jarok's workroom, though, I realize my plans for the day won't be happening. He's got dark circles under his eyes, and his hair is wild and messy, hanging in his face. He's hunched over a particularly tricky bit of equipment, stripping wires, and barely looks up at me when I come in. "You look like something the cat dragged in," I tease, my voice playful. "Everything okay?" He doesn't answer me, just gives a half shrug of his shoulders and keeps working. That worries me a little, because I prefer a friendly, open Jarok to the grunty, surly asshole. I'm starting to learn his moods, though. Usually he's impossible and sometimes downright nasty when he's hurting or tired. He hasn't had nightmares lately, but it also looks like he hasn't slept. "You want me to make breakfast today?" "Not hungry." "Oh." I grab a packet of dry noodles and shrug. I can pick at them while I work. "So, what's on the menu for today? Are we going to pull in that big yellow shuttle and tear it apart? Or are you finally going to teach me to fly?" It's a gentle tease between us, him teaching me to fly. We haven't had the opportunity yet, just because of a variety of things, and I like to rib him about it. But he just pauses, and his shoulders slump a little. "I'm not in a good mood today, Sophie. You should probably leave me alone." It's a sign of our friendship that he's come that far and not snarled at me. Instead, he's quietly telling me to quit bothering him. Strangely enough, it still hurts my feelings. "Oh, okay, sure. I'll just go work in the terrarium, I guess." I hesitate, clutching the bag of dry noodles. "Is there anything I can do to help? Do you need a massage?" His jaw clenches. "No, just need some space." I flinch at that. Space. It's the one thing we really can't give to each other, living in this end of the station. "Gotcha." I tuck the bag of noodles under my arm and pat my leg so Sleipnir will follow me. If Jarok wants space, I'll give it to him. After all, I'm imposing on his territory. Who cares what Sophie wants, right?
29. Jarok. I stare down at the familiar pliers in my hand and wonder if I should just use them to rip off my stupid arm instead of the capacitor in front of me. I've hurt Sophie's feelings. It's obvious in the way that she walks out of the room, her shoulders stiff and proud, and just how silent she is. A happy Sophie is a chatty Sophie. In the last few weeks, as we've been getting comfortable with each other, she's been slowly opening up, talking more day after day. She talks about the weather. She talks about the station. She talks about the part she's disassembling, wanting to know what it's for. It's like now that the dam is burst, the solemn-eyed female has been replaced with one of sunshine and light, and it just makes me ache for her all the more. That's part of the problem. Being around her, breathing in her scent, seeing her smiles, It's rough on someone as used to loneliness as I am. It makes me want things I can't have. Last night, she yawned and rubbed her neck, giving me a sleepy smile before heading off to bed. The way she touched her skin lingered in my mind, and I immediately went to the lavatory, turned on the shower, and jerked off. I rubbed my cock hard and fast, trying to work the image out of my head, but when I went to bed, it stuck with me. I dreamed of that night in the hotel room, of Sophie touching my face. I dreamed of her hands gliding over my chest, even as she whispered soft, sexual things. Her hands slid down my front, finding my cock, and then stopped. Because my cock wasn't there. In its place, it was just more scrap metal, more prosthetics. And the dream Sophie had a look of such disgust on her face that I woke up in a pool of sweat. My mood's been bad ever since, and no amount of work alleviates the funk looming over me. That's why I can't be around her today. I can't get that dream out of my head, a combination of what I want most with what I fear most. Hasn't Sophie made it clear that she finds alien men disgusting? Given her past, that seems natural. So me dreaming about her is just an invitation to misery. So I work on my own. Or I try to, but the hours crawl past miserably slow. I can't seem to concentrate, and it's quiet in my work area. Too quiet. I miss Sophie's mindless chatter about nothing in particular. I miss her company, and I'm angry that I do. I shove my goggles down over my eyes, turning on the magnifier so I can focus on the task at hand. The station feedback begins to drone through my head via the goggles, giving a rundown of life support systems and perimeter testing. It's quiet, peaceful feedback, and helps my head focus on the scrap before me and not on Sophie. Sophie's just visiting. No sense in getting attached. I'm best alone, I remind myself. Always alone. I pry a flux chip out of a transistor when the station feedback gives a chirp of alarm. Water pressure dropping, possible leak in Sector T. T is the terrarium. It's not surprising there's a leak there because there's an entire network of old pipes and sprinklers designed to water the plants and keep them growing. The entire station is old, so every once in a while I have to go and restore a corroded pipe or two. It's not a big deal. But Sophie's in the terrarium, which means I'm going to have to see her, and my mood is still black as night, and it's not even her fault. I can't ignore a leaking pipe, though, especially not a leak big enough to set off the sensor alarms. So with a sigh of displeasure, I push off my stool and leave my workstation, heading for the terrarium. I hate that I run a hand through my hair, trying to push it out of my face, that I straighten my clothes. I'm not primping for a female. I'm not. I thump my way down the halls and into the terrarium. The moment I step through the doorway, the air feels humid and thick, and I can hear water spraying from somewhere. Definitely a leak. Sleipner paces near the entrance, his hide shiny and wet. He rubs against my leg as I go inside, as if encouraging me to go find Sophie. I'm going, I grumble to the Caranu. Don't knock me down. Sophie's been hard at work tending the beds near the front of the terrarium, and they look neat and clean. The foliage is still thick and overgrown in several areas at the back of the large dome, and of course the leak would be in one of those. I don't see the human, so I push through thick tangles of vines, heading toward the sound of water hissing out from a pipe. Ow! I hear as I step over a crawling vine nearly as big as a tree trunk. Son of a bitch! Sophie? I call out. Over here, the female replies, and then cusses again in her human language. When I finally make my way through the overgrown plants, a spray of hot water hits me in the face and I grunt. Why is it always the hot water pipes that break down? I quickly eye the area, shielding my face with my hand. The busted pipe is one of the sprinklers set into the wall that runs along the perimeter of the room. It should be easy enough to fix once I get the water off. Sophie's standing nearby, half hidden behind a thick plant, an enormous leaf in front of her as a shield as she tries to approach the broken pipe and the control panel to shut it off. Heated water sprays everywhere, steaming in the air. Stand back. I head for the panel, ignoring the hot spray that soaks my hair and my clothing. When Sophie heads for the pipe again, I gesture that she should back away. You can't turn it off from there. The pipe will be too hot to touch. Yeah, I figured that part out, she comments dryly. So what do we do? Shut off the water to this part of the terrarium and replace the broken area, I say, stripping my shirt off to protect me from the blast of hot water. I wrap it around my cybernetic arm because at least that won't blister, and use it as a shield to block the worst of the water, because of course the panel I need is directly to the side of the break. My arm sends up all kinds of alarming feedback, my circuits going crazy as I type in the override. The hammer of hot water finally stops, and I fling my wet shirt to the ground in disgust. Feedback crackles through me, making me grit my teeth, and I can tell it's going to be one of those keffing days where my limbs cause me no end of pain. I look over at Sophie. She's completely soaked, her dark hair plastered to her hornless head and making her seem smaller than normal. Her jumper has been stripped off and lays in a wet heap on the tile floor. Her arms and legs are covered in mud, her face smeared in it too, as if she's been rolling around in the dirt like her pet does. There's a disgruntled look on her face that might be guilt. What did you touch? I bark over at her. Nothing. She starts to cross her arms over her chest and then stops, letting her muddy hands fall limply to her sides. I can't help but notice that her undergarments, a soft shell of a pale tank top, and some strange short pants to cover her hips, are utterly soaked and cling to her body, outlining everything I've imagined. There's a dark patch between her thighs, and her nipples are dark and hard against the wet fabric of her top. Her breasts are outlined magnificently in the wet material, and the sight of her like this, soaked and muddy and yet so incredibly erotic, is going to be burned into my mind. How did it break? I jerk my gaze away from her nipples, pert and fascinatingly tight, and try to focus on the broken pipe. She's not mine to stare at. I don't get to wonder about the feel of her skin or what that dark triangle is between her legs. I don't know, Sophie admits, and she sounds tired. She rubs the back of one hand along her brow when I look over at her, leaving a smear of mud in her wake. I was working on the bed at the front when I heard something hiss, and I came to look at it. I tried to turn off the pipe, but it started shooting water everywhere and... She spreads her hands. Boom! Clusterfuck. Clusterfuck. I don't know what it means, but it sounds vaguely appropriate. I'll take care of this. Just get your pet and get out of here. Okay. Sophie sounds timid, and I hate that I've somehow scared her again. She hesitates, and when I look over, she bites down on her lip and gestures at the wet pile of her clothing. I hate to ask, but can you hand that to me? I narrow my eyes at her, but lean over and scoop up the clothing, ignoring the raw creak of my prosthetics. Her jumper is soaked, the material heavy and coarse, and I hold it out to her. She tries to take it with the flat of her arm instead of her hand, and I grab her wrist, turning her hand over. Sophie's palm is bright red, blisters forming on her soft skin. I take her other wrist in my grip, dropping the clothing, and the other hand is just as badly burned. Sophie, I murmur, all the anger gone out of my voice. What did you do? Well, the human lets out a little huff of air. I was trying to help out, and I touched the pipe. I didn't realize it was so hot. She frowns down at her hands. They didn't hurt until I looked at them just now. And now? She swallows hard and her soft mouth flattens a little. It's fine, she whispers. It's just blisters. They'll go away in a few days. It is not fine. Sophie is hurt, and she needs someone to look after her. I put a hand on her shoulder, trying not to notice how soft and smooth her bare skin is. Come with me. I will patch you up. It's not necessary. I did not ask for your opinion. I said to come with me.
30. Sophie. Jarok sounds irritated with me, but his touch is incredibly gentle as he leads me out of the terrarium and down the hall. My feet are wet and muddy, and I inwardly cringe at the filthy smears I'm leaving on the newly washed floors. It's slippery without my shoes, and when I nearly lose my balance, Jarok pauses, puts his arm under my knees, and then bridle carries me back to his workshop. He won't look at me, though, and I suspect it's because I'm all wet and practically naked. I noticed his gaze move over my boobs earlier, and then he got flustered and didn't look at me again until he found out about my hands. I'm probably violating some sort of Masaka hygiene law by dripping water all over the place, and I feel terrible. Poor Jarok didn't want me here, and now I'm just making everything worse. I'm sorry. My hands throb in time with my pulse, and they feel like they're on fire more with every second that passes. It's my own stupid fault, though, so there's nothing to be done about it. Just give me a few to get my head together, and I'll get out of your hair. Jarok gives me an odd look and carries me over to his workbench. He looks down at the junk covering the table, and then his tail moves up to the surface and pushes aside everything, knocking it to the floor. With a satisfied grunt, the alien man sets me atop the surface very, very gently. Wait here, I'll get some towels. I shiver, my nipples hard as diamonds against the thin, wet material of my undershirt. Sleipnir wanders in, snagging a part from the floor and slinking back off with it again. And the sight of that almost makes me smile through my pain. When Jarok returns, I tilt my head toward the Caranu, who's abandoning me. Doesn't look like he's too worried about me for a guard cat. He knows you're safe with me, Jarok says, and tucks a towel around my shoulders, pulling it over my chest like a warm cape. Give me your hands. They're just blisters, I protest again, and earn a sharp look from him. Okay, fine. I flip my hands over slowly, resting the backs of my hands against my bare knees. I've been holding my hands carefully away from my body so I won't touch them, and I'm trying not to think about how I'm going to get through the next few days. I can't touch anything. I can't help Jarok. I can't read my book. Anything. Ugh. Jarok peers at my hands, then moves to the side and picks up his goggles and slips them over his ears. His face is masked as they whir and buzz with gears, and I realize this is the first time he's worn them in a while. It reminds me of the first time I saw him, when he was so filthy he didn't even look Masaka. His skin a filthy in-between shade instead of deep blue. As I watch him, so I don't have to look at my awful, blistered-up hands, I notice that he's been keeping clean. His clothes are fresh, not the dirty rags he wore before, and his hair is tangled, but clean. Is that for me, I wonder? You've burned them pretty badly, he points out. I know. Give me a few days and it'll go away. Unless you've got a medbay here on the station? Scrapped it for parts a long time ago. Of course you did. He glances up at me, goggles whirring, and a hint of a smile touches his mouth. I do have some numbing cream, though, and bandages. Right now, that sounds like heaven, I admit. The fiery pain of them is becoming distracting, the throbbing growing more intense by the minute. Jarok nods, and then pulls the goggles off, his gaze meeting mine. I blink at him, fascinated at the tender expression on his face. Even with a cybernetic eye and scars around the corner lid, he's handsome, I think. I no longer see his gaze as jarring, but as just Jarok's. And right now, he's watching me with a fierce expression that's both protective and caring. I can't put it on with you like this, though. I glance down at my body. The parts of me peeking out from under the towel are smeared in mud and dirt. Right. I chew on my lip, thinking. I'm not sure I can do much about that, though. Can we worry about that later? Right now, I just want that numbing cream, and badly. I'll help you wash, he says staunchly. Once you're cleaned off, I can bandage your hands for you. Oh, okay. I'd get more nervous about the situation, but my hands hurt too much. Are you sure? When he nods and pulls me off the table, I try not to hiss at the wave of pain that rolls up my hands as I brush them against his front. "I've got you," he tells me. Jarok carries me into the bathroom and turns the water on. He uses a knife to cut away my sodden clothing rather than pull it over my head and risk touching my hands. And when I'm naked and trembling in front of him, he puts an arm around my waist and guides me into the shower. His clothes get soaked as he takes a towel and ever so gently wipes the mud off my skin. The water is cool, and I keep my aching hands under the spray as he washes me off. It's not sexual in the slightest, and I let out a sigh of relief when we're done, and he gives my skin a brisk toweling down. Then, like a child, he wraps me in the towel and carries me back out to the table. I'm quiet as he slathers my hands in the numbing cream, and then carefully wraps them with clean white plasfilm bandages. When he's done, I look like I've got a pair of boxing gloves on my hands, and the ridiculousness of my situation hits me. I guess I'm not going to be much help for a while. "You hurt yourself," he says, a stubborn expression coming over his face. "All you need to concentrate on now is getting better." I feel stupid, I admit. My eyelids are getting heavy, and I fight back the urge to yawn. I can't believe I hurt myself like this. "You didn't know." He picks me up and gently carries me off the table and sets me down on his bed. "Is this comfortable?" I nod, my eyes drifting closed. Don't know why I'm so tired. "There's a sleeping agent in the cream. Just rest." He brushes wet hair off my forehead. "I'll watch over you." I'm hogging your bed, aren't I? The blankets smell like him, all spicy and warm, and I try to wiggle over a little. "You can come sleep with me. We can share like we did in the hotel room." There's a moment of hesitation, and then I hear the rustle of wet clothing falling to the floor. Before I can open my eyes to see what Jarok thinks, the bed creaks and sinks as he sits down on the edge. A moment later, his big body is pressed up against my side, and he's so warm it's incredible. "Are you sure?" I nod and curl my bandaged hands against my chest, presenting him with my back. "Thank you, Jarok, for looking after me." "Sure." I want to stay awake and talk to him, but the numbing cream is working far too well. I burrow into the blankets, sigh, and drift off with the warm press of his protective body against mine. Funny enough, but I'm not even bothered by the fact that I'm squeezed into bed with him, instead of sharing the enormous bed we did at the hotel. I don't care that he's naked. It just feels kind of right to be here next to him, like it's the place I'm meant to be, so he can take care of me. The last thing I recall before dreams take me is a big hand on my waist, and I like the feel of it there.
31. Jarok. I curl up around the sleeping female, unable to help myself. I should get out of the bed. Leave her alone. She doesn't need me pressing up against her, crowding her in the bed. She just needs to rest. I tell myself I'll get up in a few minutes. But then Sophie sighs and snuggles her back against me, as if she wants me to hold her, and I feel such a hot yearning that I can't help myself. I put my hand on her waist and hold her tightly as she sleeps. She's not allowed to hurt herself anymore. It messes me up too badly. I had a hard time thinking straight when she made those little sounds of pain in her throat, sounds I'm not even sure she was aware she was making. Her hands were hurting her badly, and I was so focused on taking care of her that I paid no attention to the nakedness of her body. I'm thinking about it now, though. I'm thinking about the soft, rounded curves of her ass and the little dimples she has at the base of her spine instead of a tail. I'm thinking about her strong thighs and the smooth, flawless skin. I'm thinking about her elegant shoulders and those upthrust breasts with tight nipples and how they jiggled when I washed them, how she sucked in a breath when my fingers grazed over them. I think about the patch of dark curls covering her cunt as if they're hiding what's underneath. I should definitely not be thinking about the flare of her hips or how her waist is so small I can span it with my hands. She's not mine, I remind myself. She doesn't want an alien male. That possibility has been destroyed for her. So I breathe in the scent of her damp hair as she sleeps, like the creep that I am, and I hold her close for just a little bit longer. Then I force myself to get out of bed. My cock is hard and aching, but I don't touch it. That seems wrong. Instead, I pull on a pair of trow and think about everything I need to get done. I have to fix up the pipe because I can't leave the water off in the terrarium. The plants will die, and Sophie loves those plants. Then I'll need to clean up the muddy smears on the flooring and in the lavatory and toss her filthy clothing into the cleansing station. She'll be hungry when she wakes up, so she'll need food, too. I grab my tools quietly and give the sleeping human one last look. Her naked back is visible, the delicate line of her spine making my fingers twitch with the urge to touch it, to caress it and let her know she's safe. Kef me, I have it bad. How a Diron is going to laugh at my infatuation when he returns. I head toward the terrarium, passing the Caranu as I do. He's heading into my quarters, no doubt to look after his mistress, and the sight of that makes me feel better for leaving her side. You go take care of her, I tell him as I move down the hall. Despite the mud everywhere, the pipe's an easy fix, so I take care of it and the cleanup, then check for messages from the little sister. Nothing. But I do have a message from an old buddy who runs a pirate crew. He'll be in the area in a few days and has some salvage for me, so I send the go-ahead. I'll hide Sophie while he's here. No one ever stays long anyhow, and I make sure they don't feel welcome. When I head back to my quarters, Sophie's still asleep, the Caranu pressed against her back and sprawled across my bed. Doesn't leave me a lot of options. I can't work and wake her up, can't join her in bed. So I make a big batch of noodles, and when it's simmering quietly on the burner, I try to find those books I know I have around here somewhere. I imagine the smile on Sophie's face, and it motivates me to keep digging, even when my limbs start to ache. By the time I find them, my bad arm is jumping, the circuits flaring with feedback. I knew it had happened, so I ignore it and pull out the small crate with the human artifacts. I don't know what half of it is, but I hope she likes it. When I return to my quarters, she's awake, though still lying in bed. The big Caranu is gone and Sophie is alone. She wriggles a little deeper under the blankets until her bare shoulders are covered and blushes as she looks over at me. I'm naked. Didn't realize you slept in clothing. I set the crate down for later, when she's feeling better. There's no rush, and I don't want to seem too eager. Don't you? I shrug, acutely aware that I'm not wearing a tunic myself. I rub my bad arm, teasing away some of the worst of the feedback, and then grab one of my tops and sling it over my head. I pull a second one out and move to her side. You can wear this. The sleeves are big enough that they shouldn't bother your hands. She licks her lips, hesitating. I can't hold the blanket up. She moves the rounded mitts of her hands. Like I haven't seen breasts before? I washed you earlier, remember? I know, Sophie says in a small voice. I just feel weird about this. Like I'm shoving my nudity on you. You aren't. Don't feel weird, okay? I know if you were feeling better you wouldn't show me, so don't worry about it. I'm not going to grab my cock to the side of some bare skin. Give me a little credit. Her cheeks flush and she tries to sit up, using her elbows. It makes her fascinatingly quivery breasts shudder as she does, and I avert my gaze, putting a hand to her back to help her up. I guess human bodies probably seem weird to you, huh? Hideous, I joke, but it sounds flat even to my own ears. I pull the tunic over her head as if she's a child and carefully pull her arms through. You hungry? A look of horror crosses her face. You're going to have to feed me, aren't you? Unless you feel like shoving your face into a bowl of noodles. She appears to consider that for a moment. I could eat a dry one. Or a ration bar. Do you have any of those? No. I don't keep the keffing things around because they remind me of my time in the military when we ate ration bars day in and day out. And the noodles are already made. I'm so sorry to be such a pain, Jarek. I feel terrible. She hangs her head. I know it's a huge inconvenience. She's so full of apologies, she's making me feel like a damned monster. Meanwhile, all I can think about is that I get to touch her for the next few days. I get to brush my fingers over her skin every chance I can. I get to have her in my bed so I can look after her. I get to bathe her. It makes me the worst kind of male for even thinking such things, doesn't it?
32. Sophie. Everything hurts. The dull, throbbing pain in my hands feels like it's spread to the rest of my limbs, and no matter what I do, I can't tune it out. It wakes me up out of my sleep, leaving me whimpering and restless. Shh, comes a familiar, warm voice. A hand touches my shoulder. Drink this. Jarok. I open my eyes and give him a woeful smile. I'm a huge pain in the ass today, aren't I? The worst, he agrees, but his words have no bite. He helps me sit up, and this time I ignore the blanket that falls around my waist. Who cares if I'm showing my tits to the universe? My hands hurt too badly to give a shit. He tilts a cup to my lips, and when I realize the liquid's hot, I try to pull away. No, he insists. Drink it. It's going to taste like ooly sweat, but it'll help things. I sip it and grimace. What is it? Just a bit of cell stimulant to help the healing along, mixed with a bit of alcohol so you'll forget how bad it tastes. He props me against his shoulder. I'm sorry you hurt so badly. He awkwardly pulls the blanket over me, trying to cover up all my naked parts. I didn't realize your hands were that bad. Neither did I. I lean against him because it's comforting that someone's taking care of me. It's nice to be able to whine about how much I hurt and not expect a slap across the mouth for speaking up. It's nice to lean against someone. And when he rubs my shoulder gently, I want to cry with how kind it is. Thank you, Jarok. For everything. I turn ever so slightly, trying to look at him, and I just end up sticking my nose against his throat. His scent hits me. 1 part Masaka, 1 part male musk, and just a hint of machine oil. It's comforting, and I take a deep breath, and somehow I feel a little better. I wait for him to push me away, but he seems content to just hold me, and it's the nicest. I close my eyes and rest against him, trying to ignore everything but his warm, solid presence. Of course, my bladder has to make its presence known, and I fight back a sigh of frustration because I know that's something I can't handle on my own. I have to pee. He doesn't make a face or tease me about it. He just helps me up and tends to my business, and I'm utterly grateful that there's no humiliation in it. He's just helping me out. I think about his prosthetics and how hurt he must have been while his limbs healed. Someone helped him once. He's being kind by just passing it along. Jarok helps me back to bed and hesitates. Do you want to shower? Eat? I shake my head, placing my bandaged hands carefully over the blankets. Where's Sleipnir? I closed him in the terrarium while I was taking care of you. I didn't want him mauling me if you cried out in pain. Smart. The Caranu loves me, but I'm not sure if he'd understand that Jarok wasn't the one who hurt my hands. Will you make sure he's fed? No, I thought I'd starve him to punish you for hurting yourself. It sounds more like a tease than anything, and when he tucks the blankets higher around me, I can't help but smile. What? He asks. I'm keeping you from your work, aren't I? He shrugs. there's no time.
Allow the music to steady your thoughts and soften your emotions as we prepare to return to the narrative.
Time limit on scrap. It'll get done when it gets done. How are you feeling? He reaches out and brushes a strand of hair off my forehead, and then jerks back as if he's done something forbidden. I hurt, and I'm tired. I fight back a yawn. Is that the medicine making me sleepy? Yeah, when you're healing, it's best to just sleep. I'm hogging your bed, I point out with another yawn. How are you going to sleep? He hesitates, his gaze flicking over me. I slept next to you last night, just so I could be nearby in case you needed anything. Is that okay? I nod, my eyes drifting closed. I slept good, I tell him. I hope you did too. I slept great, he says softly, as I drift off once more. I doze off and on all day. Whenever I wake up, Jarok is there, giving me water to drink or making me eat a cup of noodles. I get another dose of his medicine-alcohol combo at bedtime, and it knocks me right out. I'm only vaguely aware of a big body sleeping curled up against me. It sets off a ping of alarm at first. Am I trapped in bed with my owner again? But when I reach out and find nothing on the other side of me, I relax. Just one person in bed. Just Jarok. I roll over, my arms tucked against my front, and go back to sleep, snuggling against his chest. I wake up with a metal component pressing against my cheek. It's part of the prosthetic where it attaches to his arm, I recall. And I actually like the sensation because it reminds me that this is Jarok and not Apraxian. I keep my eyes closed, curled up against him. I know the sensation can't last, but I love being tended to, being cared for. I didn't realize I was so hungry for it. All this time, I've wanted to be independent, to learn how to take care of myself, and the moment a stranger shows me a bit of kindness, I fall apart. No, I correct myself, not a stranger, just Jarok, my friend. My friend doesn't care that I'm naked and pressed against him in bed. All he cares about is that I feel safe and secure. God, I wish every guy was like this. I let out a contented little sigh, wanting to stay here forever. An ear-splitting screech reverberates through the halls of the station. I jerk, lifting my head. That would be your pet, Jarok murmurs. He misses me, I say, sitting up. I examine my hands as if I can somehow peer through the thick bandages and see how they're looking. They don't throb as much today, which is an improvement. Maybe we should let him out? Jarok hesitates and then nods. If he starts chewing on me, you'll have to pull him off. He gets to his feet, tucks the blankets carefully around me, and then heads down the hall toward the terrarium. I watch him go, and I can't help but notice that he's wearing his pants, his trow, they call it, in bed. Of course he is. Just because I'm naked doesn't mean he's going to be. I also notice that his back is incredibly strong, his muscles flexing, and that he's got scars everywhere. Poor Jarok. Life has not been kind to him. He returns a few moments later, Sleipnir 2 paces ahead of him. The Caranu has an absolutely indignant look on his face as he moves to my side, sniffing me all over before thumping down into bed next to me and putting his head in my lap. I want to rub his ears, but the bandage mitts on my hands won't allow it, so I just coo sweet things to my pet and hope he realizes how much I love him. Jarok gives the Caranu a sour look and moves to the end of the workstation, where he sets up the makeshift stove every night. You want noodles? Hungry? Just like that, he's taking care of me again, and I want to eat it up with a spoon. A girl could get used to this. Ravenous. 33. Sophie. It's not long after Jarok wipes the last of the noodles from my messy face when I realize that I smell. Not only am I wearing half of my breakfast, it's rough being fed a soup by someone else, but my hair is greasy and lank, and I stink of old sweat. As Jarok clears the dishes away, I surreptitiously lift an arm and smell one of my pits, and cringe. Oh yeah, that's bad. You think we can take these off? I ask Jarok, gesturing at my arms. See how they look? He frowns over at me, but moves to my side. Do they hurt? Not much. That could be the numbing gel. I'd be surprised if it healed that fast. They were bad burns. But he sits down at my side and unwraps the bandages anyhow, his gaze flicking to me. We should probably change these out anyhow. I say nothing because I want my hands to be better, and I don't. I want that shower, and I want to get clean. But I also am shamelessly loving being babied. I love that Jarok is being so tender with me, so attentive. It makes me want all kinds of things and makes my brain fire up. I imagine us as Claire and Jamie for a moment, tending to one another and letting the sexual tension build and build. Except there's no sexual tension. We're just friends. He barely tolerates me. I hate aliens. We're getting along right now, out of boredom. That's all. A small hiss escapes me as the bandages peel away, sticking to my wounds. My palms are red, and the blisters are still terrible looking. But Jarok seems pleased. It's coming along nicely. It is? Looks frightful to me, and I'm disappointed because this means another day of being useless. Are you really that disappointed? My brain silently asks. You like being cosseted. I do, and I don't. My last owner thought he spoiled me. He made me eat treats from his hand and dressed me in fine clothing and had me sit at his feet on a pillow. I hated him so much I wanted to murder him, too, because he never acted like I was a real person with feelings. I was a thing to him, a pet monkey with a fuckable vagina. No wonder monkeys rip people's faces off. But with Jarok, it's different. He's never demeaning when he tends to me, and that makes all the difference in the world. He feeds me, sure, but it's different. It's all different. I think about how different it is as Jarok slathers a fresh round of numbing cream on my burns and carefully rewraps them in fresh bandages. You look sad, Jarok comments. I shrug. I wanted to be able to get clean. I'll help you with that. I did before. I know, but I keep imposing on you. I bite my lip. You're probably getting sick of seeing my face. Only a little. I glance up at him, not sure how to take that. Is he joking or serious? It's hard to tell with him sometimes, and I worry he's going to be more than ready to pitch me out the door when the Vosithai brothers return. The thought makes me a little sad. I like it here. I wouldn't mind visiting the next time we're through this area. Just hang out for a few days and spend some downtime with Jarok, scrapping things and tearing ships apart while Sleipnir gnaws on the metal carcasses. Except Sleipnir isn't mine to keep, and Jarok hates company. I bite back a sigh. You sure you don't mind? Even if I did, it's not like you have a choice. His answer is cagey, and he won't look me in the eye, which makes me think he does mind, a lot. That makes me feel worse. Come on, he says. Let's get you washed up. All right. He offers me his hand, and even though I can't take it, I smile. I press my elbow into his grip instead and use his weight to maneuver myself up. I hear his joints creak, but he doesn't complain. He doesn't let go of me either, even when I'm on my feet. He just keeps holding on to me, guiding me to the lavatory as if I'm a princess on his arm, instead of a smelly human slave with bad hands. He doesn't look at me, though, and I wonder if he finds human bodies hideous. I'm not all neat, elegant lines like Masaka females. My hips are too wide, my butt too jiggly, and I unfortunately have larger than average breasts, something I've always lamented. Not because it's cute to coyly suggest that they're too big. It's that they're prominent and noticeable and catch the attention of alien perverts, and so I hate them. If I could, I'd chop them off just so no one looks at me twice ever again. It's sad. Once upon a time, I loved my body, but now I just want to be left alone. Jarok starts the spray of the shower and then steps in, wearing his trowel and boots and everything. The sight makes me giggle, and he looks over at me in surprise. You're wearing a lot of clothes for a shower, I point out as I join him. His cheeks flush in that darker shade of blue. Figured it'd be rude for me to have my cock in your face. He goes silent, then his face seems to flush all the way to his horns. I find that strangely charming. You're a gentleman, I proclaim, and step toward him. Stay out of the spray, he instructs me, putting a wet hand on my shoulder and turning me around. Keep your bandages dry. I'll clean you and rinse you off. Oh, okay. I can't remember how we did it the other day. I was hurting too much to pay attention. But maybe that was how? All I remember is that his touch was kind and gentle. I close my eyes and wait patiently. I should feel more weirded out that I'm naked in the shower with him, but it's just Jarok. He's seen me naked. He's touched me everywhere. It's no big deal. Big warm hands touch my shoulders, and then a large sponge sluices hot water over my skin. Oh God, that feels good. He does it a second time, wetting my body, and then uses one hand to lift my hair off my nape and washes the back of my neck. It's like a massage, almost, or like being touched by the most tender of lovers. A little whimper of pleasure escapes me before I realize it, and Jarok freezes. 34. Sophie. Well, now I've done it. I've gone and made things awkward. Sorry, I whisper to Jarok. His hands are still on my skin, but he's not moving. It's like the shameful noise I made has frozen him in place. It's been a while since someone touched me. Not that you haven't touched me. It just felt good and... Shit, I'm making this weird. Just ignore me. He clears his throat. It's okay. Happens to all of us. Does it? I suspect it doesn't, but it's nice of him to say so. I bite my lip in silence as he scrubs my back, his movements careful. He's utterly silent, and things feel... awkward. Even so, I can't ignore how very nice it feels to be scrubbed and washed. I bathe regularly, of course, but it's different when someone else is tending to you. His touch is the perfect mixture of firm but gentle, and I kind of want it to go on forever. He finishes my shoulders and back and moves down my legs and buttocks and then back up again. Turn, please. I do, and I can feel myself flushing because my nipples are tight. My skin prickles with awareness, and I can't help but watch him as he sluices more water over my front, adds soap to the sponge, and then begins to wash my front. I suck in a breath as the sponge moves lightly over my breasts, and an ache rises deep inside of me. I'm actually surprised that I'm turned on. How long has it been since I've been aroused? I don't even like touching myself much anymore. There's too many bad memories mixed up with that. But I like this. I like his touch. It's tender and caring, and it makes my pulse throb between my thighs in a way that feels good and not shameful. I can't look at him while he soaps up my breasts, though. I don't want to see disgust on his face, or annoyance at having to tend to me. I want my arousal to continue to exist in this pure state, so I keep my gaze averted, focusing on his chest. The water slides down his skin in rivulets, and I follow them down, and notice something. His pants are wet and cling to his body, outlining everything. I see the outline of his cock, and it's just as big as I remember from the last time when he was in a towel. Actually, no, it's bigger, because it's erect and straining against the material. I can also see the outlines of piercings that stud the crown, and how thick the head of him is. I can see the freaking ridges and the spur. Jesus. His pants are so flimsy when wet that I can see his spur. As he lifts my arm and begins to wash it, I make a weird noise in my throat. He stills. Does this hurt? No, I feel flushed and confused. First, I'm getting turned on by him washing me, and now I can't seem to stop staring at his junk. You're, pierced. He pauses and then goes back to scrubbing me. I am. I try to think who someone as lonely and surly as Jarok would get pierced for. I can't imagine him getting pierced just for himself. Not when most of the time a piercing is for the woman's pleasure. But who was the woman? And where is she now? And why does that bother me? For a girlfriend? I find myself asking. A wife? Jarok sets my arm down carefully and moves to the other. Does it matter? A hot bolt of shame hits me. No, it doesn't matter. Why do I care? He's just a friend that got stuck washing me because I hurt myself in his home. There's no one else to do the dirty work, so it falls to him. It's me that's getting clingy and ridiculous. I'm sorry I asked. He grunts, and that's his only response, and goes back to washing me. I bite my lip and ignore the rest of the washing, or try to anyhow. It doesn't feel the same when you know the person who's touching you is only tolerating your presence, barely. The curl of desire I felt earlier withers and dies, and it doesn't even flare when he gently washes between my thighs. I'm such a jerk for asking about his piercings. Jarok was aroused, sure, but he's a guy. He probably gets hard at the drop of a hat, and it's clear he didn't like me asking about it. I worry I've made things weird between us. I don't want to ruin our friendship because it makes me happy. As we step out of the shower and he towels me dry, I stare at the wall. And at a plasfilm dispenser. Oh God, that's right. Misaka are sticklers for hygiene laws. Here he is, probably uncomfortable having to tend to me while violating all the hygiene laws in his universe, and I'm asking about his dick while he had an uncomfortable boner. He's never shown an iota of interest in me or my body, and I'm just reading things sexually because my world has been warped, and I think my only value is in my body. Ugh. I really am the worst friend ever. He's just being nice, and I'm being a creep. I'm sorry. Why are you sorry? His tone is brusque, his toweling of me vigorous, and that just makes things worse. He's no longer being painfully gentle. It's like he knows that I get the wrong idea if he is. Because you're having to take care of me like I'm an invalid. I'll be healed up soon enough, and you won't have to. I try to keep my tone cheerful, even though all I really want to do is hide and wait for my awkward embarrassment to ebb away. I'll make it up to you somehow, too. He just gives me an odd look and pulls out one of his oversized tunics, tugging it over my head. You gonna be okay if I leave you alone for a few? Jarok paces away, picking up a crate of metal parts on a nearby table. Of course. My hair is still dripping down my head and onto the collar of the tunic, but I can't complain. I sit down on the edge of the bed, and Sleipnir immediately starts to lick the water droplets from my skin, bringing a smile to my face. I'll just cuddle with Sleipnir. Good, Jarok says, and heads out. I sigh and sling my arm carefully around the Karanu's shoulders as it licks my face. I've definitely made things weird, boy.
35. Jarok. Carrying the crate of parts out of the room is just an excuse to get away from her. Her gaze is too knowing, and I'm too flustered to remain calm. My cock aches, and I vaguely realize I'm still wearing my damp trowel and getting water all over the keffing floors. Not that I care. I head into the nearest room and toss the crate down, then drag my hand over the throbbing bar of my cock. You're, pierced, she'd said. For a girlfriend? I'd been washing her breasts, fascinated with the hard tips and how soft she is here, and she asked about another woman. She wanted to know if there was someone in my life, and like the keffing fool I am, I shut her down. I'm an idiot. I panicked and wasn't sure how to respond. How do you tell a human female who's been trafficked and abused by aliens that you're fascinated with her? That you're obsessed with her scent and her skin and her smile and her conversation? How do you say that as you wash her naked body while she's helpless, and not make it threatening? Besides, I already know her answer. She'd never be interested in someone like me. Even for Masaka, I'm not particularly handsome. I've got scars everywhere. My eyes don't match. My limbs are trash. I'm not rich. I'm certainly not charming. Sophie tolerates me because she doesn't have any other options, but it doesn't mean that she's interested in me sexually. That's why it's all the more important that I don't come onto her and abuse her trust. She can't know that washing her is one of the greatest pleasures in my life. She can't know that I dream about her or that I touch myself to the thought of her. I look around the room, noticing it's one of the ones we've been working on clearing out recently. Sophie is obsessed with me having comfortable living spaces, as if that's important. She's got such a kind heart, and what do I do to repay that kindness? Jerk my cock every chance I get, dreaming about her mouth and her soft skin. Even now I reach into my trough and squeeze my length, thinking about her soapy breasts. You're, pierced? I imagine her gazing down at my cock, and in my dreams her expression is one of sheer pleasure. That she takes plasfilm and covers my cock with it, even as she kisses the head with her fascinating pink-brown mouth. Yeah, it doesn't take me long to come. 2 quick tugs, and with Sophie's image in my mind, I'm done. When I'm finished, though, I'm left feeling vaguely ashamed. The real Sophie would never touch me like that. The real Sophie just wants to be left alone. I clean up using an old towel and then toss it into the incendiary chute. Adjusting myself, I head back into my main quarters. Sophie's in my bed, of course, but she's not sleeping. She's curled on her side and stares off at nothing, her expression vaguely miserable. The Karanu's head is propped up on her hip, always nearby, but Sophie seems distant, sad. She's probably worried I'm going to try and touch her, to ruin our fragile friendship. Swallowing hard, I open my mouth to say something clever, something witty, but nothing comes out. I can't think of a thing. All I can do is growl low in my throat, frustrated with myself. She glances over at me, and her miserable expression doesn't let up. Is everything all right? Fine, I want to snap. But I imagine her expression growing sadder, and that tears at me. Not really, I manage. I take a few steps forward, resting my hands on my work table. Then I see them. The books, and I know how to make her smile return. Close your eyes. Sophie sits up in bed, folding her legs. She gives me a curious look, but does as I ask, her bandaged hands resting in her lap. The Karanu yawns and gives me a sleepy look, then goes back to sleep, shifting onto his belly and burrowing under the covers. I wipe at my wet hands. I'm still damp everywhere and only half dressed, and take the books, then move toward the bed. I watch her as I do, noticing that she keeps her face turned toward me, listening to the sounds I make. She didn't protest at all when I asked her to close her eyes. She just trusted me. It's a humbling realization. I hope I always have her trust. I kneel down on the floor in front of where she's seated, my joints creaking loudly. Her brows furrow at that, but she keeps her eyes closed. Sit with me, she murmurs, tilting her head and indicating the bed. Can't. Still wearing wet pants. Her cheeks flush and I clear my throat. Stupid of me to remind her of that moment. I hold the books up. Got something for you. She opens her eyes and blinks at me, and I'm once again entranced at how lovely she is. Her gaze focuses on the objects in my hand, and she sucks in a breath. Books? I nod. Are they in English? There's so much hope in her eyes. I feel like an idiot. English is a human language. I don't know what these are written in. I open one book to a random page and hold it up to her. Can you read it? A sound like a squeal erupts from her. I can. Good. I close the book and hold the other one out. She nods, excitement shining in her eyes. I stack them both and hold them out to her, and then I realize she can't take them. Of course not. I'm a keffing idiot. I'm glad, I manage. I saw them and thought of you. Sophie's face is so full of joy that it makes my heart stutter in my chest. Oh, Jarok, thank you so much. She puts her bandaged hands on my face and reaches out and kisses my cheek. Since I can't hug you. I go completely still. She does too, and it's clear she didn't realize what she was doing. Sophie's look of joy dies, and a second later she bursts into tears. I'm just making everything so much worse, aren't I?
36. Sophie. Why are you crying? Jarok demands, and his stilted, frustrated tone just makes me even more upset. Why am I crying? He really has to ask that? I thought it was obvious. Here I am, after I made our shower together uncomfortable, and then I forget everything in the face of a few books and kiss his cheek. I keep forgetting he's not human, that he won't grasp the concept of an affectionate kiss on the cheek, that I'm stomping all over his hygiene laws all over again. I feel like I'm ruining things. Ruining things? He echoes, baffled. Ruining what? I like you, I manage. I don't want to ruin our friendship. A kiss on the cheek is just a bit of affection. It doesn't mean anything. I give him a pleading look. And I keep running over your boundaries like they're not there. I'm sorry. His expression is impossible to read. After a moment, Jarok lets out a long sigh. I'm not mad, Sophie. Just don't cry, all right? I gave you those books because I don't like seeing you sad. I flail my gloved hands in the air. I'm sad because this is ruining everything. It's not ruining anything. It's just inconvenient. I'm sorry you had to bathe me. You'd do the same for me. I nod, miserable. I would. And I'd probably creep on his piercings, but I don't bring that up. What he doesn't know won't ruin things further. So don't think anything of it, Jarok says. He gets to his feet in a mighty creak of prosthetics, and a grimace flashes over his face. We're friends. You're sure? I ask tearfully. I want to wipe my eyes, and my nose, but there's no way. And I can't ask him to do it either, because that just seems wrong. So I stare at him woefully, my face wet. I like being your friend. I don't want that to change. He looks down at me with a gentle expression. It won't change. It does, though. Jarok doesn't come to bed that night, and I fall asleep to the sound of his drill a few rooms away, the low drone in the back of my mind. It's there when I wake up in the morning, and he's quiet for most of the day, his eyes ringed with sleepless circles. I can take the hint, though. That night, I peel the bandages off, and my blisters are almost completely healed, my hands a little shiny and tight. I can use them, though, and so I take Sleipnir and go back to bed in my room. Jarok needs his space, and as his friend, I'm going to give it to him. Even if I don't want to. I worry I'm starting to depend on him too much, that I'm clinging to him, because I don't like being in my bed by myself. Sleipnir is fine, of course, but I liked the feel of Jarok's body pressed against mine. It made me feel safe, and I miss talking to him. I miss working with him. I want things to go back to the way they were before that shower, and I asked about his piercings and made him grossly uncomfortable. Wouldn't he just laugh his head off to find out that the annoying human that got dumped on him was also developing a tiny crush? I imagine his mouth twisted in a cruel smirk and shudder. Yeah, no. Distance between us is a good thing. My vow for distance lasts all of a few hours. I read for a little while, greedily sucked into the old-fashioned red book entitled The Last Days of Pompeii by Edward Bulwer Lytton. The language is a little stilted, and the pages yellow with age, but that just means I can read it slowly and savor it. The other book is A Night to Remember by Walter Lord, and it's clear some alien out there loved himself some human disaster porn. It's not the cheeriest of subjects for either book, but I'm just thrilled to have something new to read. I'm engrossed in the lives of Romans, Sleipnir asleep and pressed against my back as he hogs the bed. When I hear it, a low moan. I get to my feet and adjust my tunic around my shoulders. My hands feel a little hot, but not so bad, really. I'm more concerned about poor Jarok, because I know what that moan means. Sleipnir gets up and moves to my leg, but I stroke his head and point to the bed. Go back to sleep. He ignores me, of course, because he's got a lot of cat in him. All right, then, I sigh. Just don't eat Jarok, okay? He can't help his bad dreams. I hug my tunic closer to my body and pad down the hall. As I get closer, I hear breathless counting and tossing. My heart squeezes for him, and I move over to the bed. Instead of waking him up, though, I just climb in right next to him, sliding an arm around his torso and spooning him from behind. Jarok twitches and sucks in a breath. He half rolls over and then realizes I'm tucked behind him and stops. "Sophie," he murmurs, voice sleepy. "What are you doing?" "Coming to bed," I say with a yawn. I didn't realize it at first, but you sleep better with me, don't you? The nightmares don't come. I slide my hand to his waist and press my face against his back. My legs are bent, lined up with his, and I've never been the big spoon before. It's kind of funny considering I'm probably half of Jarok's size, but it's also kinda nice, like I'm the one giving comfort. After the last few days, he could use it, and I like giving it. I snuggle my face against his skin. No shirt while he's sleeping, it seems, and he's warm, so warm. He touches the arm I have lying across him. "Is this going to bother you? Are you uncomfortable?" Maybe it would have before, but my crush on Jarok is working overtime. His scent is in my nose, and because I'm the big spoon, I'm also at the edge of the bed, my butt hanging off the side just a little. I have an exit, though. I'm not pressed and trapped between multiple bodies, so no, it doesn't bother me. I rub my nose against his back, and there are hard metal bits just under his skin, along his shoulder blade. They poke and press against me, but I like them too. They remind me, even with my eyes closed, that this is Jarok, and he's safe. I'm not uncomfortable, I reassure him. Go to sleep. He laces his fingers with mine over his stomach, and I think for a moment that he'll protest again. He doesn't, though. He goes quiet, and a short time later, his breathing evens out once more. Sleipnir hops up on the foot of the bed, as graceful as a house cat, and settles in against Jarok's legs. That wakes him, but only slightly, and I can feel when he drifts back to sleep again. I smile as I close my eyes.
37. Jarok. I wake up with warm breath against my hair and horns, and Sophie's teats pressed against my face. She's curled around me, clinging to me, actually, and I vaguely remember her coming to sleep with me last night. I must have been having bad dreams again, though I don't remember them. I just remember her sliding into bed next to me. It makes me ache with want. She's special, this female. She's got such a kind, giving heart, and it's wrapped up in a beautiful, delicate package. I'm envious of the male, or female, that will finally get to call her their own. I close my eyes, wanting to stay in this moment for as long as possible. I won't move until Sophie wakes up, I think. I don't want to move ever, actually. Just drink in Sophie's scent and let it fill my mind for a bit. I don't even care that the heavy caranu is draped over my leg and cutting off my circulation. It's not like I can lose a toe anyhow. Sophie shifts, letting out a little sigh, and her breasts brush against my skin. Her nipple scrapes against my cheek, and instantly my cock fills and grows heavy. Kef me. I clench my jaw, determined not to ruin this moment. It's not her fault I'm aroused by her. She doesn't need to know the disgusting things that fill my mind when she's in bed with me. Jarok? She murmurs, her voice achingly sweet and sleepy. Her fingers graze over my prosthetic arm. Your circuits are jumping. Ignore them, I mumble, just like I'm ignoring the tease of her nipples so close to my keffing mouth. Instead, she reaches out and presses her fingers to the synth skin on my arm, rubbing. Does this help? It does and it doesn't. My arm does calm down, but parts of me that are lower are definitely not calm. Her touch is just making those worse. I'm sorry for kissing you, she murmurs, even as her fingertips glide over my arm in the gentlest caress. That's not what I want to hear from her right now. I don't want to hear anything about her regretting touching me while she's touching me. My hand is on her hip as she massages my arm, and I move my fingers ever so slightly, rubbing her. Why did you do it? She hesitates. I wanted to. I look up at her. There's a knot in my throat telling me not to reach out, not to dare to hope for too much, but I can't help myself. I liked it. Sophie's lips part. She gazes down at me, her expression full of surprise. I rub her hip, determined not to break eye contact. I want to show her, even if it's just with a touch, that I'm obsessed with her, that if she wants to press her mouth to my face 12 times, I'd take it like the greedy fool I am. She stops massaging my arm and shifts in the bed. For a moment I think I've keffed it all up and she's getting out of bed, but Sophie slides lower until we're face to face. She watches me with a thoughtful expression on her features and then leans in and ever so lightly kisses my plaited brow. I groan, stroking her side. I'm not violating hygiene laws? She asks, breathless, as her hand moves to my face and lightly caresses my cheek. Don't care, I manage, unable to stop touching her. I caress the gentle curve of her hip, marveling at how soft she is. I rub her through the tunic, keeping my movements light and inoffensive. I'm not grabbing at anything, I just want to touch her, that's all. She leans in and kisses my nose, her lips a feathery graze over my skin. Her eyelids are heavy, her lashes shielding her expression from me, but I don't think she's scared. She's not trembling in my arms. She seems comfortable as she leans over and presses a light kiss to my cheek, and then her thumb brushes over my cheekbone. What would you do if I kissed your mouth? What would I do? I would smile? Sophie giggles and I feel a little foolish. Before I can react to that, though, she leans in and ever so carefully presses her lips to mine. It's just a momentary touch and gone as quickly as it happened. Warmth floods through my system, though, and I do smile. And then my smile fades. She said before that the kiss meant nothing. I have been imagining it as some great affection, a sign that she likes me as much as I do her. But what if I am wrong? May I ask something? Of course. Do you kiss everyone? She recoils as if stung, and hurt flashes over her face. I realize in that moment I've made a mistake. That this small gesture was special and for me alone, and I have somehow ruined it. Sophie shoots out of the bed as if it's on fire, and I reach for her. I grab her wrist. Wait. I did not mean it like that. She gives me a wounded expression. Then what did you mean? Her voice is ice cold. I struggle for the right thing to say, to explain that I do not understand how a female like her can show affection to a male like me. I have been broken in every way possible and have retreated from the universe. I have nothing to offer her. I have been cruel and cold, and yet she still wishes to kiss me? It feels like more than I deserve, and so the answer must clearly be that I am not special, that kisses are for everyone. It is the only thing that makes sense, even if I am wrong. Judging by her expression, I am very wrong. I do not understand why you would kiss a broken male. Her expression softens. Jarok. The station's comm flares with alert. Incoming craft. Incoming craft. Hailing frequency on Channel 3. Please respond. Sophie stumbles backward and I release her wrist. What's going on? Visitors, I grumble, irritated at their timing. They announced that they'd be arriving while you were asleep. I told them to come on ahead. At her worried look, I add, they're just dropping off salvage. No one's staying. You can hide in my rooms and no one will bother you. I promise this. She gives me a skeptical look, but nods. They'll be gone quickly? Very quickly, I reassure her. Sophie thinks for a moment and then gestures at me. You should probably put some pants on then. I glance down and realize for the first time that I'm not wearing anything but the blanket, and it's pooled very low around my hips, showing off every scar and old marking that litters my body. But her smile is warm, and she runs her fingers lightly over my jaw before turning away. And it seems I am going to greet my guests with a hard cock, because now I can't stop thinking about that touch. Or her kiss. 38. Jarok. Vudis takes his sweet time docking, and then even more time showing me what he's brought. I've dealt with the Zit pirate plenty of times in the past, and if he isn't my favorite person, he's mostly harmless. A drug, actually. Today, though, he has a new crew, and I don't like the looks of them. There's 3 males, 2 more Sizit, and a Sithri with a shifty look in his eyes. They dock their shuttle and haul in their scrap, including a fancy little air sled that they probably stole from the last port they were at. It's a decent haul, but it'll also clean out my credit reserves. That's all right. I can make more. Where's your old crew? I ask Vudis, my arms crossed over my chest as I stand in front of the bay doors that lead to the station's living areas. Sophie and her pet are safely tucked away in my quarters, but even so, I don't want them thinking they can come and relax inside. Vudis just shrugs hard shoulders and scratches at the new symbol emblazoned on his tunic's chest, the one also on the hull of the ship. We had a misunderstanding or 3 and parted ways. Great. I watch as the Sizit lifts a flask to his lips and belches. Behind him, the Sithri eyes my station with interest, touching wall panels and assessing the structure as the other 2 Sizit unload the scrap vehicles they've brought. They're doing a poor job, which means they're likely drunk, too. My irritation rises. It keeps rising when Vudis decides he wants to haggle. 200,000 credits for this lot, he announces, waving his flask in the air. Untrackable credits, of course. You'll make 10 times that, scrapping all of it. I snort. You're a keffing idiot if you think I'm paying that much. 30,000 max. Untrackable. The Sizit hisses at me, baring his sharp teeth. You insult me. No, I don't. I gesture at the load. It's a good haul, but it's not 200,000 good. This is all part of the game, of course. We'll haggle over pricing for a while. He'll call me names. I'll verbally trash what he brought, and we'll settle on a price somewhere in between. Sure enough, Vudis counters with 140, and we continue haggling as I work the price down to 100, then 90, then 75. He's completely soused, so it's not that difficult to bargain, and he's giving in pretty easily. Either the gear is extremely hot and freshly stolen, or something else is going on. I suspect the latter when the Sithri slinks toward us, listening in as we work out the price. This must be a lonely station, he hisses at me, his tongue flicking. So far from everything. That's how I like it, I tell him, keeping my tone casual even though my hackles rise. I gesture at Vudis. Do we have a deal or not? The Sizit grunts. Deal. Pay me. I pause, glancing over at their ship. I want to ask if they've got any human artifacts on board. I can tell them I know a buyer and purchase whatever they have, just because I want to see Sophie's eyes light up. But I don't. I'm already on high alert, and I don't want to let these 2 curious fools know that Sophie's here on the station, along with an expensive guard beast. 70 it is, then. Follow me. I head over to the wall safe I have built into the hangar itself, where I keep my trading income, or most of it. I actually keep it pretty spare as part of the bargaining. If I offer to pay 70 and I only have 75 in my safe, they think they've gotten a good deal out of me. In reality, I have more squirreled away on board, hidden in vents and under false flooring, like any good scavenger. I keep my walk slow, exaggerating my limp as I head to the safe, and I can't help but notice that both the C3 and Voodis follow close behind me. Hopefully, they're just drunk. I open the safe and pull out the funds, and the C3 eyes everything I do with great interest. I hold the bag of credits out to Voodis, who takes another swig before snatching it from my grip. "Pleasure doing business with you," I say in my driest voice. "Now you can leave." The C3 gives a hissing laugh. "So hospitable." "No one comes here for hospitality," I point out. "You come here because I buy your junk and don't ask questions." I gesture at the ship. "But now we're done, and you can go." Voodis picks up one of my favorite tools off a nearby workbench, studies it, and then pockets it. I narrow my eyes at him, but he just grins at me and drinks another round. Behind him, the other two Sizit laugh and grab whatever is nearest and pitch it into their shuttle. "What the kef are you drunks doing?" I keep my tone exasperated, even though I'm on high alert at this point. The C3 pulls out a weapon and points it at me. "Haven't you figured this out, friend? This is a robbery." He gestures at the safe. "You can open that again. Give us the rest." I eye Voodis, but he won't look at me. Typical. Something tells me he wasn't just dumped from his last crew because they were a bad fit. I snort with disgust. "Ugh, you're robbing a junker?" "Times are hard," the C3 says, "and I suspect you make plenty, my friend." I stare down the blaster pointed at my face. I've been robbed before. It happens, especially on the edge of the universe. It's another reason why I keep my credits stashed. I can probably distract them long enough to get them out of here reasonably safely, but I don't know these pirates. They might just as soon shoot me the moment I open the safe. And there's Sophie's safety to think about. I can't let any harm come to her. If I give you what's in the safe, you'll get out of here? I'll change the permissions, arm the defenses, and make sure they never come to my doorstep ever again. "After we see what you have on your little station," the C3 acknowledges with a nod. "Maybe you give us your food, Those supplies are for Sophie and her pet, and me, but I can miss a meal. I don't want my fragile human guest suffering." I narrow my eyes at him and cross my arms over my chest, unwilling to flinch in front of the blaster. He won't kill me as long as that safe remains locked, after all. The C3 flicks the blaster toward the door. "Open that, and then the safe." "No." Voodis looks uneasy. "Jarak, just do it. We'll leave you alone after we take whatever's worth taking." "No," I say again. "You're not stepping a foot inside my private quarters." "You're not going any keffing-where near Sophie." The blaster hums as he flicks a switch, bringing it to life. He points it at my brow again. "Then we have a problem," the C3 hisses.
39. Sophie. It seems that I've learned something from my days on the Little Sister. When Jarak doesn't return right away, I head to the old comm station in his quarters, the one he never uses. I look for familiar buttons, and when I find what I'm seeking, I tap the sequence, turning on visuals for the station. I get 3 different rooms before I get the hangar bay, and then what I see takes my breath away. There's a snake-looking alien holding a gun to Jarak's face, and Jarak scowling at him, arms crossed. He's going to get killed. I can't let this happen. I grab one of the weapons off of Jarak's wall, a blaster type that I don't know the name of, but I recognize well. I turn it on, listening to the hum, and then silently pad to my room, getting my mask and cloak. I toss the cloak on, put on the mask, and when I head to the door, Sleipnir's pacing just outside it, waiting. He's agitated, his tail flicking wildly. For a moment, I think about closing him into my room, but this is what he's born to do. I put a hand on his head, calming him. "Stay behind me," I say, even as I slide my long sleeve over the blaster. "Do you understand me, Sleipnir?" The Caranu looks up at me with intelligent eyes and blinks once. I hope that's a yes. I don't have time to make sure if it is. Swallowing hard, I take a deep breath and open the door to the hangar. Jarak goes pale the moment I do. The blaster immediately turns from Jarok toward me. The snake alien stares at me, confused, and then lets out a hissing laugh as he turns back toward Jarok again. You got yourself an oolie, mate. You must be desperate. I fire. It's easy enough, and my hands are remarkably steady. I hit him in the shoulder, and he drops the gun, so I fire again, and this time I hit him in the face. The blaster punches a disgusting hole in his head, and the alien slumps to the ground. Sleipnir rushes past me in a gleeful howl, and someone else screams. Jarok immediately grabs the face of the second man in front of him, the zzzt, and gives a hard twist. There's a loud crack, and then the second alien falls over the one I killed. At the far side of the dock, I hear screaming, and I drop the gun in my hand with a clatter. Sleipnir! I'll get him. But Jarok moves to my side first, checking me over. He touches my shoulder. Are you okay? I nod. Wait here. His tone is gruff, but I know him well enough to hear the underlying gentleness there. And he jogs heavily over to where the pirate's ship is docked and the cargo hold hanging open. I crouch low on my knees, clutching the blaster in my hands. Strangely enough, I feel calm. I just killed a man, a stranger, but he was threatening Jarok, and I knew I couldn't just let him keep waving that gun in his face. It'd be both of our lives if Jarok was taken out. The thought of that distresses me. I picture Jarok lying on the floor like the dead men are, a hole punched through his head, and I squeeze my eyes tightly at the flare of anxiety that stirs inside me. He's safe. We're fine. There's an angry growl that comes from the other side of the hangar. Call him off, Sophie, Jarok bellows. He's not listening to me. Sleipnir, I call out, making my voice as sweet as I can. Come here, sweetheart. Something wet falls on the ground, and then the Caranu is running over to me, his opalescent muzzle splattered in blood. I shudder, pulling off my cloak and using it to wipe his face. His tail's wagging like a dog's, and he's got the most self-satisfied look on his face, as if he's done good. I suppose he has. He's done his job and kept me safe. You're a good boy, I reassure him, rubbing and scratching at the ridges of his ears as I mop his face. Such a good boy. He thrums with the low purr of his kind and flops down at my feet and begins to groom himself. I toss the bloodied cloak aside and take off my mask as Jarok comes back over to me. He shakes his head when I step forward. Don't. You don't need to see that. I bite my lip. Are they all dead? Very. Jarok watches my face, his expression solemn. Are we in trouble because we killed these men? A grin creases his face. This scum? No, not at all. Even if someone came looking for them, it'd likely just be to collect the bounty. No, we're fine. He nods at the ship. Except maybe we have a lot more scrapping to do than anticipated. I let out a huff of breath, too relieved to laugh. Actually, I don't even know if I'm in a laughing mood. There's adrenaline rushing through me with nowhere to go, and I feel restless and odd. I set the blaster down and step away from it. I took that off your wall. I'm not sorry. Take what you like as long as it's not aimed at me. There's a glitter in his eyes that tells me he's feeling the same surge of adrenaline I am, the same strange giddiness. Do you often get robbed? I take a step toward him. Because you're out here alone? He shakes his head and he closes the distance between us. No, I get left alone for the most part. These must have been desperate. He reaches out and brushes his knuckles against my cheek, a look of concern on his face. You sure you're okay? I take his hand and hold it to my face, closing my eyes. It's not his prosthetic, but his other hand. and instead of feeling metal and the occasional too bulky part underneath the surface, I feel calluses and warm, suede-like skin. I'm okay. I just need to process. "You're effing amazing," he murmurs, and I don't realize I need praise until this moment. "You saved me." His voice is low and rich with emotion, and I can't think of a thing to say. He seems to be waiting for some sort of response, so I just sit there and hold his hand before I finally chirp out, "That's what friends do." I know I've fucked up when his expression goes blank and cold, and he pulls his hand out of my grip. I don't need friends.
40. Jarok. Friends. Keffing friends. I've allowed myself to hope, and this is what I get for hoping. An ache in my chest and a feeling of stupidity in my gut. Friends. Of course she wants to be just friends. Why would she look twice at stationed garbage like myself? Even if I was whole of limb and unkeft in the head by war, I'm worthless and broke. The brothers will find her a protector that will keep her nice and safe, or they'll keep her as crew. She can do better than a junk trader, and it's stupid of me to even entertain the idea. Friends. The thought rings in my head like a constant taunt, even as I space the bodies and then hose down the hangar bay with water from the recycler. If we're friends, why is she kissing me? She did say that kisses meant nothing. Well, I'm not human. They mean something to me, and I don't like that she's practicing on me. I head into the ship once the bay is clean enough and use a crowbar to pry out the circuitry, feeling a particular sort of pleasure when it sizzles and sparks. Destroying things helps. Always does. I bring out a scanner and do a quick check of the ship itself. Stolen, of course. No trackers, though, so I make a mental note to get started on it in the morning. For now, I'm keffing tired. It's been a long day of cleaning and then checking over the ship. I just want to eat some dry noodles and relax and be left alone. I hope Sophie's in her room, because I'm not sure I can handle her sad eyes or her touching me with gentle, hesitant fingers. Because we're friends. The word is like poison in my veins, polluting everything. I head inside the station, but as I pass by Sophie's room, it's empty. My gut churns a little more. Maybe she's in the terrarium with her pet. I keep my hopes up for that option, even as the scent of askri noodles fills the air. Those are my favorite, even though I've never indicated it to her. She must have figured it out from our meals together, and it's like another punch in the chest. She's not going to leave me alone to muddle through my thoughts. She's going to force me to confess my stupid infatuation with her and embarrass me even more. When I march down the hall, I see her in my quarters, stirring the noodles. She looks up at the sight of me, her expressive eyes full of emotion. She looks sad. Yeah, well, that makes two of us. I don't want to share a bowl of friendly noodles with her. Instead of heading into my quarters, I go straight to the lavatory and turn the shower on. I strip off and step onto the hot spray, hoping that it'll take my mind off things, or better yet, that Sophie will get the hint and leave me alone. There's a knock at the lavatory door. Because of course there is. "Go away," I call out from the shower. "I'm trying to wash up in peace." The door rattles and I bite back a groan as Sophie pushes it open. I turn my back to her, covering my cock. "What the keff are you doing?" "I'm coming in since you won't talk to me." Her words are brave, but there's a wobbly note in her voice. "You helped me shower, now it's my turn to help you." I sputter at that. "I don't need help. I don't care." I hear the sound of Sophie stripping off her clothing and her boots hitting the floor. A moment later, she comes around the barrier and moves to my side. "Look at me, please." I've been staring grimly at the gray metal walls of the station, so I don't have to make eye contact with her. "Sophie, let it go." "No." She sucks in a deep breath. "I messed up. I shouldn't have said that. About being friends." I glance over at her. I can't decide if this is getting worse or better. She crosses her arms under her breasts and it pushes them up, forcing me to notice them. Her skin is pebbled with bumps all over and I realize she's cold. With a sigh, I take her by the shoulders and maneuver her under the warm spray. "Say what you have to and then get out." "I don't know what I want, she blurts. The look she gives me is desperate. When I first got free. She swallows hard and looks away, her expression stark. You don't have to say anything, I break in gently. I do. Sophie sucks in a deep breath. She meets my gaze and offers me a timid smile, and then continues. When I got free, I was so full of anger and hurt that I didn't want anyone to ever touch me again. I didn't want friends. I didn't want to get close to anyone. I just wanted to be left alone. That was why I liked being with the Vasathai brothers. They fed me and gave me somewhere to sleep and then went about their day. I haven't met a lot of aliens that didn't want me to just jump into bed with them. Most think I'm just good for sex. I grunt. But after a few weeks of freedom, all that anger and frustration turned into fear. She shivers again, and I realize it's not the atmosphere as much as Sophie's just full of emotion. Her mouth works as if she's having to consider her words carefully, and she averts her gaze. I've been scared ever since, and I'm not entirely sure what I'm scared of. Going back? I offer. No. I'll kill myself if that happens, she tells me bluntly. Now I'm the one scared. No, you won't. Don't tell me what to do, Jarek. And don't interrupt me. She lifts her chin and gives me a stubborn look. I fight back a smile. This is the dumbest conversation to have in a shower, but I don't want her to stop talking. I like that she's being stubborn. I like that she's showing some spirit. I know it's difficult for her, so I give her a small nod. All right. No interrupting. Sophie takes a deep breath and stares at my chest. Then she exhales deeply and meets my gaze. I've been scared of everything for a while. That's not who I am. At least, it's not who I think I am. But I can't seem to snap out of this funk, this constant fear that everything I fought so hard for is going to disappear out from under me again. She blinks rapidly and then offers a meek addition. And I like you, and that scares me. I like you too. You had to jump into the shower to tell me that you like me? As you said, we're friends. No. She licks her lips nervously. Then she takes a half step forward and puts her hand on my chest. I mean, I like you, Jarek. The friends thing was stupid. I only said that because I couldn't think of anything else to say. My mind just blanked out. I don't think of you as just a friend. Adiran is a friend. Matthias is a friend. Gaspar is a friend. But I've never gotten into the shower with any of them. I've never crawled into bed with any of them. Sophie traces a little line down my chest, following a bead of water as it moves over my pectorals. But I can't seem to help myself around you. My throat goes dry. She likes me? She is attracted to me? Jarek Onrock? It can hardly be believed. And yet, she says she has never joined any of the Vasathai in their beds, and she has slept curled against me several times now. The thought of her sharing a bed with one of them fills me with a strange, possessive frustration. I want to grab her and growl at the thought of them touching her. I want to shake Adiran if he ever thinks of even getting close to Sophie. I want her to be mine. I want her to be mine with a ferocious intensity that makes my entire body tremble with the force of it. And all the while she touches my chest and gazes at it instead of looking up at me. I really do wish you would say something, she whispers. I try to think of something to say, something that will tell her all the things I have been starting to feel, something that will show her what she means to me, how quickly she has wormed her way into my heart. I clear my throat and say, I do not want you to be afraid. She looks up at me, her eyes so deep and rich with color. I'm not afraid when I'm with you. Pride and lust blooms in my chest. I want to grab her and press her against the wall and just drive between her thighs, pumping furiously. Well, actually, no, that's not true, Sophie continues. My heart stutters. It's not? She bites her lip again and traces a little pattern on my chest that makes my cock twitch in response. I want to kiss you, but I'm also afraid of kissing you. Why? I manage hoarsely. I'm having trouble thinking past the gentle touches on my chest, the hunger roaring through me. I wish she'd drop her hand lower, explore my shaft, caress my sack, just keffing touch me all over. Because I'm afraid of everything, Sophie confesses with a timid little smile. I'm afraid of what it'll mean if I get addicted to kissing you. I like sleeping in your bed, and I like eating with you and talking to you. I like scrapping with you, and I guess all of that scares me because if I like it too much, I'm going to lose everything all over again when the Vasithai brothers come back to pick me up. I don't want to think about them returning. I want to keep her here with me, always. But I know it's not my decision, it's hers, and she doesn't want to stay on an abandoned asteroid in fringe space with only me as company. There's no way. My heart aches a little at the thought, but I'm not surprised. I study her and the way she's watching me with that crease in her brows that says she's worried. The hand that rests on my chest twitches, uneasy, and with every second that passes, Sophie looks more and more ready to bolt. It's taken her a lot to confess this, I realize, and I need to say something to reassure her. Do you want to stop kissing? She thinks for a moment and then shakes her head. I liked it. It's been so long since I liked any kind of touch, but... The word hangs in the air, but she's still scared. I know what that's like. She's afraid to hope for anything in case it all gets yanked away from her once more. Sometimes I think I understand Sophie so well because trauma's turned us into the same person. We just show our wounds differently. Maybe we take it as slow as you want, I suggest. If you want to kiss me, you can. If you want to skip it, I'll understand. And if you want to sleep in your bed instead of mine, you don't have to explain anything. I won't press you about it. You can take the lead as much as you want. The urge to reach out and brush my fingers against her skin is overwhelming, but I don't want to pressure her in even the slightest of ways. Sophie needs to feel secure, so I'm going to let her set the pace for the next while. If it means it takes days or weeks before she kisses me again, then so be it. I want her to kiss me because she wants to, not because she feels like she must. You won't mind going slow? Sophie asks. Mind? The hope of kisses versus no kisses at all? It is an easy choice. No, I don't mind. She smiles shyly at me, her fingers tracing along one of my scars and making me dizzy at her touch. I didn't even ask if you liked me, too. I do, I rasp, struggling for control. Keff me what I wouldn't give to just turn her around and spread her thighs and... No. I close my eyes. I am also not very good at this sort of thing. Sophie chuckles. Then we're a pair, aren't we? We are indeed. She pats my chest and then drops her hand. I made you dinner. You'll come out and eat it? When I nod, she beams at me and steps out of the shower, putting her clothes on again. I am disappointed and not. She is not ready for more, and that is all right. For now, I have the promise of more kisses, and I will take it. 41. Jarok. The noodles are a little soggy after boiling for so long, but I do not complain. Sophie made a meal for me, and it is the best-tasting thing I have ever had. She sits across from me, smiling as she eats dainty bites, and I think about the shower. How she came in after me and insisted on apologizing. My heart squeezes when I think about her shy confessions, and I vow I will do better to talk to her, too. My normal response is to shut down, to wound with words, to attack before I am hurt myself. But Sophie doesn't deserve this. She is just trying to figure out her way through a muddle of confusing feelings. I know what that is like. Sleipnir paces next to her legs, sliding his sinuous body around her over and over again and watching her eat with a plaintive expression. I lower my bowl and wipe at my face with my sleeve, then gesture at the Carinu. He seems hungry. He is. Her cheeks redden. I thought I'd wait to feed him until after dinner so you and I can have some time alone. She smiles at me and then hastily adds, To talk, of course. Of course. I don't point out that the Carinu has no problems with us talking, that we're talking right now. But I'm also not stupid. If she has some sort of plan for after dinner, I want to see what it is. We finish our meals, and I do my best not to make as much noise when I eat. Occasionally, I smack her slurp a bit too loudly, and she looks up at me, which makes me think perhaps my manners aren't the best. I've always eaten quickly because growing up, I was always afraid that another station rat would see me eating and try to steal my food. When I was in the military, ration bars were in ready supply, until they weren't. When we were under siege on Thresh 3, food became scarce, and you learned to choke down anything you could chew on just to survive. Now that I'm here on my station, alone, there's been no point to eating politely. But for Sophie, I'm willing to try. Once the dishes are put into the small cleanser unit, Sophie feeds the Caranu. We both watch in silence as he takes the slab of raw meat and pads away with it, off to hide in a corner and eat privately. When he's gone, I look over at her and she gestures at the door. Want to go sit in the other room? I guess. Sitting one place is as good as another, isn't it? She takes my hand, though, and leads me away. I follow after her, fascinated at her touch. She just reached out and took my hand like it was nothing. No one ever does that. Sophie touches me like I'm hers. We head into the room that she's been working on clearing out, and there's a long bench along the wall that I've never particularly paid attention to. I'm going to make you some pillows to make this softer, she tells me, more inviting to sit on. And she curls up on one end of the bench and pats the seat next to her, indicating I should join her. I like that she's thinking about ways to improve my home. It's almost as if she wants to stay, and I'm filled with utter yearning at the thought. Having Sophie at my side, forever? That'd be a dream. I sit down next to her, feeling awkward, and look around. There's still crates and crates of random things stacked into a corner, but for the most part the room's cleared out. I notice the empty shelves in the back of the room, the perfect size for Sophie's books, and then I remember the other human things that were in a container. I'd brought the crate back in here after pulling the books out just to keep my workstation clear. I jump to my feet, just as she reaches for me. Wait, she calls. Where are you going? I have more human things. I wanted to give them to you. Human things? She sounds interested. What sorts of human things? I shrug, pulling the crate out from the jumble and peeking under the lid to make sure it's the right one. When I'm satisfied, I heft it into my arms and move back to the bench. Maybe you can tell me what they are. Sophie's expression is eager as she sits forward. I hesitantly sit back down next to her, not wanting to crowd her if she needs space, but she puts her hand on my knee before leaning over to take off the lid, and just that small touch fills me with joy. She sets the lid aside and pulls the first thing out, wearing a puzzled expression. I'm disappointed. I was hoping to see a look of delight on her pretty face. It's not human stuff? Oh, it is? She chuckles and flips the strange-looking gray square in her hand. It's a video game cartridge. Not much use up here without an actual video game system. She holds it out for me to look at. But it's fun to see. I take it from her, but I'm not interested in examining it. My focus is solely on her, on watching her expression as she pulls out a small cloth pouch and giggles. What is it? I ask. A purse. Her smile grows even wider. A really freaking hideous one, too. She smooths her fingers over what looks like a gaudy floral design. Somewhere out there's a very angry grandma looking for her pocketbook. What's it for? Sophie grins over at me, undoing a fastening of some kind and opening the thing. Empty. Figures. She shrugs and closes it again. It's for holding keys and your wallet and your makeup, I guess, so you can have your stuff with you at all times. Make-up? Cosmetics. Human women put powders and line their eyes and lips so we look more appealing. I don't think that's possible. Sophie's eyes widen and her smile is as bright as a star. She leans forward and gives me another kiss on the cheek. I stay very still, not wanting to distract her. The press of her small mouth against my skin is perfection. It's also over too soon. She gives me a shy look and turns back to the crate, picking through a few more things. 42. Jarok. The human things I've given her seem to be junk, for the most part. There's something called a clock radio, and another flat disc called a record. There's a few paper photographs that she flips through, and a flimsy-looking paper book she calls a magazine that excites her. There are a few plastic things she calls toys, and a dish. There's a fork and a bunch of black cables that seem to belong to nothing, and an old metal canister that she says once contained coffee. She sniffs it repeatedly, breathing in an earthy scent before sighing and looking over at me. Poor aliens. Someone thought they were getting treasures, and instead they got a box of yard sale junk. It displeases you? I'm disappointed. I wanted her smile to go on for days. Sophie straightens and touches my arm. Not at all. Thank you, Jarek. You're so sweet. This stuff is not a big deal back home, but it brings me a lot of memories to see it. It makes me happy. Her smile grows brighter and she shifts, moving ever so slightly closer to me. And you're the best for thinking of me and showing it to me. I'd like to see you smile, I manage, my voice gruff. There's a few things in here we can use. She gestures at the dish, and I notice she's keeping the purse slung over her shoulder by a long strap. Her gaze darts over me again, scanning my face before landing on my mouth. And you always make me smile. My cock takes that as a cue to stiffen, and I fight back a groan. She looks up at my brow and then brushes a strand out of the way. Do you want me to braid this for you? To keep it out of your face? I shrug. If you like. She pats my knee and jumps to her feet. Wait here. I've got a comb and some ties in my room. I do as she says, touching my nearly dry hair. I didn't think about it as I climbed out of the shower. Just wrung it out to get the worst of the water out of it and left it alone. There's normally no one to care what I look like, and eventually, when it gets too annoying, I just tie it back with a scarf or a rag. But if Sophie wants to fuss over me, she can. The human returns a few moments later, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Turn in your seat and I'll get to work on you. I do, presenting her with my back, and I feel her move onto the bench on her knees. Her fingers move through my tangled, damp hair, and she makes a small sound in her throat. Your hair is very thick. What do I say to that? I'm Masaka. She chuckles, and the sound goes straight to my groin. So you are. She leans closer, her breath whispering against my ear. Tell me if I tug too hard. I'm about to protest that there's nothing she can do that would bother me when she puts the comb in my hair and it feels like she's jerking my scalp off my head. F me! Oh, sorry. You're tender-headed, aren't you? I'll go slower. She rubs her fingers against my shoulder in a small apology. A little giggle escapes her. You big baby. Not a baby, I say, and I sound as sulky as a child, which just makes her giggle even harder. Her laughter eases my bad mood, and I wince as she works through a section of my hair, tisking at the knots. She's relaxed around me, her mood light and airy, and I have to admit it's worth all the jerking and yanking against my scalp. Bonus, my cock's deflated, though it won't take much for it to rise again. So, Sophie says, after she finishes one section of my hair and moves to the next, did you have a sweetheart when you went off to war? A girlfriend? A mate? Her tone is casual. You don't have to tell me. I'm just curious. Because of my piercings? She's silent for a moment. Maybe. But I'm mostly just curious. I wince as she tears through another snarl of my hair. She's vicious with that damn comb, and try to think of what to tell her. When I was growing up, I ran wild with the other station rats. That meant stealing and gambling, doing odd jobs to squeeze a few credits out, and basically avoiding going home whenever possible. There were a few females that ran with us, and I had a quick fumble or two with them. When I was in the military, there was a sex worker I visited from time to time, but I've never had attachments. It was just scratching an itch, taking care of a need. It's a need that hasn't been fed in over 10 years, except for me jerking my cock to thoughts of her. No one special, I admit, but I've had sex, if that's what you're asking. No girlfriend back home that's going to scream if I steal you away from her? Her tone is flirty and makes me ache. I snort. No. Good. There's a possessive note to her voice that fills me with warmth. So the piercings. She really is curious about them. A lot of Masaka males get them for decoration or to enhance a female's pleasure. They don't mean anything more than the tattoos or the horn caps. I glance back over my shoulder at her. She's leaning so close that I'm hopeful her breasts will brush against me, but they never do. Do you not like the piercings? I guess I could take them out. Somehow. Oh, no, you don't have to do that. She giggles again, the sound high-pitched and awkward. I just probably shouldn't have asked. I don't mind them. It's just not super common where I'm from. She pauses. Does it really do that? Enhance pleasure? I haven't had any complaints. I haven't heard any praise either, come to think of it. Cuff me. I'm sorry if my questions seem pushy. They're not pushy. You sound grumpy. Do I? I just figure I'm not very pleasing for you to look at. She pauses, and then her hands move into my hair again. Because of your scars? No, because I have big eyebrows, I snap. Yes, because of my scars and my prosthetics. It's not like I can hide them. They tell the universe exactly who I am and how important I am in the scheme of things. Sophie makes an impatient noise in her throat. Ugh, they do not. Those scars say that your people failed you. They say that you got dealt a shitty hand by the very people you nearly lost your life to save. They say you're a survivor and you're tough. No one's ever said anything so nice to me. I don't know what to say back. I think you're blinded by my charm. She smacks me on the back of the head with the comb and then giggles. You're an asshole, and I like you anyhow. I don't see why, I manage. It feels stupidly vulnerable, but she's been up front with me. The least I can do is be the same for her. Any of the Vasathai brothers are a better choice for you. Maybe. She goes back to combing my hair. The comb moves smoothly through now, and I have to admit, it feels pretty good to have her take care of me like this. But I don't feel anything for them. They're nice, but that's all. They're nice. I'm not even nice. She pauses. Sophie sets the comb down and then gets off the bench. She stands in front of me and then moves forward, and it takes me a moment to realize she's going to sit in my lap. I awkwardly put my arms around her as she settles in, her bottom on my thighs, and puts her arms around my neck. I think you're very nice, Sophie whispers, and presses another light kiss to my cheek. You've been amazingly kind to me and patient. It makes me want to kiss you and touch you, but I'm afraid. Afraid of what? I want to ask, but I don't. I understand. Sometimes it's fear of nothing at all. Sometimes you're just afraid of wanting too much. So I just rub her back and nod.
43. Sophie. I think I'm getting used to the touching again. At least, I hope I'm getting used to the touching. I sit in Jarok's lap, and even though he shifts and seems a little uncomfortable, I suspect it's more that he wants me to relax than anything else. His expression is attentive, and he rubs his fingers lightly on the small of my back as we talk. I loop an arm around his shoulders and try to be casual, but it's difficult. It's difficult because touches stir all kinds of bad memories in me, and it's only the press of Jarok's metal parts and the sensation of the wires lurking just under his synthetic skin that remind me that this is him, not the enemy. This is my friend Jarok, who's more than a friend, who I desperately want to kiss, and I'm terrified of kissing at the same time. What if we're touching, and it feels like before? What if I hate it? I'll hurt his feelings terribly, and the thought distresses me. He's been hurt enough by the universe, and I don't want to add to that. But I'm afraid to take the next leap forward, too. Jarok has agreed to go slow, but I know that now that we've both acknowledged that there's something between us, I feel like we can't let it sit and fester forever. You can't leave an open wound open. You have to seal it or cauterize it, or else it gets infected. I'm in his lap, and I could just lean over and press my mouth to his. Easy, just boom. But I can't bring myself to do it. I want to, but every time I take in a deep breath and try to shore up my courage, bad memories flash back. I imagine myself reaching for him and kissing him, only for the kiss to be awful. I imagine myself pushing him away, but he doesn't listen, because no one ever listens to what a human has to say. I leap off his lap. I'm going to check on Sleipnir. All right. Jarok's tone is guarded. I'll get back to work, I think. Chicken? I chide myself. Fucking chicken. Look what you're doing. You're ruining things already. I beat myself up mentally as I head into the terrarium, seeking my bloodthirsty pet. Sleipnir's hiding amongst the leafy plants, gnawing on a big, bloody chunk of meat. His jowls are coated with blood, and he gives me a disinterested look as I enter. "Don't worry," I tell the Caranu. "I know better than to come between you and your meal." I sit down on a bench under an overgrown, vine-laden archway and try to think. Maybe I'm moving too fast. Maybe I need to slow things down between Jarok and myself. We can just hold hands for a couple of months or something, right? But what if the Vosithai brothers return soon? What am I going to do if I run out of time and I haven't even kissed Jarok, really kissed him, yet? I bite back a whimper. If Jarok asked me to stay, I would. I actually like the station more the longer I'm here. Sure, everything needs cleaning up, but I actually like cleaning. I love the terrarium, and I like how quiet and private this place is. I like that Jarok doesn't get a lot of visitors. I like Jarok. He hasn't asked me to stay, though. I suspect he won't. He's a loner, and no matter how much he might like my kisses, he's going to be glad to see me go. No one has ever been interested in sticking with me long-term. Even my dad was out the door before I was 10, leaving my mom to raise me. And Mom reminded me that I was the problem over and over again. I suspect she didn't shed many tears when I didn't come home. She was used to people leaving her behind, too. Sometimes I wonder how long it'll take before the Vosithai brothers dump me at the nearest port. I'm not a very good pirate. The thought's a little terrifying, and I get up and race to my room, picking up a book. Instead of one of my new ones, I grab Outlander again and head right for the marriage scene and subsequent consummation. I need to remind myself that there are good things that happen when people come together. That no matter how life turns out, sometimes you get just a few sweet moments to carry with you as memories. Maybe I need to focus on that instead of my fear. I read the scenes 3 times straight before I put the book down and take a calm breath. I'm in a better place now. I just needed to recenter myself. Distantly, I hear Jarok swearing at something he's scrapping, the clink of metal tools and his irritated voice soothing. I change into my nightgown, an oversized tunic, and run a hand through my hair before I leave my room and head for his. Sleipnir meets me in the hall, butting his head against my legs, his opalescent scales gleaming clean once more. His breath smells like steak, though, and I spend a few minutes rubbing his head and cooing to him about how much I adore him. "I can't keep you either," I murmur, "but I can still love you, right?" He licks my hand in response. "Right. I can be brave and grab at whatever happiness comes my way." With Sleipnir at my side, I head into Jarok's quarters. He's got his goggles on, obscuring his eyes from me, but he straightens the moment I arrive. The goggles whir as he looks up at me. "Everything all right?" "Yep." I can feel myself blushing as I put a hand to my neckline. "I just thought I'd come to bed, if that's all right." "Of course." He hesitates and then picks up his tools again. "Is this going to bother you?" "Not at all." It's on the tip of my tongue to invite him to join me, but the words don't come out. I just bleat like an idiot, blush, and then scurry over to the bed and slide under the blankets. "Chicken?" I scold myself again as Sleipnir bounds into bed next to me and settles at my legs, tossing one protective paw over them. "You're such a chicken. He'd join you if you asked." Jarok picks up his tool again, prying out a bit of metal from a chassis. It makes a clanging noise as his sharp-edged tool skids and hits the circuit board, and he swears under his breath again. It's clear he's not concentrating. and there's something about the tension in his big body that makes me suck a deep breath and get up the nerves to speak. "Why don't you come join me?" I ask, and pat the bed when he turns around to look in my direction. He smiles, and some of the tension I've been holding on to disappears. I return his smile and scoot over as he puts his tools away and strips his tunic off, then his boots and goggles. He leaves his pants on, and I know that's for my benefit. I'm not brave enough to ask him to take them off, though. Not yet. When he sits on the side of the bed, everything creaks, and he eyes the Caribou hogging the lower half of the bed warily. "He going to let me join you?" "He will." I call Sleipnir and pat the other side of the bed, indicating he should move. The Caribou shoots us both a grumpy look, but does as he's told. And Jarok swings his legs onto the bed and lies down beside me. He's flat on his back, his hands folded on his chest. He looks terribly uncomfortable, and I reach over and take one of his hands in mine. Our fingers link, and he rubs his thumb against mine. "You want the lights out?" "Sure." He calls out a command, and the lights dim, leaving us in a pleasant darkness. It's never fully dark in the station, with tiny track lighting set along the walls of the hallways, but it's dark enough. "You want it darker so you don't have to see my face?" he asks suddenly. "I like your face." Jarok rolls onto his side, facing me, and then we're nose to nose, obscenely close. Our breath mingles, and my skin prickles with a mixture of fear and excitement. "We don't have to do this, you know." The wariness is back in his tone. He sounds distant, even though we've never been closer. I squeeze his hand. "We can go back to the way things were," he offers. "Just forget about any of the conversations we had today. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable or pressured or—" I lean forward and kiss him. It's just a quick peck on the lips, but it stops him in his tracks and silences him. I smile shyly and give him another kiss on the mouth, letting my lips linger just a bit longer, tasting him. I lightly press a third onto his lips and then snuggle close because I like sharing breath with him. "Can I kiss you back?" he asks hoarsely. His request makes me skittish. That fear prickles through me again. I don't know. "I'm happy with whatever you're comfortable with, Sophie," he says quietly. I don't know what I want anymore, I admit. I reach a hand up to touch him and then lower it again. My head's full of worry, even though I know it's just you. I know you wouldn't hurt me, but I can't seem to quiet all the stuff in my mind that makes me anxious. I bite my lip and look over at him. His hair is shiny and dry, sliding through the cage of his horns, and I'm itching to touch it. "What do you do when you're anxious?" Jerk one out. I let out a horrified giggle. That was not the answer I was expecting. "It's true, though." His eyes narrow, and he props up, resting on an elbow. "That gives me an idea." I'm a little wary of the turns this conversation is taking. Wary and breathless. "You're going to jerk one out?" He chuckles. "No, I mean yes, the moment we're done here." And he gestures at the bed. "I'm probably going to get up and jerk one out in the shower just because I don't want to stab you with my cock all night long." Jarok watches me with such an intense gaze. "But I wasn't talking about me. I was talking about you." "Me?" I squeak. "Yeah." Jarok's voice takes on a husky note that makes my body respond. "I think you should touch yourself. Give yourself pleasure. Ease some of those worries in your mind and reclaim your body for yourself." It's Not the worst idea. In fact, I kind of like it. When was the last time I masturbated at all? It's been so long I can't even remember. Right now? Now's a good time. I lick my lips, gazing at him. What about you? Do you want me to watch? His gaze is shuttered, impossible to read. He's not going to show me what he thinks of that idea, because he doesn't want to pressure me. I suck in a breath. It's too much. Or is it? And is it bad that I want to do this? 44. Sophie. You want to watch me touch myself? I ask shyly. The thought sends a hot little flutter through my body, as well as a pang of distress. I'm all mixed up, but he's watching me with such an intent expression. It entrances me the way he looks at me, like he's going to die if he turns his head away. I feel like the most important thing in the universe when he looks at me like that, and it's addicting. It makes me want to touch myself, mostly so I can please him. I take another deep breath, breathing in his scent. I can do this. He nods, his gaze moving over me with hunger. You need to show yourself that you can. I think you can. I think you're brave. My breath catches at his words. Brave. You'll stay? I'll be right here, watching. His eyes seem even more heated than before. Part of me wants to tell him to get up and leave, because masturbating is a private thing. You don't just start touching yourself in front of people. It's an intimate sort of touch. But at the same time, I want Jarok right here. I want to do this to show him I can, and maybe to show myself, too. I want to be brave, and I feel bravest when he's watching me with that look that's both aroused and proud, like it is right now. I really, really want him to watch. I'm not sure why I find the thought so appealing. In the past, when I was raped by my owner, he did it in the bed in front of others. Praxians all sleep together, after all, and sex is not private to them like it is to humans. I hated that others watched. It was a double whammy of violation and shame. I should hate the thought of voyeurism now that I'm free, but it's not the same with Jarok. It won't be like that with him. With him right here next to me, it's kind of like we're doing this together. I'm just the only one doing the touching. So I hike up my nightgown and in the process move my legs. Sleipnir grumbles, groaning, then hops off the bed, tail twitching. Maybe he suspects what we're about to do and doesn't want to see it. That's fine with me. I wriggle on the bed, bunching my gown up to my hips. The panties I'm wearing are about as unsexy as you can get, so I quickly slide them off and toss them away so Jarok can't comment on them. I glance over at him, but he's saying nothing at all. He's propped up on one arm, watching me with that hot gaze of approval. I love that he looks at me like that, and it makes me feel all achy and ever so slightly agitated in the best kind of way. Like I'm going to come out of my skin if he keeps gazing at me like that. Ever so slowly, I slide one hand between my thighs. I cup my pussy first. I've cleaned myself, of course. I've trimmed things. But I've ignored myself sexually for a very, very long time. It feels a little strange to carefully slide one finger over the seam of my sex, testing for wetness, and I'm not entirely surprised that I'm dry. How does it feel? Jarok asks. I open my eyes. I didn't even realize I'd closed them, and look over at him. I try to think of what to say, even as I glide my finger over my folds again. I'm not sure. "You're such a good girl, Sophie," he murmurs. "Such a good girl for even trying." Oh, fuck. Just like that, my toes curl and heat pulses between my thighs. I gasp, using my fingers to push my folds apart, seeking my clit. Am I? Very good. He practically purrs. Look at you, so brave. I stroke the tip of one finger over my clit, and my nerves jump. I whimper as his gaze flicks toward my hips, and he watches me. I circle around my clit, then dip lower, seeking wetness. Keep talking to me, I beg. I like hearing your voice. Do you? It's low and rumbly and like a caress. I nod frantically, even as I touch myself again. There, just a hint of wetness, and I suspect it's directly related to him calling me a good girl. I didn't realize I liked that so much, and now I want to hear it again. You look shy, he says gently, and reaches out to touch my face. I tense, but he only brushes a lock of hair off my brow. There's no need to be shy in front of me. I've seen everything you have, and I think it's beautiful. You do? I know aliens find humans oddly attractive, but I like hearing from Jarok that he finds me appealing. That makes it a little more special. Jarok nods. Your legs are pretty, he tells me. Soft and supple and strong. And you've got that fascinating patch of fur between your thighs. Fur? But for some reason, I find it sexy that he calls it fur. I let out a panting little breath and swipe at my clit again. You like that? Even though it's different? I've had it commented on several times, and by aliens, and I know from vids that Masaka are hairless except for their glorious manes. It's yours, and I like everything about you, he rumbles, and the pleasure in his voice sends a thrill through my body. And I like your pretty, pretty cunt. I gasp again and slide a finger through my folds, dipping into the hint of wetness at my core and dragging it back up to my clit. Such a good girl, Jarok murmurs again. Keep going. Make yourself feel good. Whimpering, I rub at my clit harder as Jarok continues to talk to me. His voice is low and soothing, but his gaze is utterly intent as he watches me. He leans so close that I can feel the heat of him, yet he never touches me. It's like I'm tucked against his side, protected, as I touch myself. Ever so slowly, my pussy grows slick with arousal, and my movements to caress my clit become slippery and gliding. It feels better and better, and as the searing pleasure begins to build, I lean toward him, pressing my face against him. I've got you, Sophie, Jarok reassures me. He doesn't touch me, just quietly lets me know with his voice and his presence that he's here. My fingers work, circling my clit furiously. I'm so close, so close. When it builds even more, I arch my back, my legs twitching. Such a good girl, he praises again. With a gasp, I reach for his hand, and I clutch it tightly as I rub myself to orgasm with my other. The release crashes through me as I squeeze his fingers, and dimly I hear him continuing to murmur as my head thrashes and my body quakes. It's almost too much, but Jarok has me. He always has me. I settle into the bliss and let it roll over my body.
45. Jarok. Watching Sophie touch herself is the hottest keffing thing I've ever seen. The fact that she reached for me as she came makes my heart swell with all kinds of emotions, and no matter how badly I want to get up and jerk my cock, I'm not leaving this female's side. Ever. She sucks deep lungfuls of air down, her skin flushed as she comes down from her release. Her fingers slide away from her cunt, gleaming with slickness, and my mouth waters at the sight. What I wouldn't give to taste that. Her other hand is still tucked in mine, and I rub my thumb against her skin, wishing I could touch her more, but knowing that she has to set the pace. How did that feel? Sophie does a little stretch on the bed, a drowsy look on her face as she gazes up at me. Wonderful. You were beautiful. She practically preens under my praise, and I think about how much she liked me talking her through things. She's always just a little bit surprised, this beautiful creature, as if she's some sort of naughty pet who doesn't deserve affection at all. I'd give her everything. But I can't rush her, so I brush my fingertips over her brow again and smile. Go to sleep. What about you? I don't think she realizes she's still gripping my hand tightly, or maybe she does and just doesn't want to let go yet. Either way, she needs to realize I'm not going anywhere, not when she needs me. My cock will survive, so will I. An unfulfilled ache is nothing new. The next day, Sophie blushes constantly. Every time I look in her direction or ask her a question, her cheeks grow pink and she gets a glassy, distracted look on her face. She has to be thinking about last night, though she hasn't said anything about it. It hangs unspoken in the air between us. We work in the hangar, prying scrap from the pirate ship. Once it's completely stripped, I'll haul it into the asteroid field with the rest of the wrecks floating nearby. Sophie's normally chatty, asking questions about the various bits of scrap or talking about her life back on Earth. She usually likes to talk about the book she's been reading or whatever Sleipner has done recently that she finds charming. Really, she finds it all charming. Today, though, she just sits in silence and blushes. Her hair is pulled up in two tight little knots atop her head, accentuating the column of her throat and showing me just how far down that blush goes. You all right? I eventually ask, my head still full of the sight of her on my bed, her hand between her thighs as she held on to me. Just fine, she fakes a yawn. Sleepy. We can go to bed early then. I can't resist teasing her, just a little. Her face turns an even brighter shade of pink. Not that sleepy. She ducks her head, her gaze focused on the engine scrap laid out on a table in front of her. I love seeing her flustered like this. The Caranu rubs against my leg and I absently give him a pat. It's like when I'm affectionate to Sophie, he's affectionate to me. He's a good gauge of her emotions, and if his neediness is any indicator, Sophie's feeling a lot for me today. So I'm going to take advantage of that. I clear my throat. Can you hand me that pry bar? She automatically reaches over and picks it up, then holds it out to me. Good girl, I croon. Sophie's lips part. Her eyes get that unfocused look and her breath hitches, and I suddenly realize I'm playing with fire. I don't want to call her a good girl to tease her. I want to call her that when she's tossing her head on my pillow, when she's coming. I want to pull her against me and tell her to touch herself again, just to see if she will. Something tells me she would, and that makes my entire body ache with want. I take the pry bar and disappear back into the stripped ship before I can do something stupid, like pull her close and touch her. Sophie has to take the lead in this. I can't push her into anything, no matter how badly I might want her. To my vast displeasure, we get 2 more incoming comms that afternoon. One is a ship that calls itself the Tempest, but when I ask for a name and get nothing but a voice modulator, I suspect it's my prank-loving cousin come to check up on me as promised. The other incoming message is from the Jabberwock, another pirate ship I'm very familiar with. That's going to be interesting. Last time they came through, the crew hadn't stayed long, and their females had stayed on board. I hadn't asked, and they had been on edge and uneasy. I know there's a few humans in the mix, and I wonder if Sophie will want to meet them. For rare creatures, I sure am running into a lot of humans lately. We're going to have company, I tell Sophie grudgingly after I respond to the comms. She tenses, her eyes going wide as she wipes her hands with a rag. Are we in trouble? Do we need to run? No, nothing like that, I reassure her. It's fine, I promise. I know the crew of the Jabberwock. Their nav has made it to Zoe. Oh, Zoe. To my surprise, her lips purse and she doesn't look thrilled. The guys will be sad they missed their sister. You met her? No. Her tone doesn't sound welcoming. You want me to turn them away? I will. Sophie blinks at me and then eases into a smile. You would for me? Yeah, I say gruffly. You being comfortable is worth way more to me than some credits from scrap. She moves to my side, crossing the long hall just to stand right in front of me. I stay in place, hoping for one of those feather-light kisses, and I'm not disappointed. She puts her hand on my shoulder, indicating I should lean down, and when I do, she pecks at my cheek. You're very sweet, you know that? You're the only person that thinks that. She tosses a sassy look over her shoulder. I'm the only one that matters. That she is. That night, Sophie looks at me breathlessly as we head to bed. Sleipner moves to join us, and I pull out a fresh metal pipe, waving it under his nose. You get this if you eat it outside the room. The Caranu butts his head against my leg, nearly knocking me over, then whines around my lower half, making little sounds of pleasure. You're going to spoil him, Sophie tells me, but her eyes are shiny with anticipation, her hands curled in the blankets. That'll be someone else's problem. I lead the Caranu out and shut the door when he's on the other side, leaving me alone with one tense and slightly breathless human female. I glance over at Sophie, trying not to seem too affected by her clear arousal. She's excited over what tonight might bring, and it's the most keffing beautiful thing I've ever seen. How anyone could mistreat this gorgeous creature is beyond me. It makes me want to murder anyone that looks at her wrong. Are you ready for bed? She nods, her cheeks pink, her eyes shining. I move to the bed, wearing nothing but my trow. They feel entirely too tight over the hard length of my cock, but I ignore that, just like I ignore everything but the shine in Sophie's lovely eyes. I move to the edge of the bed, then reach out and cup her cheek. Are you going to be a good girl for me again tonight? A low moan escapes her, and she turns her face into my hand, pressing her lips to it. I thought so, I whisper. Touch yourself for me. Show me how good you can be. She does, and it's beautiful. Her movements are more confident tonight, her cunt slick with anticipation, before she even puts her fingers there. She's been thinking about this moment all day, I suspect, and she's not the only one. The perfume of her arousal is heavy in the air, so keffing mouth-watering it's making me crazy, but I don't push my luck. I just murmur encouragement to her, tell her how perfect she is, and when she comes, she reaches for me again, as if she needs me to anchor her through it. I do so, gladly. I'll do anything she wants. All she has to do is ask.
46. Sophie. I'm going to kiss Jarok tonight, I decide. Not just any kiss, but a full-blown, tongues-twining, mouth-licking, full-on kiss. I think I'm ready. I hope. The thought sends a skitter of excitement through me instead of fear, though, and it makes me happy. Everything about Jarok makes me happy, actually.